the luxury of getting a reshield is surely about to go down as Spider has been able to find himself a flamer. He's in the middle of the safety. Everyone else around him is about to go down to Zotic. Quanfly is able to find one kill before he goes through, but Spider might just be MVP 4 times in a row. It's gonna be there to finally give his championship title as Spider has been able to take the win.
Hello everyone, welcome to Clash League of Naraka Bladepoint. Let's start with a brief introduction of the rules. Clash League of Naraka Bladepoint is an esport event for all, which you can sign up for in-game. There are 2 rounds of matches, from December 8th to 14th and December 19th to 25th. The rounds are independent of each other. To join the Clash League, all you need to do is gather your friends and sign up in a Hall of Justice. You will be playing against other halls and matches. Members are not allowed to leave the party after matchmaking starts and before the round ends. I'm sure you all want an exciting game against other players. So, to ensure your battle experience, you will be assigned to a zone based on the ranks of all the players in your Hall of Justice. You will only be matched against players of your level in the assigned zone. Each party can play at most 20 matches per round. A score will be tallied every match depending on the total kills and rankings of the Hall of Justice. I wish you all make it to the scoreboard. That's all about the rules of the Clash League. If you have any other questions, don't worry. You can check out the rules in the Hall of Justice. You can also see your match history and personal statistics here. They come in 2 types, match rewards and score rewards. There are various grades of match rewards for different match requirements. All members in the Hall of Justice can claim a new grade of rewards if the match requirements are met. These rewards are reset when the next round of matches begins. There are also the score rewards. They come in various zones and grades. The score requirements and rewards are different for each grade. You can check the score requirements and rewards for each grade on the reward list page. After each round, all members can enter the event page again to claim their score rewards. Join the Clash League and claim exclusive evaders, backgrounds, treasures, riches, and many more. If you are strong enough to make it to the leaderboard, you will have a chance to receive the most special rewards, a permanent achievement badge, and a Medal of Honor that is only available in professional leagues. You can display the medal permanently in your personal highlights. That's all for the rules and rewards. Now's the time to sign up for the Clash League with your friends and get ready to go all out in battles.
Hello， 大家好，我是积极战队的李新淼，我是团队的指挥卫。
我是风花石的谭旭杰，是队伍里的1号位指挥卫。
Hello， 大家好，我是XJG的奈维翔，我是XJG2号位吧。
我叫梦游，游戏 ID 是 Sleepwalker， 现在是 WBG 的1号位。
这不是我们 第一次进入节杯，我们在去年就已经进过一次节杯了。我们这次成功晋级的原因的话，就是因为我们 S2直接夺冠了。再一次进入节杯，我的感觉是想把上一次节杯的遗憾给弥补上吧。首先是330嘛，330的天海一直都是在我心目中都是第一的。小恶魔的话就是比较灵活嘛，然后在决赛的时候帮我们队伍一个人苟到了第2名的次数也比较多，所以说他是一位很顶尖的选手。
上次节杯第2差一点冠军比较可惜吧。小伟的话是主安进红叶的嘛，他的操作就比较细节，还比较冷静。像 LED 的话就是平常主安松南的比较多的，他远程的话就是在联盟里面算比较准的了。一月的话就是主安无程的嘛，他的刀子比较硬嘛。
上次节杯是第3嘛，所以这次就希望尽全力不留遗憾嘛。小南他是1号位嘛，就开团的位置，还有战斗指挥嘛，基本。然后还有一个就是李星恒，他是一个3号位，就是容错点还有运营大局指挥嘛。我的话就是一个纯打手。
我这次是首次进入节杯，节杯对我来说可能是更像是给自己一个机会吧，把 S2不理想的成绩改变掉，并且在今年最重要的比赛上打出成绩。我们队伍中的其他人有半径、小天还有皮皮，都是挺强的选手。虽然 S2的成绩并不理想，但是有他们2个的加入，我们这次的成绩一定会给大家焕然一新的感觉。
我们 B 组的强度应该是在3个分组里面最高的，但是我觉得对于我们战队来说这是有利的。强队越多，我们就越强。
针对分组的话，很多人都说 B 组是死亡之组，但是依我看来 ，A 组才是最强的组。因为首先是 DAY5 上一届节杯的世界冠军，加上黄鸟的3人组，2个在 XCG， 一个在17GL， 而且还有总冠军的 FMVP， 还有节杯的武神奈何桥。
我们现在的首要目标的话，肯定还是中国大陆赛区的 FunPlus， 把他们跨越了之后，就没有人可以阻碍我们了。
GG 吧，因为他把皮肤拿走了。
世界赛区 BBE 吧，还有 TM 这2个队伍就比较熟一点嘛。
后面节杯的版本的话，我觉得我们还需要慢慢的去研究一下吧，去研究一下那个回阳镜。
回阳镜也是算比较大的嘛，因为怎么样也是个新机制嘛。那回阳镜肯定是给愿意打架的队伍比较多优势吧。
节杯的版本是回阳镜版本吧，就一个新版本，大家都还没打过。
在天人之战碰到他们的时候，感觉他们的操作都还不错，但是打起来可能缺少了一些套路啊、小技巧之类的。
我相信进到节杯就都是强队，都没有一个就弱的，因为弱的已经淘汰了。
我们团队的目标的话，肯定是把节杯冠军拿下。我个人的目标的话，就是想拿下冠军之后，把那个胡桃的皮肤拿下。
冠军为主嘛，可以去有自己的皮肤。
上一次我拿到武神，这次进节杯，我希望拿 FMVP。
我个人的目标是节杯冠军，并且拿下 FMVP。
这次代表的不仅仅是我们的积极战队，更多的代表是我们的中国大陆赛区。相信我们不会让你们失望的。
节杯加油！
也有个巅峰，现在低谷也过去了。
S2我们拿下冠军，节杯手到擒来。
让其他赛区的战队多进2次到总决赛吧。
反正大家都当学习嘛，没关系的，你们加油！
你们的节杯武神回来了，准备好了吗？
Hey yo guys, this is Wade from OUG. Actually, it's my second time to the World Cup. 让你们见识一下国营鸟的威力吧。Hello， 大家好，我是来自 OUG 的韦德，然后我是队伍里的3号位。
我叫钱滚滚，我是 YZG 战队的指挥，也是一个全能型选手。
Hello， 大家好，我是 EWG 的3少。
Hello， 大家好，我是17战队的子瑜，然后我现在担任的团队的一个是指挥位。
大家好，我是基地战队的卡卡西，我是战队的指挥位。
大家好，我是 G Team 的别离，上赛季节杯的冠军，G Team 2号位的选手吧。
我是蓝队的周，大家好，我是蓝队的指挥和3号位。
Hello， 大家好，我是 AS1 的 Alex， 我在战队担任1号位。
其实是我第2次进入杰杯了。
我这是首次进入杰杯，
首次进入杰杯是我第2次进入杰杯，
这是我第2次进入杰杯。我这是第2次进入杰杯，然后在去年杰杯我拿到了第7名的成绩。
这次重新回到杰杯，感觉回到家一样吧。
这是我首次进入杰杯。
因为我上一次在杰杯的成绩不是特别的满意吧，来到3排，来到我的领域，就被大展失手。我的队友 SS 是一个非常厉害的逆红叶玩家，在我看来他是国1红叶啊。他的打法风格属于是那种不会放过一个机会。然后小雨的话，主要是负责一个打手的位置，就是我们需要什么帮助，他一定能在第一时间出来帮我们。
这次进入杰杯的感受的话，就想拿个冠军，证明一下自己是真正的天下无敌前锋手。我们队伍是现在的话是由5个人组成的，3排是有小虎、陈贤之、一棵草，还有月光。陈贤之的话就是主玩2、3号位的，然后小虎的话就是主玩1、2号位的。月光和一棵草的话，现在都是团队里面主玩无成的，就专精一个英雄。
毕竟是世界赛，也是1年1度嘛，肯定是尽这1年所有的努力啊，不让自己失望吧。一个是我们队伍的指挥小李仪，他主要负责指挥和1号位；另外一个是叶然，他主要是劳模嘛，他单排和3排都打。因为上一次的经验，参加大赛的时候会更加沉稳一点。我2个队员 AS 是 S1单排联赛的亚军嘛，他的打法就是特别的凶悍，不给人家一点活路。然后本初呢，就是属于特别稳重的一个选手，是在我们战队常年担任3号位这个位置，然后能帮助我更好的下达一些决策上的指令。
过了1年，我觉得包括我还有我的队友变化都很大。我队友是东星九还有长叶，然后东星九他是上一届的劳模，他打了很多场比赛，然后个人实力很强。长叶主要玩妖刀姬，然后我觉得跟我的逆红叶配合很好，基础也很好，我们俩总能打到一起去。
我们队伍还有另外2位选手，一位是雕哥的大佛，数1数2啊，还有一位是 ZK， 世界第1 ZK， 他以前是玩无尘位的，现在他变了，他上 C 了，他现在玩妖刀了请大家期待一下 ZK 的妖刀。
队伍里还有2个是14和瓦风，14主玩的是逆红叶和天海，瓦风主玩的是妖刀姬月山。
我的队友小金是主玩逆红叶的嘛，然后也是跟我差不多一样，就是打1号位的位置。然后辉仔是一个固定玩3号位的，就是打无尘，然后加蓝这种位置。我们队伍能够晋级杰杯的原因，我感觉没有什么特别大的原因，就1个字：强。
我们这个战队是重新组的嘛，总体来说是每周都有在进步，所以在杰杯预选赛上，我们能有这样的表现，是在意料之中的。
自从第4双周打完之后，都比较刻苦训练吧，然后就为了能进杰杯，还有总决赛能打好。
第1天打得还挺好的，然后第2天想着是稳定发挥就能进嘛，然后第2天的表现就是差强人意，后面最后1局的时候就是还是把握住了机会，然后进了杰杯嘛，还是挺开心的。
杰杯对我的意义就是最高的荣誉，还有最多的钱。
对我来说是一个非常大的比赛吧，非常国际化的一个比赛吧。然后我很喜欢这种国际赛事。我们队里3个人其实都在朝着 FMVP 的奖杯去冲刺，大家都想要拼一拼、抢一抢。那其实在我看来，这个奖杯非我莫属。
这次奖杯也拿走吧。
个人目标就是杰杯冠军加杰杯 FMVP。
击败最多的人成为5神，然后拿到 FMVP 双收，再加一个杰杯冠军。对于我个人来说，那肯定是希望夺冠，但是对于我们团队来说，我们可能还需要进步，所以我们的目标可能就是前3。
前3吧，是吧？
冠军和 FMVP。
我觉得我们这个分组的话，只要正常发挥，就是大家的潜力都其实很大。
因为 B 组有第2赛季的联赛冠军积极，YAG 的话就他们一直大大小小的比赛打下来，他们基本成绩都会在前面，都挺稳定的，所以他们也挺厉害的。
我们队伍现在分到了 C 组，然后我觉得 C 组和包括 A 组都是那种运营中带点打架的，然后 B 组的话可能就是决赛圈会人数比较多一点。如果 A、C 组分到一起的话，中期可能会打很多架。
我觉得死亡之组应该是 C 组吧，毕竟 C 组有Fun Plus，
节奏会加速吧，因为回阳镜肯定是有队伍会进去的，输的队伍，因为他在那个回阳镜输的话，他也会找人自爆，有可能会加速游戏的一个节奏。
世界赛嘛，然后跟我们的联赛会有不一样的选手啊。
这在世界赛中，我还是比较关注自己的中国大陆赛区，因为只有知己知彼，才能百战不殆。我感觉我们中国大陆赛区应该是最强的一个赛区了。
世界赛的话，其实我一直都是以自己超越自己为目标。最想交手的话是越南的 TM 队吧，
越南赛区的 TM 吧。
在别的赛区当中，我最关注越南的战队 TM，
最关注的就是自己赛区的 Fun Plus、积极这些，他们就很明显是2个风格的战队，一个是偏重运营，一个偏重打架。
没什么想交手的队伍，只想击败所有队伍。
让你们见识一下国营鸟的威力吧。
只要我在的飓风课，你们就别想拿到反俄服。
你们全都是小石头，这次节杯我会将你们一一移走，
让 MPL 的队伍来给你们上上强度，
好好学习，天天向上。
没关系，全场我来做掉。
Hôm qua thì em cảm thấy đồng đội em rất là tốt, nhưng mà dù được nhiều kill nhưng mà không có điểm hạn thì em tin là vào ngày mai thì có em mà đồng đội sẽ đánh vào cuối bo và được nhiều điểm hơn ạ. Dạ, tại vì trước khi đó em đã xác định là ngày đầu em không thể đánh được và em đặt hết lòng tin vào đồng đội và đồng đội em đánh rất là tốt ạ. Team tôi sẽ cải thiện được khả năng đi bo và combat hơn và sẽ dụng hợp lý hơn và ưa chuộng vào đánh về late và được nhiều kill ạ.
世界赛其实最大的不可控因素就是未知，对其他赛区的队的未知，所以我们不会轻敌，稳扎稳打的应对每一场比赛。
崔三娘的一个战场，这个时候在进行波影响啊，就是 V3的崔三娘的战场能力是不比大佛差的。
对，他就拖你看他是个时间，但是双抓啦，拍下去带走嫣然，又抓到了一个，这一波拍下去还有一丝血。
世界赛的战斗号角已经吹响，而我们已经准备好了。
Chúng tôi là đội mạnh nhất tại Việt Nam, nhưng mà chúng tôi muốn hơn thế. Chúng tôi muốn trở thành đội đầu tiên vô địch LVWC tới từ thế giới. Chúng tôi sẽ làm tốt nhất điều đó có thể đạt được điều đó.
下个起身，打个僵直，我继续续，我直接戳前往华震了，又震到了贾凯浪漫，要1打3了吗？难不成罗伊给再骗阵，再出最接近中招没有用？
那些小看我们队伍和赛区的人，和我们交手以后就会发现，你们大错特错了。
哦，这如果推的话，推到你后破前线里面，直接变小了。刚说完呀，这边又抓到了一个。
那现在应该打不了了，这边Choice也直接被拍，应该就直接收掉了。
成败顺其自然，但求不留遗憾。
距离去年的捷杯已经过去很久了，我们也变得不一样，一切的坚持只为这一刻的不朽。
小南跟奈何桥两个人的奥义还差一点点，小南把花吃下去，奥义转好了，是 V2 连住 VS， 队友帮忙留一下。完了，没有操作空间了 ，S 要被直接拿下了，恭喜XGG拿下了本场比赛的不朽荣光。
这次的冠军是我们唯一的目标，我队还有这一届的武神。
I was defeated in last year's NBWC and doubted myself for a while, but I eventually picked myself up again. Those who are arrogant will fall, and those who are strong inside will rise.
Nice. Low. Viper's gonna die. Pixel.
I've failed here before, and I will get back up here again.
去年离捷杯的冠军宝座只有一步之遥，但现实就是差之毫厘，失之千里。用了1年的时间来锻造我们自己，现在是时候见真章了。这会是有史以来最精彩的比赛。
上场赛，但他们并没有选择吃虫，但是基地追击了 TM 啊，这是上场比赛的恩怨。这一个风直接带走了 Wolf U 的 Choice 选手，场边拿了一个2打3，动刀子，奥义也不想交了，没什么可交的。震刀罩子，谭旭杰，这有你的。谭旭杰可能是跟330学多了呀，直接一个震刀罩子拿下。
เราดีใจมากที่ได้ทำตามความฝันบนเวทีระดับโลก โดยปกติแล้วเราต้องการที่จะพัฒนาและก้าวหน้าต่อไป ตอนนี้ถึงเวลาที่จะเริ่มบทเรียนใหม่แล้ว พวกเราพร้อมที่จะสู้
大摆锤带走方布拉斯沙沟，这里交了一个 F1挑起来，但是并没有接续力，一个2.0的蓄力骗到阵，再一个1.0，但是这一波被洞悉了，帅锅差一点。
只有胜者才有权利决定赛场上什么是对的，什么是错的，以全新的面貌登上最大的世界舞台，赢到最后才是真正的赢家。
三神还在大胆的发挥，还想进行一波抓取，给自己队友创造一些机会，创造一线生机。
起身压到了，抓到了斯蒂沃克，又一波双抓，直接带走。
梦游大帝
，330，GG 的神。
冠军的甜头，我们还想再尝一次。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen from across the globe? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship Group Stage. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me, as always, is the lovely lady, my right-hand lady, God Moxie. Moxie, how you doing today?
I'm doing so good, Rune. I'm so looking forward to today. We got to see 2 days ago FPX just absolutely blister onto the scene, coming in with over 100 points on their first day and immediately pushing themselves into 6th position on the leaderboard. And Rune, they've still got one more day. Not only do we get to see FPX battle it out, we get to see them battle against GG, NBPL Season 2 winners. And I, for one, cannot wait to see that match go down.
Oh, absolutely. It is our last day of trios here in the group stages, and we're going to determine which 16 teams are going to go on to compete in the grand finals and represent their region here in the World Championship. And it's going to be a very heated day indeed, because I think this is the day everybody's been waiting for. Groups B and C going head to head here today. And like you said, Fun Plus Phoenix, running Group C, and Team GG are running Group B, as it were. the two teams that everybody came into here, the Worlds, with high expectations for, Fun Plus Phoenix being our second place finisher from our first ever World Championship, and of course Team GG just on an absolute tear through season 2. These are the two teams that everybody thinks stands the chance of walking away the overall champion here in the World Cup. That said, we've had a couple of teams come very alive on the scene with some of these massive changes coming through here. Of course, with the Zping nerfs, the Justina nerfs, and the Yodohime nerfs, as well as Realm of Yang coming forward, the entire meta moving much more faster than we're used to seeing as season 2 kind of slowed things down, and we have about faced pumped reverse, as you will, and started going into a much more hectic, heated competition here. As you take a look here, you guys know the score by now, but in case you don't, the first two teams to take first and second place are going to be walking away with that coveted 1.4 times kill multiplier. Remember, that multiplier only applies to their kill, not the ranking points. First place, though, gets 5 ranking points, which is 2 more ranking points than second or third, and those 2 points can be make or break it for some of these teams. As we take a look at the prize pool here, there's a lot of money on the line. A total of $1.1 million on the line for these teams. The first place champion walking away with $520,000. And don't forget, there's some extra money on the line here for these teams that walk away MVP. Every single game they get MVP, a team's going to be walking away with an extra $2,400. And then, of course, the season MVP, or rather the championship MVP, going to be making some extra money as well. As we take a look at the overall standings, we can see our bottom 8 teams now. VL from EU, unfortunately, has seen both of their days come and gone, and they are no longer in a position to be able to qualify for the grand finals. The same with Team Moore as well. Every other team down here, though, this will be their second day, so anything can happen in Naraka Blade Point. You can't count out a single one of these teams going forward. In the middle of the pack, we see a couple teams in some dangerous positions. VNGC, EWG, Wolves, and BBE, all in that most vulnerable of positions here towards the bottom of those 16s. Any of these teams could find themselves being knocked out and no longer standing a chance to go to the grand finals here in the World Championship. They have some work to put in today. Our top 4 in the middle of the pack, GD, ASE, BLD, and OUG, teams that have performed very well for themselves. BLD in the most precarious of situations, though, as they have played both of their days and are only sitting at 65 points. They could also find themselves heading to the bottom 8. As we take a look at our top 8 here, WBG, a team that specifically a lot of people thought were going to sputter out after season 2 and how they struggled to qualify for Worlds here. I'm going to say it right now. One of our lovely co-casters, Hiprain, has got some words to eat, as he said he didn't expect them to do anything here, and they have proven otherwise, sitting at the top of the leaderboard right now with 184.3 points. WBG doesn't get to compete today. Their 2 days are done, but I think they've already proven that they deserve to be here and move on to the final stages, Moxie.
Yeah, they've already proven it. However, FPX do get to play today, and because they're coming in with 102 points, all they actually need is 80 to be able to immediately leapfrog themselves into that #1 position. And what a statement that would be for FPX, right? This is a team that when we saw the roster, that they'd picked up the fact that they were able to actually pilfer VVV from J Team, which I think is honestly such a good pickup. But this team, VVV, is hands down, in my eyes, the best Viper in the world, and I am yet to see otherwise from the performance he's put on today, as well as the fact that we had TXJ coming in with an absolute insane Yoda game on their last game 2 days ago, where he comes in with 10 kills and 12 assists for the 22 kills that FPX were able to put together. That is literally him contributing to every single kill that FPX were able to put up.
Oh, absolutely. That 100% kill participation was something we were talking about a lot on stream. That's huge for any single team in trios. There's so many different scenarios where you're not able to get in and participate to some of these eliminations. And we typically see around the 60 to 70% kill participation coming out of these players here in the league. For him to come in with 100% kill participation was absolutely massive. It wasn't simply the other members on the team setting Yodo up to succeed. He was actually putting in a massive amount of work to make sure that his teammates could also succeed, and just a great game coming out from them in general. Speaking of which, taking a look here at Fun Plus Phoenix, and you mentioned VVV being one of the best Vipers here, if not the best Viper here in the World Championship, and it's very, very true. You look at J-Team and how they were able to dominate the World Cup last year, and it was off the back of innovative comps, right? They were the first team to start running the anti-Monk comp utilizing Viper, and it was on the back of VVV playing Viper. So there's no surprise that he comes in and plays a good, clean Viper here in this year's World Championship, regardless of which team that he's on. It's absolutely a massive pickup for Fun Plus Phoenix, and if their games the other day are any indicator of how they're going to do today, they are going to do extremely well. Now, as for the question of whether they're going to be able to overtake that first place position from WBG, it's going to be interesting to watch, because in their other day, they weren't competing against the likes of Team GG. And while both teams have set themselves up clearly to go ahead and move on to the grand finals, they're in a very comfortable position, and they'll see any way they could drop into the bottom 8 after their first day's performance. These two teams could find themselves stepping on each other's toes today and reducing the amount of points that we see coming from these two teams as they struggle to go head to head and try to prove which of them stands the best chance of being our world champions, Moxie.
Yeah, honestly, I have just my fingers crossed that we're going to get a Gate of Yang fight, where it's going to be FPX running that anti-Monk comp and GG running 3-3-0 on that Monk, and we just get to see a no-holds-barred, no third party, not having to worry about holding ultimates or abilities, fight straight out between both of these players, because my goodness, what a treat that would be, as we are going to see GG popping up on our screen. LXM, the previous MVP for the MVPL Season 2, without the spare. I mean, if I got that spare, I would literally be lugging it wherever I went. However, GG going to be having a lot of pedigree off of the back of that win coming in today. And I think it's actually really interesting that we're seeing, talking about things like the Monk comp, some of these teams are actually deviating away from that Temi. WBG in the first day of trios actually picked up an MVP win with a Kurumi rather than a Temi on that Monk again.
Well, it comes in as we get ready to lock in for our first game of the day here. It all comes down to that Realm of Yang, right? Temi not bringing a lot in terms of that Realm of Yang. The Monk comp shifting to pick up Tumulk because he made it so easy to secure those Morris blessings without the fear of those third parties coming through. When you go in to take that fight into the Realm of Yang, you don't have to worry about those third parties. You don't need Temi's ult to secure that Morris blessing. You just need to win the fight, in which case Kurumi really bringing a lot more to the table for these teams. As we take a look, Fun Plus Phoenix and GG both going to be running the Transformers comp, and here's the thing. We're going to see Fun Plus Phoenix running Kurumi, while GG going to be running Tumulk. And quite honestly, we've seen these two comps go head-to-head the last couple of days in the Realm of Yang, and the Kurumi comp has almost a 100% win rate in Realm of Yang versus the version of Monk comp that has Tumulk. So we're going to see if this decision pays off for GG, but I think if they end up in the Realm of Yang going head-to-head with Fun Plus Phoenix here, they're going to struggle because of these hero picks.
Yeah, absolutely. Kurumi is just so good at being able to enable that Monk to stay in that aggressive forward position. It does, however, mean if you're stuck in that tether form that you can't actually contribute to the fight. So the Kurumi is still a little bit more vulnerable as opposed to the Temi, who is able to defend himself. As we're going to have a look at the first game of the day and see where a couple of these players are dropping. A couple of teams trying to go for that bout towards Celestia. One team starting to veer towards Sunlings. However, this is the team that we're going to have our eye on immediately. FPX, TXJ on that Monk, LYD on that Yui. And as we pointed out, that Kurumi is probably going to be the difference maker to a lot of these teams, as Wolf U have have immediately dropped into Secret Tunnel. This is a place that's sort of really hotly contested for a lot of these teams because of those Fireflies coming on through. And especially when you have that Monk comp, you want to get that ultimate online as fast as possible to be able to have that in your back pocket if you are about to get third-partied, as we see OUG currently going toe-to-toe with GD, and they have actually been able to lock down a kill onto K. Wolves 14, however, still very close around, so they can't really fully commit to this fight because there is that chance of a third party. As Wolves come in and min through another member of GD, Wolves immediately starting to push on forward, trying to stagger lock SS on this Viper. Parry comes on through. Yodo F2 trying to buy themselves a little bit of space, but weight is falling extremely low, and we actually do see the Bell Clan come through just to try and allow them some spaces. Jin Yu comes in with an early Yodo ultimate and is able to find a kill onto Wolves 14 and gets immediately the parry onto One Feng.
Yeah, Zinyu coming in here absolutely massive as well. The double parry coming back out from Wolves. One Fang as they return the favor. OUG's SS going to pop the Viper ult in return, trying to use some of that damage reduction to buy them a little bit of space here. They're going to come in and pop that armor off of Wolves over to the side here. One Fang does go down, and Wolves finds themselves being sent back to the Soul Altar here as we turn to Team Orion, who struggled in their day one on the group stages here. The question is, will they be able to find themselves some points today after a 3.5 point first day? We're going to see Pooby go down here. Jin, very, very low, though, is Tryhard trying to cover for the rest of the team. They are going to be able to pick up Ace's Jin. Now, Tryhard still trying to buy a little bit of time for the rest of the team as Ace turns back in. Tryhard finds himself out of the ult, and we are going to see the Viper ult coming in from Alex. Pooby actually gets resurrected here, uses the transformation to buy himself time out of the stun, is able to pick up Alex from Ace, gets the double grab here. Pooby's gonna pick up Alex. Hazy is about to go down, and almost immediately in the first game of the day, Orion strings together more points than they did in all of day one.
Orion need to have a good day as well. They were at the very bottom of the leaderboard. They can still try and claw their way through, and already off to a brilliant start as we're going to move over to look at GG, who have already had to use that Yue Shen transform to be able to cover themselves. Wolf Yu also going to be a little bit further away. That Yodo has a bounty on her head and has to be very careful how she's operating, as GG are hunting after Purifio, just going for that hot swap onto the bow before trying to lock down this fight. But the Yodo F2 comes through, and he's actually pushed back because of it. There's the Temi ultimate trying to lock a couple of these members in place as the parry does connect. Purifio actually punted right into the middle of the ultimate as Wolf Yu able to use that Temi dome to be able to turn entirely onto GG. They're caught up. They're not able to tap dodge out of the strikes, and as a result, they go down.
Yeah, huge mistake here by GG's 330. He walks in, lets himself get silenced by the Viper F, right? And then immediately after getting knocked back to the safe side of the circle, they're not even looking at 330. 330 still silenced, walks up and lets them basically pick the elimination off of him while he doesn't have the bell or transformation, doesn't even take the time to take a heal here either. If 330 had just waited that F out a little bit longer, he had his ult available to him, he could have monked up, walked straight through that Temi ult and not given a care to the world and been able to cover for his team here. Honestly, huge mistake coming out of 330, not only for allowing himself to get silenced, but not waiting the silence out and using the opportunity to get his ult off here. Speaking of getting their ult off, OUG's SS coming in here with a massive Viper ult here onto Team SD. They're able to catch out multiple members with it, but not able to pressure and secure a kill. Xin Yu going to be picked up by Dumpling here. Dumpling going to come through and pick up yet another elimination, and all of OUG is going to fall to Team SD here. Dumpling putting in a huge work off the back of that Yueshan ult here, able to cover for his team while they get stunned by the Viper stun, able to buy them time, pick up multiple eliminations off of OUG and keep them from gaining any momentum in the fight.
It feels like that's definitely something that Yui has over Takeda as well in these comps, right? Just that zoning capability. to be able to cover for your teammates, either through a Viper stun or just trying to resurrect a teammate. As we see FPX's TXJ with that musket. They've spotted wolves in the distance, and they've got purple nunchucks. They're feeling pretty happy. The monk only does have blue armor, but that weapon is definitely going to enable those grabs to have so much oomph behind those punches. And with the ultimate about to come online, you can absolutely look for the engagement onto wolves as they're just trying to lock them down, get a little bit lower with those nunchucks before immediately coming into that monk transformation, close up the distance so that wolves aren't going to be able to try and zone away. But wolves actually going to be coming in with a transformation to counter TXJ. The problem for them is that FBX have already dropped a Bane's Breath, and now wolves are stuck in position. The grab does come through. 14's able to find one, doesn't find the double slam, so doesn't manage to pick up the kill. And as a result, he stays in the fight way too long. His teammates already going to be taken down around him, and 14 goes down. Xiao on this Temi has to just run away and play for his life at the moment, because you've just lost any coverage. That Bane's Breath made it so much harder for wolves to be able to try and turn around with that monk ult, because you're constantly trying to dash out from those lightning dashes, which means that you're not actually finding the time to look for those grabs. Instead, you're just trying to focus on keeping yourself alive.
Yeah, really, really well played there in general, right? Wolves was in a situation where the enemy team triple grabs in, including their monk. The monk goes ahead and pops their ult, knowing that their teammates in the middle of casting Bane's Breath, just to buy them a little bit of coverage so that wolves can't just slip away there. 14 forced to monk up in response and has no place to go while the rest of wolves tries to slip out of that Bane's Breath, and they're just not able to. We do see ZU get away, but unfortunately at the cost of both of their other members there, and it's going to cost wolves pretty heavily here in game one. And like I said earlier, wolves has a lot of work to put in today. They're sitting in 14th place right now. There's no level of comfort for wolves here. There's no guarantee that they will be in that top 16 to qualify for the grand finals. So wolves needs to find a way either back here in game one, or let this be their one and only bad game here today, as things are only going to escalate as all of these teams fighting as hard as they can to qualify for those grand finals. ESK going to find one of their members completely caught out here. VNGC just very quickly going to take advantage of this. ESK goes down a member here, and they are going to be forced to back off. Little interesting here. Yeeboy pretty separate from the other member of their team. Not quite sure why ESK is so spread out across the map here. It looks like they are maybe struggling to find some loot for themselves here, but never a good idea for teams to split up here in trios in the Pro League. You know, we talk about teams like Team TM, right, who's not competing today, but TM, anytime they watched even a single member of a team move out of position where they're separated away, able to lock that member down and instantaneously eliminated them. So seeing these teams split up like this, and not the smartest of decisions, as EWG here finds themselves engaged with Team NV. The Wu Chen from NV going to be throwing down some of those Fs to buy them a little bit of space. NV wanting to push forward into the zone here, but it looks like EWG getting ready to go head-to-head with YZG and Orion getting ready to go head-to-head with Bamboo Esports inside the realm of Yang. Pubi going to go immediately ult here, as we've seen before. This is exactly what he needs to be doing. He almost immediately off the rip gets the double grab. We are going to see one member from Orion getting grabbed out here. King, once again, waiting a little while to pop that ultimate. Luckily, off the back of Pubi being such a strong monk here, it's not really going to cost Orion like it did in the previous day, whereas King waited far too long to ult up and just gets grabbed out. This time, Pubi is the one who's able to get the double grab immediately onto Bamboo Esports, and it's going to cost Bamboo Esports huge, as Orion able to come through and pick up all of these eliminations. There's no way Ibin wins this 1v3, and sure enough, picks up their 6th elimination of the game, and they're going to be picking up one of these huge buffs as well, and some much needed gear. The purple armor onto Pubi, a massive upgrade for Team Orion here, as EWG still going head-to-head with YZG. It looks like their monks have both demonked here in this fight, and we have the Uashans going head-to-head. CXZ had held onto that oat a little bit longer, so Sanzi, in a situation where he's trying to buy his team some time here, is able to secure a kill onto QGG here with the musket. Absolutely massive for him. Zhao Yu goes down, and it is a 3v2, but they are going to lose one. Now it is a 1v2. Yiran extremely low though, and Zhao Liu going to need to buy some time for Euron to get a little bit of a reset here while trying to keep CXZ from getting too much of one. CXZ is going to be on the receiving end of this spear, doing a ton of damage, trying to hold on for dear life, isn't able to find anything, gets locked down into the stun from the spear, followed up by the dual blades, and EWG is going to be the victor of this Realm of Yang.
Was that another 100% win rate for Kurumi in the Realm of Yang? Because EWG were running Kurumi and they won, and Orion were running Kurumi and they won, and Max are running Kurumi as well, so they are going to be able to keep their monk in transformation for a little bit longer. Have to be very careful as this is in the middle towards that Temi ultimate. So we actually see the Tava come on through from Lulu and does get grabbed up because of trying to keep attached to that monk, as it is going to be the other team having to demonk first, so DC is going to be able to try and find another play to get this slam off. However, without that Kurumi, he's falling extremely low. He's gonna have to go for the transformation, and he doesn't have the bell clang or anything like a Yui ultimate to be able to cover from him. And as a result, BBE are immediately able to turn the fight around as we head on over to Orion, who off of the back of that Gate of Yang success are gonna immediately have a Million Birds fight and feel the amount of confidence to be able to take this fight against VGCNC. And we actually see Poopy taking a lot of damage from Roy, who has also monk ulted up to try to push Poopy back, is gonna go straight into that Kurumi ultimate. However, as Roy, he has to try and use the Temi to be ame to buy themselves cover, but that's gonna immediately abate, and it hasn't found the kills that the team are looking for, so they're already having to throw in try hard to use this Yue Shen ultimate to cover for Poopy. As in the offsides, we see YZG starting to look forward, wanting this opportunity to third party. They know that both monks are already going to be ulted up, and that's immediately going to allow them to come on through and punish. However, we actually see one team kept a hold of their Yui ultimate, expecting that third party to come on through. And as a result, it's not a clear-cut victory for YZG. They have to wait for this ultimate to be able to drop before they're going to be able to pick up that player. And the Leaf is trying to buy this Yui his life. However, he is very quickly going to be just absolutely swarmed by YZG. And that goes a little bit better for Orion than it does for VGNC, as Orion were running that Vermilion Bird's Might. If they left and lost, they would at least keep all of their loot and go for a little bit of a respawn area. As we have a look at some of these teams already down to 34 players run. This lobby is getting pretty aggressive pretty quickly.
Oh, absolutely. And that meta shift has changed things very drastically. This is typically the number of players we see going into zones 5 and 6, and we're just now starting to collapse on to zone 3. As we see topside here, Fun Plus Phoenix with ballistic control making short work of Team SD here, able to just punish those transformers out and put in absolute work. Dumpling, the only member left alive here for Team SD, forced to move into the zone deeper if he wants to survive and find a way to resurrect his teammates as well. He's a little short on cash at the moment, so he's gonna have to find a way to secure some of those Darktide coins or risk trying to secure one of those Morris blessings for himself here. As we turn back now our attention to YZG here, who's been able to pick up 3 eliminations for themselves. A bit of a slower game here for YZG, who typically has a very aggressive early game and then finds their feet in those final zones. But YZG, game 1 of the day here, playing it a little bit slower. No surprises coming out of this team, as this is kind of typically their MO. Games 1 or 2, they want to play a little bit.
Though. They've got Yang depletion.
Yeah, they need to find somebody here to get on to go ahead and get rid of that Yang depletion. But unfortunately, I think only one of their members have Yang depletion, because they picked up 2 of those eliminations earlier from VNGC. So one of those players might go down, but they can easily, if they stay out in the boonies where they're at, take all of the Darktide coins they have together, just buy the resurrection and let him pick the loot back up off his body, which is I think what they're planning to do, right? They're just playing that slow burn towards end game, and there's no reason for them to go take a fight if 2 of their members have already gotten rid of the Yang depletion and they have enough money to buy back the other one. OUG here off to a kind of rip-roaring start for the likes of OUG. They typically play very much towards the late game, and yeah, we're going to see here CXZ looks like they are going to go down, but if you look, both Zhao Toto and QGG have more than enough money to buy him back. So they look like they're heading towards the shop now so that they can go and buy that resurrection charm. We are going to see CXZ go down to the Yang depletion, as we see BBE and EWG looking to run it back here in the Realm of Yang.
Well, I know you're not a big fan of this. The Monk's actually ulting up on the pillar. EWG actually going to be opting to Monk up on that low ground, as immediately is going to be a Temi ultimate dropped on through. EWG's Yuan falling extremely low at the moment. Doesn't really have anything besides that Kurumi trying to keep themselves up. Has one player in the fist, is looking to try and find a second. Has to just settle for the solo grab, as they are now just trying to force onto the other team who were actually dropping out of that Monk ult a little bit earlier than Yuan, as we see that Yuasian ultimate try and cover the Monk's G transformation. Yuan trying to bait out that counter, using the bell to be able to punish being stuck in that parry animation if he misread. Is BBE going to actually lose their Monk at the moment? Snack and the Temi ult falling extremely low, as Snack still in that transformation, might just have to use that spear to keep themselves up a little bit longer. But the second that they're not able to lock one of these players down and the ultimate drops, they should be dropped alongside it. As Yuan looking to try and follow up that kill, Snack trying to swap into that Katana to get just a little bit of a faster hit off of the spear stagger, not able to find the win that they were looking for. As it is going to be EWG. Again, Kurumi retains a 100% win rate in the Gates of Yang in this transformation comp.
Like, stats don't lie, right? Every single time we've seen this comp, Kurumi comes out on top, and there's a reason for it. Temi just doesn't bring anything to the realm of Yang. We've seen time and time again these Transformer comps use that Tumulk to secure more blessings and block off the threat of those third parties as massive groups come in to try to contest those. When you're in the realm of Yang, you do not have to worry about this. If you're going into another Transformers comp, Temi's ult is completely useless against two of those Transformers. Both the Monk and Yuashan completely ignore it, and Kurumi basically can as well, because if she's tethered to the Monk, she can just teleport through the wall and not have to worry about it to get to the Monk when he needs healing and they need to drop that ultimate. And it's not like when you're outside of the realm of Yang, where if Kurumi drops their ult and the Monk stands in it, the other team can just run away. In Realm of Yang, you don't have that luxury. You have to fight the Monk while they're standing in Kurumi ultimate. There's not really anything you can do about it. If you try to move towards the backside of a pillar, you're just buying time for the other team to get heals off that you're never going to get because they're never going to let you.
My heart, by the way, goes out to VNGC. Roy had just rezzed Simpson, and he unfortunately gets found out by a team straight off of the drop from Soul Altar, and because you don't have the loot available, he goes down almost instantly. So all of— oh no! We almost got a water wheel kill! BBE fall exceptionally low to the water wheel, are able to actually try to push right up into Canyon, and will be able to climb up the cliff face. So once again, rest on the rooftops in Solastra, but my goodness, how close they came to going down to that. And BBE also were another team that took a loss in one of those gates, so that's the reason why they're so aggressive at the moment. They need to take a fight. They have been able to find GG, so they are currently taking a fight. The problem is GG are very well equipped. LXM going to actually go down before 330 can manage to use that transformation to create enough cover to look for that refresh reset, as it is going to be a 330 immediately going to be able to pick one member of BBE up, goes for that solo slam. 1-8NN going extremely low as well on that Monk, but 330 gets knocked by the other TN outside of the zone and goes down to tick damage.
Yeah, absolutely massive pickup here for BBE. Not only knocking out one of the lead competitors here, Snack also with the ult, able to counteract this third party as Aces look to push into that third party, knowing that BBE is low, not realizing that Yuashan still has their ultimate here, and they do not want to fight out Yuashan here in the edge of the zone, because Snack can just stall this fight while he's got this ultimate, especially with the rest of his team up here. BBE, though, taking a lot of depletion here from the zone tick and being forced to try to heal up to get back in. OUG also showing up for the third party onto ASE here. Aisley going extremely low. We're going to see the ult come out from Alex to try to buy them enough time here. And it looks like Alex actually is going to be able to at least lock down SS and pick up another elimination. But the rest of OUG waiting in the wings. Hazley goes down. Alex at least picks up one more point for their team before they get eliminated.
OUG, off of winning that fight as well, will be able to res SS on that Viper. and can I try and loot some of those bodies. They have to be pretty careful though, because looting those bodies for too long is going to take a lot of corruption damage and also burn through some of their resources really quickly. And one thing we've seen a lot of teams do is just hang around the edges of that circle, waiting to see if they can pick stragglers out, because chances are if you're running from that zone, you've just come out of a fight, you've just exhausted all of your ultimates and abilities, and that means you're going to be easy pickings. And that's exactly what a lot of these teams are going to be looking for right now. They know that kills matter, but they really don't want to risk having to fully commit into these fights, especially if you're running that monk. If you just dump all of your ultimates in one fight, and you get third-partied by someone who's still holding on either to a Viper ultimate or a Yoda ultimate, or even a transformation of their own, it's very quickly that you're going to be able to become overrun, as we see FPX and EWG not actually coming to solid blows, but just dancing around each other's positioning. At the moment, swapping over to those ranged weapons, wanting to have just a little bit more control over the Morris Blessing that's about to spawn. As EWG are looking pretty set in terms of weaponry, but they still need to get Sansi purple armor, as it is going to be scaled towards that transformation, and I would be very surprised if we actually just see them using that Kurumi and that Teva to keep the monk up to be able to try to open up this Morris Blessing. However, a Bane's Breath gets dropped on the very middle of it, as EWG will be able to pick through the box and get that legendary armor. They have to be very quick and careful, as whoever dropped that Bane's Breath is no doubt wanting to try and find themselves that Morris Blessing. However, EWG will be able to pick it up. Yiran getting that golden armor puts them into ballista tower range, rather, as the repeating crossbow comes on through. Orion from a very far distance, just swapping to those ranged weapons and trying to pelt the monk from afar, as VNGC just Roy He has been able to go for that transformation. However, he's run into the counter monk comp, and he has to be very careful that he doesn't just get locked down. They're not even using ultimates to be able to just burst through his health. That's how confident they are. And as a result, NV are going to get absolutely
Moxie here, losing her voice here. Her mic gonna peak at the excitement here of this replay as Roy Hee once again winning the 1v3 here onto Team NV. NV just absolutely underestimating Roy Hee and his ability on the monk there. You know, they played with fire a little bit there. You know better than to stand under a monk when they're transformed. It's so easy for them to just come in and get a quick grab at their feet. And they were just like, oh, we have the damage. We can just go ahead and punish this out. Yeah, mistakes absolutely made here by Team NV. They could have just backed off and peppered him, waited for the ult to come down and come in and killed it clean. But they get a little greedy thinking they can go ahead and kill him before he can make something happen. And he ends up with multiple double grabs and the regrabs and is able to clean that fight up. And you know, Roy He's not somebody you want to mess with. He has proven time and time again, if anybody's going to make these 1v3 happen, it is going to be the likes of Roy He. As we take a look here at ESK trying to set up for these final zones, as Zone 4 is collapsing onto Zone 5. We have 26 players left alive. Many of these teams actually able to get some of those Soul Bloom essences they needed coming out of the Realm of Yang with that depletion debuff on them. We typically see less players left alive here, but a little flipped on the script as we take a look at a replay here as BBE coming in on the likes of Max earlier. And this was absolutely brutal for Max Club. They just get caught out here, and there's not a whole lot they can do. And, you know, BBE here with the Tumulk, we talk about these two versions of the comp, the Tumulk versus the Kurumi one, and Kurumi absolutely wins this comp fights inside of the Realm of Yang. But outside the Realm of Yang, it's actually the Tumulk version of the comp that is stronger, because Temi actually buy your team space. You can allow your team to slip away and create distance and burn those ultimates out of the other team before popping your own ultimate, something he does not facilitate inside the Realm of Yang. So it's very interesting. If you're running that Kurumi, you're very much running it for the opportunity to take advantage of the Realm of Yang. Team Orion here actually picking up an elimination onto ESK, and I do believe sending ESK out of this lobby. A huge game for Orion right now with 8 eliminations. But we got to talk about it. Team BBE already with a 20 bomb.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say, Aaron. They're coming in with 20 kills already, 10 of them by that monk, by the way, and there are 22 players left. What's the record for the amount of kills picked up in one game in trios? Because BBE might actually just blitz right through, and this is really interesting. BBE have suffered in the gates of Yang. They haven't been able to win those fights, but they've been able to win the fights outside of them, as we're now going to be seeing BBE going toe-to-toe with EWG, Monk versus Yiran, but they have to be very careful if Flamma is coming on out for EWG. And we actually see Snack very, very close to Yiran, and unfortunately, Rathan for BBE gets picked up, sniped out by Yiran's hands, and then just held in position for Sanzi's Flamer to absolutely blitz the health. And this is actually something that we saw coming through 2 days ago. Teams who were coming with like 12 kills wouldn't play for positioning when we headed into those ladder zones, and as a result would be caught out losing members a little bit too early on, as BBE not really going to want to lose that position on top of the leaderboard before that kill multiplier is going to allow themselves to really nab a couple of nice large points, as Orion's Pubi with that Karumi Teva looking to try to grab a couple of those players is currently being countered by the Wuchen Soulblade blocks. As we actually see on the other side TXJ, it's a sort of TN sandwich at the moment. No matter which area of the zone you're trying to run into, you have to tap dodge out from those fists, as Pubi is actually able to grab LYD for FPX, and as a result goes down extremely deeply. We see the Wuchen TP just to try and get one team out of dodge so they don't have to cross into the no man's land between all of these monks and risk getting grabbed out, as YZG now with a transformation sequence of their own gonna be able to narrow down the members of OUG, dropping Wade to the ground off of another grab from the monk.
Yeah, they also pick up BBE's Ibin as well, eliminating Ibin from the run here as they go out in 9th place with 20 eliminations. It's going to be a 23 game score for the likes of BBE, and it's absolutely a massive game score. But this is what BBE has done this entire time here in Worlds. They have these big, explosive early games and go out in the middle of the pack. This is the best game they've had thus far, but once again, they find themselves going out in the middle of the pack, and a little bit has to do with their positioning, right? We see, of course, one of their members get grabbed up by YZG earlier, and they try to push in with the monk. If the monk separates into one side, we see their Yueshan pop their ult a little bit late, and then tries to position in to save a team member that's already dead. I can't help but feel like maybe there's a breakdown in comms between BBE here, as we've seen it time and time again, where they'll push in trying to save a member of their team that's actually already eliminated.
Another double grab. He's still alone, by the way. He still hasn't been able to get his teammates back, but he's on 6 kills and counting at the moment, as FPX actually forced to drop in that monk transformation just to try and buy themselves a little bit of space. However, Roy again finds a double grab and actually slams one onto a member of SD's Karumi immediately outside of that zone. And we actually see Roy still with his life, gets hit by Poison Splash, has to be very careful, tries to jump on top, uses that Bell Clang to be able to keep himself in this verticality, as YZG with this monk transformation going to immediately put themselves to be that vulnerable target, having that ultimate already being invested. So Roy is still going to be alive, throws all of that attention on him straight onto members of YZG, and as a result Xiao Toto might actually go down, as Pubi now with a transformation of his own trying to keep up this pressure on the high ground. Has to be pretty careful, he only has a blue weapon at the moment, as VVV using that Karumi Tether to probably try to tether onto one of those Kens outside of the zone. TXJ using that monk transformation to cover to allow that revive to occur, as Pubi going extremely low is going to be able to grapple straight back up to the high ground, as FPX definitely going to be feeling pretty happy with all 3 of their members now alive and well, as YZG missing that monk, going to be losing this transformation from their Yui very shortly as well, immediately going to become that center of focus. Roy still alive, by the way, do not count VNGC out at all if he's able to come in with another monk transformation. However, his safe spot has been found, and in the meantime it is EWG's Yiran getting that transformation off, but here's Roy coming in once again. He's found himself off. Another transformation, already going to be half health though, having to parkour away from that corruption tick. He's looking for the grab. He hasn't been able to find one, and FPX's TXJ is actually going to ultimate immediately up onto his head as Roy's able to find one player, but not able to get the grab off in time. The ultimate goes down, and he's immediately going to go down to that corruption tick. FPX surely going to be able to hold YZG above their heads, get the slam, and pick up that last player standing. However, are they going to be the MVP? Because it's definitely going to be pretty close.
I think it actually comes down to Team BBE. I think BBE just has enough eliminations here. Yeah, this is the best game we've seen out of Bamboo Esports the entire time, even though they still go out in the middle of the pack. Bamboo Esports clearly has the aggression to make that early and middle game work, but they need to work on their coordination. They need to work on that communication so that they can take these points to the late game. There's so many games where they've had 12 eliminations before Zone 2. And we're not able to take them to late game. This team needs to learn when to slow down. You've put in the work, you've got the eliminations, take it to the end, make it count for something. They are able to, off the back of just a massive game this time, to make something happen where they walk out in the MVP, but it's very rare that we see somebody go out in 9th place and walk away the MVP. So Bamboo Esports, still a lot of work to put in, a much better game coming out of them. Fun Plus Phoenix having a very good game as well. Roy Hee from BNGC, absolutely massive game for him. He put that team on his back here in our first game of the day. And Team Orion coming in and having a much better start to day number 2.
Yeah, I tell you what, Roy put that team on his back, and he put a couple of teams into the ground as well. Like, we want to talk about sort of miscommunication and also probably getting a little bit overconfident, because I think BBE does have that sort of problem as well, right? They come in with 20 kills and they think they're just invincible. We see them openly challenging YZG before the Monk transformation dropped. If they just bided their time and punished that transformation from the Monk coming out, they might have been able to knock YZG down and claim that positioning for themselves. However, they think it's okay, we're going to be able to peek this, and immediately one of their players gets grabbed and goes down immediately so deeply inside enemy territory that you're just not going to have the space to be able to revive them. And we were seeing a couple of teams like that, seeing things like the Monk composition and thinking, well, we don't really need to throw in resources, because I don't know whether teams have gone just like complacent with the fact that Temi came through and replaced Karumi, so they're used to just being able to burst that Monk down with only repeating crossbows alone. However, it's having a serious knock-on effect to some of the positioning that these teams have when facing this composition.
Oh, absolutely. And you kind of hit the nail on the head, right? Karumi Monk composition and Tumult composition, you have to engage entirely differently, right? Whereas before, you know, the repeating crossbows being blocked by Temiol, you burn the Temiol and then you're able to lock the Monk out and just go ahead and hit them with that range damage. He's got no way to recover that damage. Whereas now the Monk can kind of, when you have that Karumi, he can be a body block for the team. He can put himself out there, and Karumi, as long as they remain tethered, can cover that, right? She can right click, she can expend the tether to quickly heal him if he finds himself in a low situation. She can teleport to the Monk, she can then drop the support on the ground and also fight players at his feet while healing him with that ultimate as well, buying Karumi multiple ways to cover the Monk. And a lot of these teams seem to have forgotten how to engage with these Karumi Monk compositions, like you said. But it is BBE who comes out on top, even though they go out ninth, just because 20 eliminations is such a huge hill to climb. YZG and VNGC going to be taking second and third place each as we take a look. 18.4 and a 17.3 game score. Fun Plus Phoenix coming out with 7 eliminations, but holding on to that first place finish means they get a 14.8 game score. And Orion with 10 eliminations, 12 kill points from the multiplier and 1 ranking point, going to be walking away in game 1 with 13 points. That's 10 points more in a single game than they picked up on their first day together. And Orion looking much, much more clean today. The coordination there, the ult timings there, and the way that they're engaging teams much, much smarter. We saw on day 1, King kind of struggling, being the player who gets caught out every single time they find themselves in a bad situation. And we see today that they've kind of put a leash back onto King, and King has not been in a position where he's able to get caught out, and it served Orion much better in this first game. As we take a look here, Bamboo Esports are MVP for this game, and it looks like it might come down to Ivan, our monk here, with 10 eliminations and 24,000 damage, who might be our overall MVP here for Bamboo Esports. And, you know, interestingly enough, this team losing almost all of their Realms of Yang because they were running the Tumult comp into the Kurumi version of the comp here, but Bamboo Esports able to clean up the fights outside of the Realm of Yang with the advantage that Temi was able to buy them. And here we see BBE's Ivan with their first MVP here in the World Championship, 24,000 damage, 10 kills, 8 assists, and a ton of good soul jades here. Thunderstorm, Advanced Heal, Slow Shot, Soothing Boon, Bounce Shell, and Katana Sap. And look at this, 11,000, almost 12,000 of that damage coming in purely from the Monk's transformation.
But that's the thing for BBE, right? All of their members post above 20k damage, but honestly, like, the thing that tilts me the most about this team in terms of their positioning in mid zone is the stat of kills before rebirth. Ivan alone comes in with 7 kills before rebirth. If you're coming in with 7 kills before we even see rebuffs go away, why don't you play for Final Zone? You were coming in with 20 kills. Imagine what that multiplier, if you were the last team standing, could have done to your points. You would have rocketed up the scoreboards.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's no question of it. And that's the thing, is like, you're also playing Transformers comp. You are playing a late game pop-off heavy comp, right? You're running Temi so that you can secure the mid game much better. You're not doing well in the Realms of Yang, but you're doing well coming out. They were able to fight back the depletion debuff not once, but twice this game and pick up some off of it. You have to position better and play better, but Bamboo Esports doing good enough to make it happen this time. We're going to throw things over to Leah, though, for a quick interview before we come back and lock in for game number 2.
Ngày hôm nay thì em có thể chào viewer được không?
Chào mọi người ạ. Em là Ibin và đang đi đấu cho Bamboo ạ.
So hello everyone, I am Ibin and playing for Bamboo Esports.
好的，非常欢迎我们的矮病选手来到我们的采访席。那第一个问题是，其实我们都知道这次是矮病选手的一个回归，然后我们也一直在说他是这个队伍的主力。那就想知道这次回归到我们的赛场上，现在心情怎么样？觉得今天的游戏打下来感受怎么样呢 ？So the first question will be like, you know, everybody said you are the main power of your team, and we are all looking forward to your return. So this time you're back to the stage. How do you feel about today's game?
Mọi người đều đánh giá em là chủ lực của đội và hôm nay em đã có thể quay trở lại đội với đội hình chính, thì hiện tại em đang cảm thấy như thế nào?
Dạ, tại ngày đầu đồng đội em đánh rất là tốt nên nghĩ hôm nay em đi đấu thì rất là thoải mái ạ. Em đánh hết sức mình.
So when I back to the main roster, I feel very comfortable because my teammates have a wonderful day one already. So I just try my best and keep fighting.
其实这次回归到这个比赛，我觉得打起来是非常舒服的，因为在前一天的比赛，我的队友已经拿了非常不错的成绩，所以今天呢，我打算是尽我最大的所能拿到更好的成绩给我的队伍。Okay, so the next question will be like, we all see that in this game, your team have a really high kills in the game. It's about like 20 kills, but we all see that it's a tough game because your team have 2 times Yang depletion. So, how did you like get through of them? 那这个问题是关于那这把的2把阳虚是队伍如何处理的呢？
Trong trận đấu ngày hôm nay thì team em đã có rất nhiều kill, cụ thể là 20 kill, nhưng mà bọn em đã thua đến 2 lần trong cổng, thì tại sao mà bọn em có thể vượt qua cái lúc mà em thua ở trong cổng như vậy, và động lực nào khiến em chiến đấu bền bỉ như vậy?
Dạ, một phần là do may mắn, còn thứ hai là do tụi em kiểu nhìn map tốt và biết người ở đâu để có thể ăn hồn và hồi sinh nè.
Yeah, so we got many kills because we are luckier than other, I think so. And then because we can check the map and scan the map, we know where his team is fighting, and we keep hunting them for the soul, for clear the Yang state.
好的，那其实我觉得这一把比赛我们是非常幸运的，所以能够得到非常高的击败。而且我们在阳虚的时间会一直去检查地图，然后去看到哪里正在进行打斗，然后呢再去进行一个狩猎，最终拿到这个击败分，然后度过阳虚。好的，那也是非常感谢我们矮病选手的采访。So thank you for your interview and hope you can get better points in the following games. And bye bye. That's all for the interview.
Leah, thank you so much for a wonderful interview yet again. Bamboo Esports there, giving us a little bit of insight to their gameplay there. Me and Moxie also, of course, during our little break there discussing Bamboo Esports, and they're still struggling with the same problem. They walk away here, the MVP this time, but they need to not pat themselves on the back here. They made some huge critical errors, and they're making the same errors that they made day one when they were playing, where they put together these huge kill games and they aren't able to take it to the final game. And especially when you're playing Transformers comp, you're playing a comp that's looking to pop off in the final circle. That's where this comp excels. So for you to have such a good early to mid game and to crumble once there's multiple teams around, it's like they know how to engage and take the fights team to team, but they don't know how to fight when there's so many teams left in these final circles. But we're going to come back for game number 2 here after a short break and find out if Bamboo Esports is able to come back in and secure another MVP and clear up the issues they seem to be having.
Luxury of getting a reshield is surely about to go down as Spider has been able to find himself a flamer. He's in the middle of the safety. Everyone else around him is about to go down to Zotic. Quanplay's able to find 1 kill before he goes through, but Spider might just be MVP 4 times in a row. He's gonna be there to finally get his championship title as Spider has been able to take the win.
前八。
狼。
小伟呢？
狼，然后基地吧。
也是最希望狼队进了。
我比较希望狼队进吧。
不要把自己信心打没了，我们现在有点没信心。吃一把鸡，我们就
吃把鸡就有了，没事。
一个鸡，我们这把还有15个人呢。
无敌的这位置，这把人机啊！
对，这把人机。
谁下来打谁？谁下来打谁？谁下来打谁？谁下来打谁？
下来一个大佛，
不刀，我死了。
杀一个，杀一个，
杀一个。这边到了。
我杀一个，杀一个，杀2个。
排名，你这保排名，好吧？
我被抓走了，我被抓走了。
我变了，我变了，我变了。
一定要保住。
我往我这打好了。打这个5天也行，我把你逼了。我抓了，好，好插。我回到他了，死了。
好杀，好杀。
自欢。逼到了，逼到了，好了。
小心还有个天的，抓，好抓。 我要变小了，我变小了，帮我一下这个。再跑，别急，
让我吃个大出来，等会儿。
报告，夺火，好正，不急，我还有大。OK，
我要抢这个花，我抢到花了，
死了，
给我吃，我有大。
你吃，
他血没你多。nice。哇！等我结束。哇！真的想哭，
没想到我们会打得这么艰难，说实话。
我们刚刚收到消息，狼队总分来到了104.9。
已经及格了。
我们刚刚说及格线是多少
？100。
我们猜测100，但是导播给的是
94.9。
Well, the action certainly isn't slowing down here at the Naraka Blade Point World Championship Trio's last day of the group stages rune. But unfortunately, we kind of hope some of these teams do slow down a little bit. Just a teensy bit, right? Just put the brakes on for a little bit of time mid-game. And actually, this is something that you and I were talking about in between the break, that we would really love to see these Monk teams, because we're seeing a split between the Kurumi and the Temi compositions come through. That teams with a Temi opt for the Morris Blessing controls, because that's what your ultimate is literally designed for, to stop the third partying so that you can pick those up. And for teams with the Kurumi, just going to the gates of Yang, because we're seeing when the Kurumi and the Temi goes toe-to-toe, the Kurumi 100% of the time, that this isn't like 25% of the time, this isn't like a coin flip, no, 100% of the time comes out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's a question for you. How many kills did BBE claim in game number 1? This is an easy one, guys. Me and Moxie both brought it up in the middle of the game. So if you were watching, is it A17, B18, C19, or D20? Make sure you get your answers in chat. And make sure you watch your Whisper Box, because one of you is going to be selected at random to win one of these Lotus Treasures. I'm going to tell you right now, both me and Moxie still hunting down some of the cosmetics from these Lotus Treasures. There's some goodies inside these you guys don't want to miss out on.
You especially. You have just had the worst luck with your extreme on Lotus Treasure.
Look, we don't want to talk about it. We don't talk about it. What we will talk about is the exact point you made, talking about these two different comps. Like you said, Kurumi has a 100% win rate inside the realm of Yang. If you're running Temi, there's no reason to go contest those. And if you do want to contest those, you should be running Kurumi. There's no reason not to, after seeing the statistics over the last couple days, for you to be taking Temi inside those realms of Yang. If you're running the Temi version of the comp, be aggressive in the middle to early game, take the gear to late game that you're able to secure from those Morris Blessings. And we've seen it time and time again. It works. BBE has showed us that they can be aggressive in the middle to early game outside of the realm of Yang, put together a huge number of kills, and then just take it to the late game. It's what these teams should be doing. And I don't understand why these teams are running Temi if they intend to go contest the realms of Yang. It just doesn't make any sense, seeing how much it's literally 100%. It's not 90%. It's not 75%. It's a 100% win rate for the Kurumi version of the comp versus the Tumulk version of the comp. It just doesn't make sense to take a Tumulk version of it into the realm of Yang, knowing that you're likely going to go head to head with a Kurumi version of the comp. Even if there's only one other version of the comp in the lobby who's running that Kurumi, you run a risk of going into it, especially because if I'm running the Kurumi comp, that's my thought process, is that I want to contest every single realm of Yang because I have the higher percent chance of coming out on top. It's very rarely we get to see this level of statistic where it's just like, hey, this 100% wins against this. The only other time we've seen it in competitive play is when we look at something like nunchucks into dagger or nunchucks into katana, where we have those percentages where it's like sitting around 80 to 90%, where, you know, the nunchucks win over dagger, but dagger wins over katana, and vice versa. A little bit of that rock, paper, scissors going on there. But this is specifically comp. This is something you should be sitting down and talking with your coach about and being like, hey, if we're running Karumi, we need to prioritize Realm of Yang. If we're running Tumulk, we don't need to go in there at all. We can't risk running into the other version of this comp that has a 100% win rate. And it's good to be cocky and be like, hey, we can still win that fight off skill alone. But statistics just don't lie. They really don't. And we've got a short video for you guys before we come back and lock in for game number 2 and see if that statistic holds true.
Hôm qua thì em cảm thấy đồng đội em rất là tốt, nhưng mà dù được nhiều kill nhưng mà không có điểm hạn, thì em tin là vào ngày mai thì có em mà đồng đội sẽ đánh vào cuối bo và được nhiều điểm hơn ạ. Dạ, tại vì trước khi đó em đã xác định là ngày đầu em không thể đánh được, và em đặt hết lòng tin vào đồng đội, và đồng đội em đánh rất là tốt ạ. Team tôi sẽ cải thiện được khả năng đi bo và combat hơn, và sẽ dụng hợp lý hơn, và ưa chuộng vào đánh về late và được nhiều kill ạ.
BBE's Ivan talking about how they are only been playing at about 80% of their team strength, that they can secure more kills and make it to those final circles. And they certainly have proven they can secure more kills. The problem is they definitely have not been able to make it to those final circles. As we take a look here at our team comps moving forward, Fun Plus Phoenix here running the version of Transformers here with Takeda. I absolutely love this particular version of the comp, especially inside Realm of Yang. Takeda actually brings a lot to this particular comp. I'm not super happy seeing Fun Plus Phoenix run the Temi here if they want to go contest those Realms of Yang, but certainly love seeing the Takeda come into the comp. I think he fits very well. He buys a lot of hit stun and locks down players with his own ultimate to make it much, much easier for the Monk to get those grabs off as well. He just kind of brings a lot to the comp in general, and it buys you Yuashan to be able to use in another comp so that you can maintain those hero points that these teams need to be keeping in the back of their head while they're playing. As we take a look here, we're going to see a lot of teams heading up towards Imperial on the very top side of the map. Wolves, NV, VNGC, YZG, all looking to get aggressive towards the top side. A couple of these teams just to the north of oh my God, I can't, my Plumed, thank you, Plumed Castle. And many of the other teams just kind of in the southeast side of the map looking to pick up some of those scraps in none of those non-gold zones. As is tradition, we're going to kick things off here with the winners from last match, which is going to be BBE. And again, they do win, but at what cost? Because they couldn't take those kills to the final zone here. Team GD coming forward here. K gonna miss time a parry. Not gonna miss time a parry on the return though, as Don Quing's able to land it. And BBE off the rip here, gonna find themselves being sent back to the Soul Altars. So BBE not going to have that resurrection available to them, and unfortunately for them, no kills before resurrection here. Turning now to Team GG going head-to-head with EWG. LXM going to be lost here as it's Sanzi trying to lock down this comp with no weapons to their name here. GG going to easily be able to clean up this 2v1 into Sanzi, who's holding on to no weapons. Now to VNGC going head-to-head with Team Wolves here. VNGC quite literally being carried by Roy Hehe right now. Roy picking up literally 80 to 90% of their eliminations in the last match solo by himself. The rest of VNGC needing to find a way to back up Roy here. Unfortunately, we are seeing many, there we go, VNGC going to lose Fat Milk, caught out here by all the members of Wolves. Simpson going to go down. Now it's Wolves versus Roy, and Roy going to be an easy target for Team Wolves. And this is something I've got to give Wolves. Wolves never underestimates another team, regardless of how many players they have left alive. We see here all three of them push on to Roy. They know he doesn't have that ultimate yet because it's the early game, and they want to eliminate him as soon as possible to keep him from being able to do it. Roy keeps the movement going and is the last one left alive because he is trying to find that situation where he can get that 1v3, but he's not able to find the ultimate because all of Wolves able to dog him down really quick. Turning your attention now to Fun Plus Phoenix.
I'm a big fan of this. We actually see again FPX dropping a very early Bane's Breath and XCG is that in the lobby room, I wonder if that's the sort of runoff impact of them knowing that one of that team's strategy is very early on just trying to buy any type of Bane's Breath and drop it down to secure an engagement without a third party. FPX, by dropping a Bane's Breath, guarantee that XCG can't drop one at the same time. As we are going to see Max Club's FPX's TXJ and Monk off going up against Lulu into that Bane's Breath. Lulu taking so much damage from it, as it is going to be FPX without LYD to be able to try and cover TXJ. He's trying to run away. VVV has been able to distance himself, so he's not going to get grabbed out by Lulu. However, Max Club dropped a Bane's Breath of their own after FPX's ran out, and as a result, TXJ was forced to try to reposition away, and because you'd already lost one of your members, you survive your Monk ult, but you don't survive dropping out of it. And now Max Club know that one of those members of FPX got away successfully. They're going to try to hunt him down. VVV, thankfully, with that purple longsword and Takeda ultimate already built up, might be able to keep himself on the run long enough to be able to regroup with his teammates, as ESK, your boy, is trying to use this Yoda ultimate to push onto Na'Vi. Envy going to take a lot of damage. They haven't really been able to find themselves great loot either at the moment, as your boy tries to bait out that parry, isn't actually going to get 1-2-3'd into, drops down with that Yodo F3, and immediately the Greatsword pushes onto one of those isolated members, will be able to find a kill, and off of the spacing created by another of their teammates, will be able to pick up a second very shortly after.
Yeah, smart plays here by ESK as they have one of them move up to the ballista, and they just use those grapples to hold one of those members down in place, and there's not a whole lot they can do about it. We turn now to VNGC here, and they no longer have their resurrections. They can't afford to lose this fight, neither can BBE, as they've also lost their resurrection. BBE, Ivan going to get the ult off. Unfortunately, Roy Hehe not going to be able to get the slam here, as BBE starts to take control of this fight. Simpson taking a ton of damage. The re-grab coming out from Ivan, that's going to be it now, as BBE has the 3-2 advantage here. Roy Hehe taking some huge damage as he shoved off the rock here. Going to be able to get one grab here off of Rathan, but BBE here playing this very smart. They've distanced themselves as they see the third party come in. They've made it so that one of their other members isn't within grab range, so that they can't be grabbed onto here. But Wolves going to turn their attention straight to BBE. They've decided not to pursue the stragglers from BNGC, as they want to potentially go for the full team kill here onto BBE. There's 3 eliminations here for them to hunt down, and it looks like Ivan is going to be the one who gets caught out and leaves BBE with only a single member, or sorry, 2 members left alive, and VNGC with the free ability to come back in and pick up both of their members here. This is huge, as Roy and Simpson get picked back up for VNGC. Turning now to Team Orion, one of our NA teams who did much better in their game 1 today here in day 2. A team that has clearly identified some of the issues that they've been having. Aces Hizzy here, though, able to catch a huge charge right click onto Orion's King. King, of course, being the member we talked about earlier, who struggles with being caught out here on Team Orion, and once again is going to find themselves being caught out. But Orion able to return that favor onto HZ, and before he can get the Monk ult off, both Pooby and Tryhard able to work together to pick up that elimination. Now Orion, though, in a bit of a pickle here, is Team SD just above. Dumpling somehow didn't see them down below, but the rest of SD does, and now it is a 3v3, and Dumpling in a very strong position here with a Viper ult. There's no place for Orion to go, as we are going to see SD come in and start to pick up these eliminations. While we're watching this fight break out, though, it looks like Team Wolves able to clean up all of Bamboo Esports. Orion with just King left alive at the moment. Pooby does have a resurrection to their name, holding on to that to see what's going to go on. It looks like both Pooby and Tryhard are going to go ahead and head back to the Soul Altar, as we see King absolutely start to blitz through the remaining members of SD, but it doesn't look like he's got enough gas left in the tank on that ultimate to be able to pick up an elimination, trying to threaten that space with the longsword charge, but both of the members going to back off and get into the ability to parry. They do pick up Way Forever, but the members of Orion are going to go down as SD picks up all 3 of them.
You could see as well Orion just waiting to see whether or not it was worth just immediately rushing at that Soul Altar and trying to push right back onto that team. However, the revive comes through on time, and because they know that they're not really going to have the best loot and ultimates, they really don't want to take that fight super quickly, knowing that they're out of those rebuffs, and if they make the wrong decision, they're out of the lobby. So honestly, I think it's a wise choice. As we are now going to see effects starting to come into play. We've got a Ghostly Mist heading over towards the northeast. We've got a couple of Morris Blessings coming online. More importantly, we've got a couple of gates of Yang about to break on out. And there are a couple of teams running the Kurumi. I believe there are 2 teams running the Kurumi in that Transformers comp. Everyone else sticking with that Temi. And I mean, you definitely want to see them go for those Morris Blessings. You don't want to see those Temis trying to take control. As we pointed out so many times, you find so much more impact with that Temi ultimate, controlling the Morris Blessings and guaranteeing you're not going to get third-partied. Why use an ultimate for an effect that is literally countering the opportunity to get third-partied in its just DNA? As we see a Rift Dealer currently being scrapped on over by ESK and SD. Your boy again with that Yoda ultimate, going to be able to try and push on to those members, trying to catch their disengagement out and also make it extremely hard for them to be able to open up into that gate of Yang. As YZG have already been able to enter one of their own and are just waiting to see whether or not anyone is going to enter the Thunderdome to be able to challenge them. ESK, Gate of Yang entirely forgotten, by the way. They are going for the kills. They are trying to keep SD pinned down entirely and just make sure that it's going to be so much harder for this team to be able to move away. They have to be careful, though. The Yoda does not have the ultimate, so if your boy gets pinned down against this cliff, you can only really scale rush out of it, as we actually see them having to use that Viper ultimate to keep their Yoda and Viper up and online. Blue Pepsi not getting the memo for the rest of the team to disengage at the same time, and as a result gets hit by the stun and immediately cleaned up.
As we turn our attention to the realm of Yang now, EWG going to be going to head with a YZG. EWG on that Transformers comp with that Tumulk, of course, here. As we look at the other side, I do believe they have the Kurumi. Hey, let's see if the statistic holds true here. If YZG comes out on top of EWG, and it already doesn't look good for the likes of EWG, as that tether onto QGG just allows him to pressure Yiran. He's going to pop the ultimate, and he can actually afford to hold on to that Yueshan ultimate just a little bit longer there, because Kurumi is constantly healing him. If he finds himself in a situation where the monk is able to get the grab, Kurumi could pop that right click and heal him, and then he can just get the transformation off before the regrab comes out. EWG here losing their Temi as well here, as it's just Sanzi and Yiran holding on for dear life as YZG comes through looking to lock down the members here of EWG. QGG, I did pop the ult a little bit earlier, but it clearly does not matter. And once again, the statistic holds true. The Kurumi Transformer comp winning out inside the realm of Yang. These Temi teams really need to start rethinking their strategies.
Yeah, and you can actually see, like, they know that the Kurumi has to go down. One of the members actually tries to push onto that Kurumi and doesn't manage to secure the kill. And then I think the comm comes through that they just want to try and blitz the monk down as fast as possible. And as a result, the Kurumi tether gets to go through on its entirety. And the ultimate as well gets to come on out, allowing both that Tien and the Yui to be able to keep themselves up for as long as possible to be able to secure that victory. As it is going to be YZG picking themselves up Vermilion Birds. The Wolves, on the other hand, also able to win out their Gate of Yang, able to pick up a Draco Storm. As EWG having to go into that Soul Altar, now have to find all of their members' Soul Bloom Essences, or otherwise they are going to be out of this lobby. Thankfully, Yuran and Zhao Lui both have purple armor, and because they lost, they automatically get their rage refreshed, so they're already going to be looking to find a team and engage in with that monk transformation, as there is a team currently ahead of them, that is NV. And they are going to have to actually try and push onto this ballista. Yuran has spotted out that there are players sitting up on this position, and if they want to use this monk to be able to push onto this team, they cannot allow NV that control, as we see the other members of EWG trying to create the spacing for that transformation to come on through, as they've been able to blitz down 2 members of NV already without actually using anything other than that Tami ultimate to be able to hold them in position.
This is huge for EWG. They're in a situation, they have enough money to buy back one of their members. They don't even actually have to pressure in to the other member of NV, right? It's the same situation we saw in one of the earlier games with VBE, where they were just able to wait it out and buy one of their members immediately back, and their member just go re-loot their body, right? Nobody gets the points for that. Yes, you're spending resources on it, but after losing in the realm of Yang, it's a small price to pay, given the fact that you were on a ticking time bomb of a clock that could see yourself eliminated here. VNGC, Roy Hee, this team very strong at being able to stay alive against all odds. We've seen them on the back foot every single fight in this particular game. They actually are able to secure the elimination on ESK's Yeeboy here, and I'm not sure what's going on with ESK, why they would back out of this fight. We turn now to YZG, re-engaging with the likes of EWG, and we are going to see EWG monking up here. Yiron trying to make something happen, but the ballista shots coming down, gonna immediately force Yiron to demonk and get out of range of that ballista. YZG, though, with that Vermilion Bird's Might, sitting in a really good situation, going to easily clean up Yiron here after that big ballista shot comes through. Zhao Liu, very, very low as well. YZG Zhao Toto trying to get out of this Temi ult to lock onto them and pick up the elimination, not quite able to. Sanzi now trying to create distance and get away. Zhao Liu literally one tick of HP. Zhao Toto giving chase to the likes of Sanzi here with this ultimate. Of course, this is the Kurumi comp versus the Tumult comp here, but Tumult not able to get that ultimate out in time to block that ballista. That ballista control from YZG playing a huge role in them flipping this fight on its head. And I mean, YZG also, of course, getting that buff from the Vermilion's Bird, giving them a little bit of that rage regain, as well as a safety net for them to just pressure that fight hyper aggressively. We're going to see Team GG here. Miskia trying to clean up the last remaining member of VNGC, trying not to let him go, as Miskia is the last remaining member for the team. They need to think about going out of the ultimate, though, to actually tap their teammate if they want to keep 330 in the game. Keeps catching Simpson out. There it is. He needs to de-transform quickly and get his hands onto 330 if he wants to keep him in the game. There it is. He's going to get the resurrection here. They're going to be able to clean this up. And Miskia has more than enough Darktide coins to go ahead and buy their other teammate back into this game. Orion on the other side of the map doing a little bit of shopping.
Yeah, they have to be very careful, GGG, because that is the nearest Rifty and the nearest Soul to, and Orion are going to be right there. As, okay, are we going to get to see another Kurumi versus Temi? Are we going to get to see the stats tested yet again? It's OUG going up against ASE and one Gate of Yang, and it is going to be the Kurumi comp coming on through. Again, a Monk composition, going to actually have that transformation on that pillar. The Temi ultimate immediately going to be coming on through, and ASE's Hazy just walks right through it. The Kurumi gonna be able to keep him up for the longest time. Wade does manage to find a grab onto one of those members, and Alex has to be very careful that they don't get double grabbed at the moment. But there's the tether keeping up their third member, making sure that even if Jin goes down with that slam, they have enough health to actually be able to outlast it. As it is going to be OUG losing that Monk transformation just a little bit sooner. ASE now going to be able to come in with that UA Shen to try to cover on through. Jin Yu going up against Jin at the moment, but the Kurumi still hasn't been down. The ultimate still hasn't come on through for all of that AoE healing, and as a result, they should have a lot more sustain than their opponents. There it is, the Kurumi ultimate, making sure that all of those members inside it from ASC are going to be able to keep their health nice up and full, as they've been able to outlast one member of OUG, and now it's a 3 versus 2. ASC's Jin pushing onto Jin Yu at the moment, creating so much space so that his other two teammates can absolutely stagger lock Wade down, catches him with a horizontal charged up click from the longsword, and immediately pushes on forward. We see OUG's Wade falling extremely low, and they don't have a Kurumi. They have no way of really being able to escape this at the moment. As we do see Hazy going pretty low, Soul Slash from that katana doing a lot of damage. However, it is just a matter of framing that fight so that 3 of your members can push and lock down one of these players. And as a result, it is just going to be Jin Yu now trying to keep themselves up and alive for as long as possible, using that Phantom Step to make it really hard to predict where they're going, but will eventually go down. And we get another Kurumi beating another Temi in these Gates of Yang, and another 100% confirmation that these teams running that Temi really need to rethink the strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, both of them actually going to get the depletion there. Yes, the Karumi team comes out on comp, but they're not able to actually win the fight fast enough. The Realm of Yang times out for the first time in the World Championship here. So both teams are going to be sent back with depletion as well. But the Karumi team absolutely still wins that fight. And I mean, here's the thing. Statistics just don't lie, right? And it would be one thing if we had a statistic where it was like, you know, 80% or 75%. There's a chance for the Temi team to come out on top, but it's literally a 100% statistic, right? You can't beat that. And there is an opportunity, don't get me wrong. There is a way for the Temi comp to come out on top, but it's dependent on the Monk being able to grab the Karumi before she does anything. They need to go ahead and get a grab on the Karumi, focus the Karumi out of the fight, and that is the only way the Temi comp comes out on top. But we've seen time and time again, what does the Karumi do? She tethers onto a target for the team and then grabs onto the backside of the pillar where she's immediately able to avoid a grab at the start. That Monk has to position to force themselves into range to grab Karumi off the back of the pillar. And if they do that, they're just running down the damage from the enemy team with no way to heal it because they don't have a Karumi in their comp. As I'm talking this out, Orion cleaning up some eliminations for themselves here, doing very well. OUG looking to come in for the third party, though. We're going to see SS looking to pressure onto them. We're going to see the Wisps come out, not quite able to connect, but the Temi ult does come through. Tryhard gets grabbed out here by Wade. We're going to see the range shots coming through, and unfortunately, Tryhard is going to be eliminated here. Orion making the smart decision just to leave Tryhard here. They know there's no way for them to go rescue him with those bow shots coming through. Aces finding themselves on the receiving end as well, as OUG wasn't quite sure where the rest of Orion went, but they see Aces and think, okay, maybe that's them. But Hazy actually going to pick up Wade. Unfortunately, nobody to follow through. That single slam not going to buy them enough damage to overcome this 3v2, and this is disgusting. We're gonna see that repeating crossbow coming through with the venom tip. We see AZ's HP continuing to drop even when those shots aren't happening, and this is a lot of damage. Even though it's only a blue repeating crossbow, those venom bolts do so much damage to the Monk. We're gonna see once again now Hazy forced to de-transform, going extremely low. SS and Zinyu just pushing in heavily here, and they are unable to overcome the 2-3 advantage created by OUG.
Oh, it's really unfortunate for ASE that Alex is the one that gets grabbed because the Kurumi goes down and then they realize even though Hazy's holding on to one member, they don't have that tether to keep that Monk up, so they actually have to use the Yui ultimate really early on. So as a result, even though Hazy's able to find that grab, there is no follow through. And also, OUG, they see, okay, that Monk has no Kurumi, no way of healing themselves. The Yui is not going to be able to use their ultimate to cover the detransformation. We're just going to swap to the repeating crossbow. We're going to hit him with enough bolts to be able to proc that venom tip. And then we're immediately going to hide behind the rock and just let that take damage to its job. And then we're going to push in once the ultimate runs out. Really smart play coming from the team as YZG, another of these teams running that Karumi. We see the Tava immediately going to be going on to Jaitoto a little early on. Doesn't actually use the transformation just yet. They're pushing on to potentially GD, but they're actually deciding to opt out of that engagement as we see the Baifang shots coming on through from GD, just peppering away, making sure that they're going to be able to hold on to this position for the Morris Blessing, as the adaptation has come through from some of these teams. If you're running that Temi, go for the Morris Blessings, let the Gates of Yang fights go towards the Kurumis, let other teams exhaust their ultimates and abilities. As Wolves at the moment trying to use that Ballista, but GD with that Temi should be able to, if necessary, drop the ultimate and cover the boxes opening, and they don't even need to do just that.
Yeah, great job here from GD. And this is what I want to see out of these Temi-comps, right? Is not forcing themselves in the realm of Yang. Of course, there's no realms of Yang here now that we're in zone 4. So of course they're going to come in and secure these Morris Blessings, but it's so interesting to see that some of these teams are still trying to force Temi inside the realm of Yang when we've seen this 100% win rate coming from the Kurumi version of the comp. It's baffling to me. The statistics are right there in your face. You've seen every game. Obviously as casters, we've watched every single game play out. As players and as coaches for these teams, you've had to have done the same. At the end of the show, you go back and you rewatch these broadcasts, and you've seen that win rate coming through. It's a trend that is as clear as day. You have to adjust your play style to the data that's being given to you. And when it's so clear, it's interesting to see that some of these teams just aren't adapting. Max here with 3 eliminations under their belt, looking to just take this into the end game. Kuhn with the bounty on his head right now, so Max got to be very, very careful. Team GG topside controlling this huge high ground for themselves in these final zones. Zone 4 collapsing onto Zone 5 as we speak. OUG looking to pressure up into Team GG here. Wade trying to play this very safe with these legendary dual blades, purple armor. OUG securing themselves some pretty decent loot for this particular fight. And this is a very interesting zone that we're looking for here, because typically here, Monk comp not having favorable endings, right? They're really good towards the mid game. They're good for the Realms of Yang. But on this particular map, we tend to see a lot of those little nooks and crannies where it's very easy to step away from some of these monks. But this particular final zone on the snow side over here is over by the ice, where there's absolutely just huge open area. One of the few final circles that's actually good for these Transformer comps, which is why GG is fighting so hard to maintain the high ground that they have up here. It's going to be very hard for the teams to get away from them if they're able to hold this moving into these final zones.
It's not just that. If you have control of that final high ground as well, you're going to be able to turn things like the cannons and repeating crossbow onto all of those players below. And I think that's what a lot of these players are very cautious about, being caught out of position, because they are the ones who don't have that high ground, and they're the ones who, when that zone starts to collapse in, move up and make themselves a little bit more of a target. As GD have decided they're not going to go for the mid-center high ground. Instead, they're just going to hold one of these cliffs adjacent to it. And as a result, are getting a little bit less pressure. But speaking of pressure, there's a Morris Blessing coming on through. GG immediately going to drop that Temi ultimate to be able to secure that one. Legendary armor going to be picked on up for 3-3-0. On that Monk. He has that transformation up and ready as well. Really happy to see a lot of these teams with the Temis have adapted into just using the Temi ultimate rather than throwing the Monk ult on top to be able to immediately grab up that Monk, that box. As we did see at the beginning of Season 2 that there was just a little bit of overcommitment of ultimates to be able to secure those ones, which teams were immediately punished for when they threw those in early. However, GG very much looking to be smart moving in towards this final zone, wanting to try and take control of high ground, wanting to make sure that they're not going to be pushed out by some of these teams like Max or GD, as we see them actually currently stuck in the middle of everyone. By going for that Morris Blessing, they've abandoned that high ground positioning, and it's immediately been occupied by other teams who were looking to just move straight on through, because they priced positioning over the loot that was inside the box. And while yes, it does mean that their Monk ults aren't going to be quite as nasty in terms of the damage numbers, it does mean that the entirety of your team is guaranteed a little bit safer passage into zones to be able to actually use those abilities to win your kills.
Yeah, absolutely. GG, though, thinking about going back topside, and you know, having that extra armor is going to be huge for them if they decide to try to retake that high ground, using the Monk to threaten people off. Having that high ground, like you said, opens you up to be able to land those cannon shots so much easier. And you know, we talk about how they try to burn resources all the time, but in this particular stage of the game, those cannon shots aren't so much about burning resources from these enemy teams. It's about building that rage meter as much as possible. It's why the cannon's so popular on the Monk. It's why you see every single Monk player running cannon, whereas some of these other teams, of course, running those repeating crossbows to be able to deal with the Monk, is because that cannon can hit multiple targets, and for as much damage as you do across multiple targets, you're building rage for every single hit. It counts as multiple hits, so you get multiple rage tick gains, which is massive for these Monks who are looking to be able to monk up as much as humanly possible into these final zones. As we see here, not one, but 2, 3, 4, 5 different Monks throwing hands down right now. Team Wolves finding a little bit of a respite on the backside of this hill. And what an interesting final circle this is, Moxie.
Oh, Max Club's Lulu actually going to transform on the space that OUG are occupying. And because their Monk ult has just worn off, they have no choice but to give up that space to Max Club, who are immediately now going to be that big threat that everyone has to worry about. You can see Lulu just trying to snipe out these players, is able to pick up Wolf, use high, and immediately just holds them in position. But GG's 3-3-0 comes in with such a cheeky poach onto the kill. Max Club are going to be peeved by that one being stolen right underneath their nose. As GD decide to start making their move, they've got a great sword. They're playing the edges of the zone as well, looking to try to physics and baseball bat some of these players outside so that they have to tap dodge out of that corruption tick and into the great sword swing, not having enough energy to be able to dodge from both. So have to be pretty careful though, as they don't currently have that monk transformation up and running, unlike YZG, who despite being the only monk at the moment going through, so much is happening around them that Zhao Toto is entirely uncontested. Barring a couple of cannon shots coming through from GG on that flank, that monk ult got to be held for as long as humanly possible. As now we see all of these players starting to make a move, everyone wanting to play for the middle of that zone, but wanting to go for the kill, so trying to play towards the edge of the zone and moving alongside it as quickly as possible. GD have to be very careful that they don't get caught out and into that corruption take damage by trying to scale back up onto the high ground where everyone else is fighting.
Yeah, Team GD though, I think looking to hold this the ground down below here as it actually goes underneath into the zone. If anybody tries to come and contest them down here, they're doing very well. They also have those transformer comps. They can wait. They can start taking that zone tick. They can ult up underneath the bottom here and probably outlast many of these teams who are fighting out. GD, 9 eliminations under their belt. If they can take a first place finish just by holding this zone, I'm sure they're more than happy to take a first place finish with these 9 eliminations, get themselves some big points here. They're thinking about coming back outside here, and I don't know if I agree with this play, except for the fact that Kakaishi able to find an elimination with the cannon and then just slip back inside. Huge for Team GD to get an extra elimination. That's 10 eliminations under their belt that they're going to take it to the very end here. OUG on a bit of a back foot. YZG trying to pressure down into GD, but not able to find it. And sure enough, GD is just going to sit down below here, completely uncontested, and be able to time this lobby out with the ult. I don't think there's any question about who's actually going to walk away with that first place finish for those 5 ranking points, because GD has the ultimate positioning right now. We're going to see 330 get stuck in the zone for a hot minute here, get picked up by Zhao Toto, and that zone tick damage is going to be huge, as that is going to be it for Team GG. Wolves here trying to lock down and hold on for as long as possible here with those 11 eliminations in the final zone. GD's Kakaishi on the top side now, though. GD able to find their way out from down below and come up and hold the very tippity top here. They've got YZG's CXZ, the tether onto CXZ, though, but it doesn't matter because CXZ and the rest stuck in the zone, and sure enough, GD able to hold that positioning down below. Then at the last possible second, able to find their way topside, use those transformations they were able to just hold on to while they chilled down below, scot-free to come up, pick up multiple eliminations, and buy themselves enough healing to survive through the zone. GD going to be coming out on top here, our MVPs for game number 2.
Yeah, so the game plan was exactly as you said, Rune. Using that bottom, making sure you're not the center of attention, you can hold on to those ultimates and play the survivability. However, they threw us just a little hint, a little whiff of aggression at the very end and punished the fact that everyone above them had been trying to just find those kills as quickly as possible and also bolster up that health fast when that zone started to close on through, that they burned through all of their ultimates thinking that everyone that they needed to kill was in front of them. And that is the moment that GD decides to make their move. First, the monk grappling up into that high ground, ulting directly in the middle of everyone so that you don't have to spend any precious time in that ultimate trying to put yourself into a better position and pucker up into the high ground. No, you can just straight up get to grabbing those players, and it's something that GD do absolutely masterfully, as it is going to earn themselves a little bit of an MVP. And it was a very interesting final zone as well. Like, you could see that some teams had the same game plan as GD. The problem is that GD were already so stalwartly set up in that low ground, no one was able to intrude into the space that they held.
Yeah, absolutely. Something I talked about in season 2 as well is these teams that end up in the low ground actually have a little bit better positioning than the players on the high ground. And it's because being on the high ground, all eyes are on you. Everybody's looking to evict you from that place of power, that position of power that you have over the lobby, because they want to be the ones who have that sort of area. When you're on the low ground, not only are eyes not on you, so you're able to hold on to your ultimates and abilities, you're able to hold on to the healing, you're not being peppered the entire time. What you find is that these players who are constantly combating over the high ground, when they get low, they need to find a place to go heal, and they have to give up. They sacrifice what high ground they have to go into the low ground, and these players in the low ground are able to capitalize on this. They don't have to burn a ton of extra abilities or cooldowns because these players are already low as they move down, thinking, I have a safe space down here because eyes aren't on me, except there are eyes on you, and it's the vultures waiting at the bottom to pick you up. We've seen teams time and time again walk away MVP because instead of fighting for the high ground, they just held the low ground. And it's one of those things where, as somebody who has coached a couple teams before, I've started to kind of change my mindset. The high ground is great if you want to be able to pop those ultimates, if you're looking to pop off into the late game. But if you've already strung together some eliminations for yourself and you've made it to the final zone, and you're able to take control of the low ground, it is 100% better than being up on that high ground where all eyes are on you. And GD, you know, BBE in our little video before we jumped into game number 2 here talked about, you know, how they're going to have much better macro today. It's GD giving BBE a lesson in that macro as they are able to hold that bottom position. They're able to hold on to their ultimates. It's the decision making that is what gives GG the MVP here in game number 2. They had a relatively lower end of the number of eliminations, but it doesn't matter because they know they can guarantee that first place finish, and they know once they come out of that hiding hole in the bottom side of the map, they're going to be the only team who has resources. They're going to be able to pick up at least a couple of eliminations, and they're going to be able to take that first place finish, get the big multiplier, and get those 5 ranking points. Huge for Team GD here. They played this like textbook final circle Naraka.
Yeah, and they are able to pick up 14 kills, and because they're also not just tied for kill leader, but also the last team standing, their multiplier does the job that it's meant to do, right? They come in with a 24.6 game score. A little bit further behind them are Wolves and YZG, both coming in with a 21.2. But we do have to talk about it. FPX, BBE, 2 of these teams that heading into today, and especially after that first match for BBE, looked so promising. Once again, getting caught out in the macro decision making in the lobby.
Yeah, you know, BBE gets caught out almost immediately off of the rip. They lose their lives. They're not able to play that aggressive early game that they want, and then find themselves in the mid game aggressively pushing a fight yet again and falling victim to a third party. It's the thing that BBE struggles with the most, but we have to talk about Team GD here. Look at the stats coming out from Kakaishi here. 8 eliminations and almost 15,000 damage. K and Donkwing playing very, very good support here for the team, and I gotta give it to Donkwing. I know for a fact that Donkwing is the shot caller here for Team GD, both a solo and a trios player, and his decision making has gotten so much better since the start of season 2 for Team GD here, and it showed through in the way they played this final circle here. But of course it is going to come up Kakaishi here, who is able to be basically enabled by the rest of his team as he picks up a 15,000 damage, 8 eliminations, 4 assists, 5k that damage coming through from his ultimate, the other 5k coming through from the cannon, Stormstride, Meteor, and Repair Roll, as well as Twin Shot. What a huge setup for the cannon here. He's got Meteor and Twin Shot, which means he's taking double cannon shots every time he takes them. He doesn't have to worry about the arc. He can shoot that thing like a sniper rifle, and he's got Repair Roll. So if he needs to go ahead and get that thing repaired, not only can he do it so much quicker, he can also give himself iframes off of the repair for that cannon as well, and it serves him well as Team GD clearly able to come out on top here. And just what a good game from Team GD.
really smart play coming on through from this team is we can see some of these teams have adapted, right? And I hope that we're getting to see a little bit more of that adaptation moving forward, because I know both you and I, our biggest bone to pick at the moment is the Gate of Yang compositions. Please go back, watch the VODs, look at the stats. It's 100%. The numbers, they don't lie. We don't need to do maths live on air to say that the Kurumi Monk comp in Gates of Yang beats out the Temi Monk comp. And I want to see the adaptation coming through from some of these teams, because it feels like a lot of these teams are getting caught out by running into that Kurumi thinking, well, there's not that many Kurumis in this lobby, right? We can chance, we can roll the dice and see whether or not we get a crit fail walking into this Gate of Yang. It'll probably be okay. And then they see a Kurumi on the other side and it's like, oh no.
You absolutely can't roll the dice here. Here's the thing is, if you're looking at just raw the number of teams that are running Kurumi, sure, odds are, we don't run into Kurumi, except if I'm running the Kurumi comp, I'm prioritizing these Gates of Yang because I have a 100% win rate into the other Monk comps. It's absolutely crazy that these teams haven't made the adjustment. But you know who has made the adjustment? The lovely Leah, who's coming back for another interview before we get ready to lock in for game number 3.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we invite April from the team Escape to our interview. So first, let him say hello to us first.
Hello everyone, I am ESK Apol. I am from the Team Philippines, and hello to all of our viewers out there.
Okay, welcome. It's so cute you are. So the first question will be, we all see you have a great performance in this game and your team got 9 kills, but in the final circle only Yudo left. So we want to know, because your team is the only Yudo, Viper and Wuchen combo in the final circle, so if you are full members, what's your strategy in the circle?
What we want to do is to plan ourselves and to keep playing defensively, and whoever comes, if we, just for example, if we get trapped, we're going to force ourselves to push one team and to start the mayhem all over the place, all over that circle.
Okay, so how do you think about the ground shape about the final circle?
Well, actually, I didn't expect the circle, and that it's kind of hard because we are not used to be on that map, and we lack of knowledge about it. So me and my team decided to play it all along and not pressure each other, so we can be at the utmost peak performance.
Okay, I see. So we're really looking forward to your performance in the following games. Okay, so the next question will be, how's your confidence to the grand final?
So far, we're actually still struggling on how are we going to play on how are we going to play this competition. But little by little, we are keep improving ourselves to reduce all the errors and to dominate most of the matches that we will get, and hopefully the fortune favors us.
Okay, so who do you think is the biggest opponent to the grand final on your way?
For me, it's all the players of the Singapore people. Shout out to all of you guys. I know you can do it. You can be the top one, and whoever it is, as long as it's Singapore, we're going to cheer for you.
Wow, wonderful. Okay, so thank you for coming to our interview, and we are all looking forward to your performance in the following games, and good luck to you, okay? Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Okay, that's all for the interview, and let's take a rest, and highlights will continue later.
in towards it as the Tornado is going to be able to push in towards this one as Wolfshoe Choice is going to be able to push in and get the Monk to be pointed out towards this. Let's see if he's going to be able to get the grab, though. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Lao Wang is going to be able to hit massive damage onto it as Ku is going to get grabbed. He's going to grab the second, gets the double slam and the double finish.
In the face of 17 JL's AS once again putting in huge work with that flame breath. A massive stun coming out from XCG Zaunon, who catches out another Viper as well.
向南看到吗？这个吃高了，知道。死了，上！我上了，花给我吃。OK。
Ends up getting absolutely destroyed in seconds by an absolute insane musket shot coming in from a triple V as the whole team of Fun Plus Phoenix is going to come through. The bell comes through. LYD is going to claim one on high.
You just kind of got to creep because you know once they run past and don't see you, that they're going to have to come check the only places you could possibly be hiding, right? It's time to just keep it moving in another direction. Ace, though, getting caught out by 17JL now as they gave chase. BBE having a couple of very aggressive early games, been finding themselves progressively in worse situations. BBE going to find all three members of their team eliminated here. Ace's Alex going to find BLD's Mind with the Viper ultimate as they pick up an elimination. BLD Oliver coming in trying to pick them back up, finds themselves also in the blender of the full team of ASE here. Oliver going to go very low. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from across the globe to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. And if we've learned anything today, it's that you don't run the Tumulk transformation comp into Karumi transformation comp. I'm your host, your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me is my fellow co-host and caster, Moxie. We spent all the break talking about exactly that and how we need to see some of these teams adjust. It's literally 100% win rate. It's absolutely insane. But we're going to talk about a little bit game two here. GD plays a hugely strong game off the back of their decision making. And we got a quick question for you guys before we further that discussion, which is, which hero was the MVP in game number two? Is it A, Tumulk, B, Tianhai, C, Matari, or D, Yueshan? This is a very, very simple question, chat. Don't miss out on your Lotus treasures. Go ahead and get those answers into chat. Make sure you're watching your Whisper Box here. But back to talking about game two. We talked a ton about Team GD before we went to the interview and our break, but what we didn't talk about was Team VNGC. You know, me and Moxie dissecting this team a little bit during the break here and talking about the fact that you know, you need to identify the fact that this team is running on the back of a single player, and that player is Roy Hihi. He has the absolute skill to make things happen. We've seen him come out on the 1v3s twice, but his team not positioning well. It's a little bit of poor decision making on their team where they split up. They're constantly allowing members of their team to get caught out, and we see them losing most of their matches off the back of that they don't do well in, is the poor decision making coming from the team. They need to identify the fact that Roy Hihi is that team's carry, and they need to be playing support for him if they want to make some things happen here in terms of trios. Roy has proven himself a extremely skilled player in both solos and trios. He's obviously already qualified for the grand finals of the World Championship here, but what he's not done is shown that they have the decision making with this particular team comp to make things happen in trios.
It's really interesting as well, right? Because when you're running that monk comp, even like not taking into account how good a player he is individually, the entire impact of this comp is only felt if you create space for the monk to work with. Like, it would be understandable if maybe he was playing one of those supporting roles like a Yui or a Temi or even the Karumi, but he's playing the anchor of the comp, he's playing that TN. So the fact that this team is really badly mispositioning themselves so that they're not creating the correct framing of the fight for Roy to be at the center and feel comfortable enough to be able to save his abilities for himself, as opposed to trying to either cover for the mistakes from his team because he's being 1 versus 3'd, or he actually has to use those when he drops the ultimate because there isn't a Yui to be able to cover him once he goes for that D-Monk, because half of the time it's just Roy. It's literally just him as a monk against the world. And somehow, some way in game number 1, the guy is able to not just survive, but thrive, find double grabs, find an entire squad elimination, and survive until nearly final zone.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Roy is the pinnacle of that team, right? They need to be playing around him. They need to be giving him the support he needs, and they need to make those critical decisions that are going to allow them to be in position to support him. Every single time one of those team members on that team gets caught out from poor positioning, it is costing VNGC. They are constantly having to play from behind. Speaking playing from behind, we're going to take a back seat real quick before we jump to a short video and come back for game number 3.
不打单排以后嘛，就可以跟队友有更多的时间一起训练。就之前打单排的时候，就有时候3排训练赛没法打，没办法，少个人嘛。然后现在的话，训练赛天天都可以跟队友打，然后更多的时间和精力都花在3排上面去了，然后肯定是有所提升吧。其他赛区也有强队，然后就比如说今天 BBE 就总能就能够把我们做了，然后可能是因为没打好吧，然后包括33也有打过，然后包括我们被跟别人打的时候，他也来劝过，就可能其他赛区的实力也是不容小觑的吧。
I think it's interesting, right, that Dongqing actually pointed out, because now he isn't really actively participating on the solos competition, that he has a little bit more time to be able to help out the team in trios. And like, you can see the synergy and chemistry that has built up between these players over those scrims has massively improved their cohesion as a trio squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, GD, we've said it before, Dongqing, absolutely the hardest working player during the Pro League, right? He's the only player who both Season 1 and Season 2 was dedicated to playing both solos and trios. This guy puts in the work. The fact that they were missing scrims, very unfortunate, because he was having to do solo scrims as well. It definitely cost GD in Season 2. We saw that comp not participating or not doing as well as Dongqing went from being just a regular player in the trios to being the shot caller for that team. And them missing scrims definitely hurt them. Now that he's able to focus up on it, clearly GD serving themselves a little bit better here in the World Championship, as they just walked away our MVP here for game number 2. The question is, will they be able to do it again today and pick up that back-to-back and guarantee themselves a position into the grand finals for the World Championship? Taking a look here at OUG, who's currently sitting in 10th place. This is another team you guys need to keep your eyes on, as OUG, very much a team who could potentially walk away the champion from the World Cup here, as these guys have played it very, very well. They've been playing very strong. And also, you know, you got to take solos into account a little when you look at trios. If you have a player for your team that's doing very, very well in solos, it helps you have a little bit better mental, right, coming into trios, because you're just like, yes, if our solos player can do that, we can do it. Speaking of another team,
that,
yeah, taking a look at Ryan here. Yeah, Tryhard, who's a player who's done very, very well in solos for NA, talking with his team, as you can see here, trying to pull some things back for the trio side for Team Orion here. And, you know, a much better day out of this team, right? Game 1, they almost come out the MVP. They play very, very well. Game 2 here, they also put together so many more points than they were even put together on day 1 total. So this team actually starting to find their footing here in the second day. The only problem is it feels like it's a little too late, right? 3 points only for day 1 is such a massive hill for our boys on Team Orion to have to climb back over. They're holding on to dead last at the moment, and it's a position that we know they shouldn't really be holding on to. If you watched how they performed in game 1, this is a team that's capable of making it to the top. Pubi is hands down one of the best monks, easily the best monk in NA. The man has got absolute hands, so he should be competing on a level here that we saw in game 1 every single game. And unfortunately for day 1, they just either, there was some miscommunication going on in the team. Maybe they hadn't adjusted to the meta yet, whatever it may have been. It's definitely a hill that they've built for themselves that they have to climb over today. And they need to not just play well, they need to absolutely dominate one of these games to be able to climb back in to that top 16.
Yeah, Pubi I think has probably been one of the best performing monks in Gates of Yang. too. Like, one thing that we've seen in day one that Orion played was that occasionally they would use that Uation ultimate a little bit too late. Either wouldn't be able to use it to dodge out from the potential of being double grabbed, or would hold on to it with the mentality of thinking, I need to use this to cover my monk so that we don't get third-partied, which obviously is muscle memory for the monk comps, right? But in the Gate of Yang, you're not going to get third-partied. There is no reason to hold on to it. However, Pubi would be able to turn it around by finding double grabs the second that his transformation came on through. As we head into game number 3, BBE picked up the first MVP, GD the second. BBE not really having the greatest performance in game number 2, as we can have a look at some of the comps that these players are coming in with. A couple of teams opting to keep the Monk and keep the Kurumi in, so challenging for the Gate of Yang. However, there are two comps I immediately want to talk about. One, GD and Wolves running this Justina, Takeda, and Yui, so burst damage, crowd control of the Justina, and a lot of zoning potential with the Yui. And two, I've spotted it in the right corner. I don't know how I feel about this. OUG fielding a Yui, a Justina, and a Valda.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting, especially into the Gates of Yang. If the Valda can make that ult happen before the Yui transforms, it's actually kind of huge into the Gate of Yang. It's like a giant game of chicken at that point, because if she's able to pick up 2 members of the enemy team, their team's Monk can just grab both of them for free, and it's an instant double slam and basically a free victory in the realm of Yang. But if the Yueshon is smart and ults just before that wall goes down, that she's not doing hardly anything, right? There was actually a recent nerf to her where she no longer stuns out Yueshon if he's in the unstunnable version of his ultimate, which is pretty commonly run in the Pro League here by any of these players. So she's not going to be doing anything to the Monk either, as she no longer stuns the Monk out as well. So very, very interesting choice coming in for that Valda pick here as we turn to GD here, going absolute ham onto Team NV here. We're going to see Kakaixi actually get parried here by Uyaji, but it's not going to be enough as the rest of the team able to slide in. Uyaji forced to back out of the Nej's might, knowing that the rest of the team is there, tries to turn the Nej's onto them, isn't able to find it, and NV going to be sent back to the Soul Altar already. Now Team Ace is going head-to-head here with Fun plus Phoenix. VVV actually getting baited into making a bad parry here, and Hazley following up on it, and now VVV, the last remaining member here, gets locked into a stone form, can't do anything about it, can't even let it rip, as all 3 members of Aces just tick damage them to death through the stone form.
Oh, and BBE wants to control Secret Tunnel and potentially coming in for that third party. Get caught out by ASC's Alex's Viper ultimate, and as a result, they all try and scatter off into separate corners and find themselves just being pinned down, overwhelmed 1 versus 3, as Jin uses all of that space created by the Viper ultimate to come in with a Yoda ultimate and immediately finish off the fight. Ivan goes down. Hazy did go down, however, the revive comes on through, and then they backtrack to actually revive their own teammate, baiting BBE's surviving member into coming to try to tap the Ken, and as a result, immediately pinning him down in Stargo.
This is a huge mistake on the face of BBE here. The Viper ult comes through, they try to separate, they find themselves in a bad situation, and BBE had the better loot. Almost all of Aces was on whites. BBE, all these purple armors and blue armors you see coming through for the likes of ASE now, coming off the back of BBE. BBE could have spent a little bit more time looting and waited for a more optimal position to take that fight, but they want to be aggressive. They want those early game kills that they're known for getting, and unfortunately, this is the second game in a row they have cost themselves massively by trying to be too aggressive too early. They had the better loot, and rather than wait out for the position, they just aggressively push in and go, oh, we have the better loot, we win here, and it's clearly not always the case when you're positioned poorly for that Viper ultimate. That cave, the worst possible positioning for BBE to be on the receiving end of a Viper ult. As we see here, Team GD with the Bane's Breath rolling just absolutely locks down EWG. Kakaishi burning that ultimate here on Justina to lock them down. And I'm a huge fan of this team comp coming out from GD. I don't think Justina sees enough play here in trios, especially being teamed up with the likes of Yueshan and Takeda. They all serve to help each other lock specific members of a team down, and once you can get one member down, you have the numbers advantage. Those ults are still going. It's huge for you to be able to take those sorts of stuns and make things happen. BBE once again in a very poor situation as Team Wolves catches them out after their rebirths here. BBE able to get at least a couple sets of blue armor together for themselves, but still on white weapons. Snack finding himself way mispositioned here, gonna pop the ultimate though, trying to lock down the members of Wolves, and 2 members of Wolves here going to take that little bit of a stun, but the short stun not going to be enough for BBE to make anything happen here. Asbon forced to go ahead and burn that Wu Chen ult, but Wolves quickly moving in the direction, actually a little to the right here. It looks like Wolves may have miscalled the exact direction that Wu Chen ult goes, and BBE barely able to survive here thanks to their Wu Chen.
Yeah, they have to be very careful though. Not only have they burned the Witch ult, they've also burned the Viper ult as well. So if they run into another team, they are going to have very little to be able to rely on just that Yoda ult to try and create space to work with us. Speaking of Yoda ult, ESK to your boy immediately going to drop one of his own, trying to separate out the members of GD. Kakaishi gets isolated by the Ominous Blade slashes and as a result will be downed. Viper ultimate coming on through to try and secure this fight for ESK, making sure that no one is going to be able to move back on over. Immediately, however, ballista shots coming on through from GD. Donkwing had run all the way over to try to use this control to zone out those members of ESK, but running that Wu Chen, they're just able to drop the F and immediately block the projectiles as Wolf U have been attracted by all of the commotion, potentially see a third-party opportunity, hear the ballista shots going off, and decide it's better to just wait out and see if ESK are going to be able to push GD off.
Yeah, unfortunate here as we turn our attention now to Team GG going head-to-head with VNGC. VNGC, once again, here we go. Their team out of position. Roy He immediately picked off as the primary target because of the hero he's playing, and because the rest of the team's out of position, they are going to be punished again as GG sends them back to the Soul Altar and basically picks up 3 free eliminations here off the back of only having to burn that Yueshan ult. That's exactly what we were talking about coming into this. Roy He is the carry for this team. He's playing the hero that's going to be picked out by these other teams. If you have to choose, you're going to lock down the Monk every single time. If you can eliminate him off the back of your team not running a Karumi in the Transformer comp, the Monk is who you want to kill before he has the opportunity to pop that ultimate. GG sees Roy He, immediately goes for him, and because VNGC is mispositioned, they're nowhere near being able to cover for Roy Hee. Roy Hee gets picked up and eliminated first, and seeing as he is the player that entire comp is built around, the rest of VNGC just crumbles in the face of Team GG.
FPX using that Viper ultimate a little bit early have been able to pick themselves up 1 kill off of the back of it. However, Wolfyu with this Kurumi are going to be able to get on top of the cannon res high. And because that Viper ult has already been removed, Choice just gets to hold his position in this Kurumi ultimate. Has to worry because that is the Yoda ultimate from TXJ, but the second the first slash goes through, you're grabbable and the double grab is there. Choice isn't actually even going for the slam at the moment. He's just holding those players in position so they can't actually hit him. And he grabs the Lucian, but the TP already comes on through. Leo survives by an absolute sliver of a second, and FPX are able to teleport away.
This is huge, right? VVV actually set them up to survive here. If you notice, VVV ends up getting grabbed after TXJ does, but VVV gets grabbed because they step forward and pop the F2 on Viper onto the Monk. You were talking about how the Monk chooses not to slam. He actually doesn't choose not to slam there. He's got the double grab. He can't. He's actually silenced out from being able to use the slam there. And because of that, when the other two players get dropped, they have enough HP remaining for Leo to pop the teleport and let them get out to safety. Team GG here in a massive alive is the only player here on the Monk, and resurrections are gone as we're now into zone 2. So GG, this could be it for them here in our third game of the day. We're gonna see the slam come out on the Jin, but without the double grab, 330 has no hopes of turning this.
Oh, FPX has actually been able to backtrack as well and claim one of those members of Wolf U as we head over to a Gate of Yang fight. Orion, is that only 2 members of Orion? So with the full 3 members of YZG in front of them, Poopy immediately going to be going for that transformation. And we actually see Tryhard not going into the Terracotta Warrior transformation either. This is one criticism we've had of Orion and other comps when they're running that Yui. They hold on to the ultimate. Now it's just a 3 versus 1. Tryhard trying to play for survivability. Orion, why did only 2 of their members go through? Was one of them currently downed?
So what happens here is I think another team, 3 teams probably looking to get inside the realm of Yang. And unfortunately, Orion sees King getting caught out, which is the typical for King as another team tries to contest the portal. 2 of their players go inside trying to get away from that third party. And because there's already another team inside, the team that actually catches King out can't go into the portal and it needs UG here actually picking up the elimination onto BBE as well inside their realm of Yang as we speak. Asbon here down. I've been able to get the double parry, but it's not looking good as they are the only player left here for BBE. We see the F3 go out. It's not going to last them long enough and easy enough for OUG to be able to pick up this elimination.
BBE again losing that fight in the Gate of Yang. Thankfully, they are very adept at winning fights outside of them, so they should be able to pick themselves up some soul bloom, given the fact that there are still 36 players left alive in this lobby. There's more than enough space for you to be able to run into a team and very quickly pick yourself up at debuff cleanses. We see OUG, ESK, and YZG, all 3 of these teams running Vermilion Bird's Mind, which means it's going to be a very aggressive next couple of moments as everyone trying to just go aggressive with that buff and find as many kills as possible, knowing that there is absolutely no backlash if you do overcommit or find yourself being third-partied off of committing so many abilities into one team fight victory. As YZG going to be coming out on top against GD, not having to burn through that Vermilion Bird's Mind a little bit earlier. K for GD, the only surviving member for the team at the moment, going to be trying to keep themselves alive for as long as possible and book it over either to a Morris Blessing or a Realms and get the team back to full strength. As Orion, having lost that fight in the Gate of Yang, have been reunited. King going to be playing with the team a little bit closer to Poobie on that Monk's Bake Sure. Onto your target as OUG go hunting and might run into GG's Miskia, who's a little bit out of field in their positioning, and Miskia has been spotted. OUG having absolutely no problem at all going outside of that zone, taking the corruption tick to try and pin this kill down. Miskia with the ultimate has been able to evade getting stagger locked 3 versus 1 at the moment, and OUG just having to go for these grapples and try to keep up. Miskia extremely low, might go down to corruption tick damage, just using that jump to try to push away from OUG. Ultimate to try to get back into the zone, but does get taken down. And OUG very quickly just going to use all of the money they just picked up to go to the Rift Dealer and just absolutely spin for Soul Jades.
As we turn now to EWG going head-to-head here with Max Club. Sansi sitting up top. I gotta see EWG playing this very smart. You don't want to allow yourself to get double grabbed here. They are going to potentially lose Zhao Liu here, but EWG, I do believe, still has their ultimates, and they can just wait out these 2 ultimates, as Kuhn and Lulu can't make it inside of this building here, and go down. We are going to see EWG start coming in to blitz down Lulu. Lulu goes extremely low. Sansi is going to be able to come in and basically pick this up. EWG does get it, but they need to be careful as they are down a member, and SD shows up for the third party. Sansi going to make the decision to immediately step away, goes into this no ult zone here, and leaves. They know that they are going to give chase here. Team SD looking to find Yiran here from EWG. Yiran just backing away from this fight, pulling the rest of SD away from their teammate, knowing that they are going to go down here, but EWG will survive with at least 1 player left remaining. We see the shoulder tackle come through to buy a little bit more time. It's not enough though, and we do see Yiran go down to Dumpling. Orion out here, 8 seconds left, not able to find the double grab. Wolves just keeping their distance, unfortunately, in 2-1. That is going to be it for the likes of Tryhard and Pooby. King not suffering from the effects of that depletion, as he didn't go inside the realm of Yang, is going to be forced to just chill here, unfortunately. Wolves thinking about going in to try to pick some loot from Pooby in the other body. If they back off, it does buy King the opportunity to come in at tether and try to resurrect his teammates before that zone tick gets too heavy. We're going to see VNGC here struggling to find their feet once again, as they do get caught out earlier, now looking to go inside one of these realms of Yang and try to contest it.
Yeah, silver lining there, I guess, for King for not stepping into that gate of Yang with the team. You at least do have a chance of getting your teammates back into the mixes. We're going to see some of these teams start to drift towards the Morris Blessings, as everyone really vying for control of those gates. Specifically, YZG currently going toe-to-toe with VNGC over control of one of those specific areas. Roy He with that Viper ultimate going to be in position. However, YZG's positioning is a little bit better, and oh no, I think another team's already gone through. So VNGC missed the opportunity. OUG now go toe-to-toe, head-to-head against YZG, as we get to see QGC going extremely low at the moment. Immediately going to be a transformation coming on through. OUG gets picked up. Wade hit in the hands for the double grab, as that Valda, even in the ultimate, gets picked out by Zautoto, and as a result your ult gets cancelled. The double grab gets to come on through, and YZG making the Temi comp work.
You know, interesting choice here from the Valda on Team OUG. Going for that V1 or V2 version of the ultimate buys you the ability to pick somebody up, so you can kind of get that wombo with your monk, but you are vulnerable to being grabbed by a monk while in those versions of the ult. While if you're in the V3 version, you actually can't be grabbed out by the monk, and you can repeatedly throw spears at the monk, and those spears actually do damage and stagger the monk. It's the only version of the ult that's able to create that stagger onto the monk, and you can just repeatedly throw them while standing up on the V3. We actually saw it during day one counteract a transformer comp, and the Valda team come out on top. So interesting to see them running the version of the ult, going for the wombo, and unfortunately losing to another monk comp because he's just able to grab Valda out of that ultimate. And while we're talking about that, unfortunately, we do see the likes of Team Orion being eliminated here from game at number 3. Max down down to a single player here. The only other NA team is still alive at the moment, being chased down by YZG in the zone. Kuhn just trying to get away. Zhao Toto giving chase here. Kuhn looking to try to make something happen into this purple armor, but Kuhn's got an uphill battle here as he's taken so much more damage. Zhao Toto came in later into this fight and has that purple armor. Kuhn has no way of dealing health tick to Zhao Toto. He literally has to burn through that armor first, and the deeper Kuhn goes into the zone, the more this is going to affect him. Soon he's not going to be able to heal. Yeah, look at how little that HP healing does for him, and now he has no resources left. He has no HP heal left. Zhao Toto, on the other hand, has plenty of resources. QGG shows up. Kuhn able to reach the edge of the zone, it looks like here, but YZG still on the heel. CXZ further forward here. Team GD as well. Kuhn literally has nowhere to go. They've got YZG closing in on one side, GD's K on the other side, but K looking to get away might buy Kuhn enough time to actually slip away on the edge of the zone here. But YZG has no intentions of giving up this kill that they spent so long chasing after here. Zhao Toto just going to continue to give a chase. As we turn our attention to Team OUG, we see the Valda up top. Actually, Valda is in the V3. Maybe I was mistaken. I thought you could not get grabbed out of the V3 version of the ult. Maybe you just have to land the stun first. So maybe it is actually a timing thing there. Unfortunate, but OUG is able to actually clean up at least one of the members of Team SD here, get themselves some of those Soul Bloom essences to deal with the depletion. The question is, will they be able to clean up Dumpling and Way Forever, who are currently in those transformations? Blue Pepsi actually going down as well as Dumpling. Now it's just Way Forever. OUG has their transformation. It is a 3v1 onto the Monk. The Monk not going to be able to get the double grab here, and it is going to come up OUG, who is able to actually get those Soul Bloom essences and bring themselves back into the game. Moxie.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how this composition is actually going to translate into late zone. Because not only are they running the Valda for crowd control, they're also running the Justina. So that's going to be really strong to be able to pair ultimates up with, as FPX looking pretty strong at themselves at the moment, blitzing through members of ESK. Haven't been able to go for a full squad wipe, I do believe. Looking definitely to try and hunt down some of those stragglers. However, having to give up that fight, as we do see the potential for third party coming on through. ASE deciding to enter the mix. VNGC also hot on their heels, as that is going to be a Viper ultimate coming on through for VNGC, enabling Fat Milk to use that Yodo ultimate to be able to teleport around, catch those members out in the hut. Which an ult comes on through for the members of ASE to try to reposition and get that resurrection on the Ken back online. As we see VNGC, I don't think they actually know where the Wuchen ulted to, and as a result, run right past Wolves hiding in a purple bush. Simpson actually spots them out, and Wolves go on the run. We see ASC, though, has spotted out them as well. And One Thing is massively out of position from the rest of his team, and as a result, he does get locked down by ASE, who are able to pick up the kill before any potential third party can come on through. VNGC, seeing now that that player has been removed, opting to not challenge openly ASE, knowing that they're still trying to conserve their resources from the fight previously, using that Viper and Yodo ultimate respectively, as we see ESK your boy again using that Yodo ultimate very low, just trying to keep themselves alive for as long as possible, using that last slash to be able to try to reposition so that they have a little bit of downtime to be able to get this heal off. However, FPX, knowing now that the ultimate has been expended, come in to finish off the job.
Yeah, FBS coming in as well as ASE here as a full-blown fight breaks out between multiple teams here. VNGC gonna lose Roy Hee once again. VNGC, Roy Hee separated from the team. The other two not holding close enough proximity to be able to come in and keep them from losing their core member. As we see Fat Melt going back in, trying to get the resurrection here on to Roy Hee as Fun Plus Phoenix and Aces wait for these teams to come outside of the zone here. Looks like they were able to get Roy, but he's going to just die to the zone again. here. He doesn't have the ability to heal back up fast enough, and VNGC just feeding the beast, as it were, as they continue to let themselves get out position. The Wu Chen there has the ultimate, could have been able to throw the ult somewhere and pull the Karen out and take the resurrection, but VNGC making the poor decision, not wanting to burn the ultimate and seeing the other teams outside, decides to just resurrect Roy and then leave him to his own devices in the zone. It's communication that I keep saying I think is breaking down for VNGC. They just don't know how to work together here. We're going to see Fat Milk trying to come back in onto Simpson here, and it's a poor decision. If you're the last remaining member for your team here at VNGC, you had a bad game too. You have a couple of eliminations under your belt. If you're Fat Milk, you just need to try to play for final zone and try to keep yourself alive as long as possible, knowing that there's 3 teams here sitting on top of your teammate's body. Why would you come back in and go for the resurrection?
Yeah, you do exactly what GD's Kai did. We actually saw when Fat Milk goes down, Kai is directly above them, just hanging from that beam, doesn't get spotted out by OUG, and as a result survives. Like, you play for survivability, you play for those precious seconds that the kill multiplier is at least going to give you a couple of points, because VNGC is one of those teams that like are on the cusp of being able to qualify into the top 16, but still have to have a good day, consistently back-to-back good games, good points that they're able to score if they want to be able to make it in. As OUG, still running that Justina, still running that Valda, see a Temi ultimate off in the distance, and now know that there is going to be a potential for the third party to come on through. SS, however, gets caught in that Temi Wisp, and as a result, we immediately see the peel coming through from OUG, just body blocking to make sure that SS getting caught out doesn't go down, because if the Valda goes down, it's 2 out in the open. You're not going to be able to get the revive off. Gorgeous synergy and communication coming through from OUG, knowing that those 2 other members have armor and health to be able to step in front of that Valda and pretty much just sacrificially take the bullet, as it were, to guarantee that all 3 of their members survive.
You're going to see Fun Plus Phoenix here trying to find themselves a little bit of space as we now turn our attention to OUZ and YZG going head-to-head here. And OUG on the receiving end of some huge long-range shots from YZG, taking a lot of burn damage coming in from that bow. Soul Jade as SS now sees ESK off to the side here and goes to push in, but this could be a huge mistake for OUG as they're trying to pick up this elimination, but Ace is waiting in the wings as well, as they are able to come in and pick this up. But now OUG on the receiving end of both YZG and ASE. ASE gonna pop the Yodohime ultimate here, and OUG takes a ton of damage. SS going to be picked up here by Ace's Jin and go down. Now we see Aces on the heel here as OUG still 2 members left alive. Jin without the ultimate actually grapples themselves into the Dragon Slayer. Huge for OUG here if they're trying to turn this fight back around. Ace's Alex going to find the ultimate, though. We're going to see those bow shots continuing to rain in from YZG, and this is why this was such a mistake for the likes of OUG. Ace is able to use that Wu Channel just to get out, but OUG still going to be able to be picked up by these other teams continuing to pressure in. Fun Plus Phoenix coming in for the third party onto Aces, though. Unfortunate that Wu Chen ult brings them into yet another team. We're going to see the likes of Ace go down, and I haven't seen OUG in the kill feed yet, so maybe they were able to survive the onslaught from YZG.
I think they lost their Valda, unfortunately. However, the 2 other members, it seems like, were able to survive by ASE getting caught out by FPX. As we see YZG, 2 lots of legendary armor for this team, one of them onto that Monk CXC, with those Wisps just trying to catch out some of these players and isolate them from their teammates. Have been able to isolate out OUG's Jin Yu. Oh, that's really unfortunate. For that team, they were trying to find a positioning that they were able to carve out and call their own to look for recovery, but they run straight into YZG with all of that crowd control. And we get to see 9 players left alive in this lobby. GD's Kai still in the mix, by the way, playing for survivability, has spotted out OUG's Wade. Another of these players who is out in their lonesome. So too is EWG's Yuran. There's sort of a truce going on towards the left side of this zone. All of those solo players just wanting to try and keep the peace and not draw attention to themselves. As I say that, Kay actually goes toe-to-toe against Wade and might draw focus from some of those other trios on top, which is why we don't actually see the full commitment to the fight coming on through. They're not able to take the kill as quickly as they would like, and they don't want to risk anyone on the high ground noticing that there is anything going down on the low, because then immediately it's going to turn on to them. As YZG see FPX using that Wujian ultimate a little bit earlier and now try to catch on top of TXJ. However, the Yoda ultimate should be able to buy TXJ a lot of zoning control, has been able to catch on to CXZ as well. And we actually see TXJ using that grapple to try to continue to chase after that Temi. But here is YZG coming in with that transformation, able to use it to just entirely zone away FPX, who have at the moment been able to get themselves away from grabbing range. OUG's Wade with that Justina ultimate has also been able to zip away from the monk and can play for survivability just a little bit longer. However, they're still going toe-to-toe with GDSK. It's like they're on a magnetic pull at the moment, those two. Both of them vying for control of that high ground so that they can find a spot where they're going to be less noticed and survive longer than the other.
Yeah, YZG moving across here, looking to get just a little bit of space for themselves from OUG. OUG, though, down to just that one member here in YZG, looking to bully them. 14 eliminations to YZG's name here as Wade is caught out by them. Wade able to get a parry, goes into the Dragon Rush, but not wanting to commit, finds the Dragon Rush a second time here into the Nezhas, though, and now with the multi-freeze coming through from the Justino, Wade trying to turn this fight on its head, gonna pop those extra charges to go airborne off of the ult from hitting multiple targets, but not able to find the success they were looking for, just creating space, trying to get away here. It is zone 6 collapsing onto zone 7. There's not a lot of places for OUG's Wade to go to. This legendary spear trying to put in work, but Wade not able to keep themselves alive as YZG is finally able to find the elimination. YZG dominating this final circle as EWG and GD hold on with one member each. K gonna pop the Uashan ult, trying to come in and find something here. YZG able to find EWG's Euron. K goes out into the zone, hoping to get themselves eliminated here and not give YZG any points, but YZG's already found the range shots. K not really sure what to do at this point. As soon as he jumps into the zone, we see that repeating crossbow land some points onto them, and unfortunately they don't want to go back in and try to take that fight 1v3. They want to run into the zone, but they've taken so much damage. They know they're going to give the points to YZG anyway. They don't know where to go. YZG cleans up the elimination and, of course, takes the MVP.
Yeah, YZG, for the longest time as well, like we're down to like 9 players remaining. YZG is the only team that have all 3 of their members alive and well, which is absolutely balmy when you think about how some of these final zones pan out in trios, right? A lot of the time it just feels like everyone still has all 3 of their members because everyone prizes survivability, and it goes to show how aggressive these lobbies have been, because today these players know it is your last chance. If you're towards the bottom end of the leaderboard, there is no reason that you don't play as aggressively as possible to try and find as many kills as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, K, look, he makes the decision, right? He tries to go ahead and jump into the zone. He tries to get away from the fight, but instantaneously they're able to find that range shot. And then he has to question everything he's doing, right? He's already spent the movement. He's already burnt the ultimate. And you have to, at that point, you need to turn around and commit. But it's hard when you're in that situation, right? Because you committed to one thing already, instantly to have it pulled out from underneath of you. And then you realize, oh man, I'm on the edge of the zone. I've already taken damage from them. There's not really anything I can do here because I've taken so much zone tick damage already. If I turn back in, the odds of me picking up an elimination aren't that great, and he just doesn't know what to do. You see him kind of shut down and stand still as YZG just cleans up the elimination. And quite honestly, GD's K, you can't really fault him for it. There's not really anything else you can do in that point. Once you make the commitment to one of the two, you're just kind of there. Once you take the damage, though, you're also kind of just stuck there, right? You can run further into the zone, but you're going to give the elimination to YZG anyway. You can turn back in and try to give them a fight anyway, but knowing that you're already at 3/4 of your HP and the zone's just going to keep getting smaller, the odds of you picking up an elimination are very, very slim.
I mean, honestly, if you're GDSK, you're just happy that you were the second last team standing. right? Because for the longest time, it was just K. K played really smart, knew that they wouldn't be able to openly challenge some of those trios, played around the sides of the zone as well to try and scavenge away any kills from a player who had to skulk away and maybe find a just little hidey hole to be able to get that reset off, the opportunity that a solo player in a trio's lobby is looking for. And we did see him go toe-to-toe with Wade, another of those players that you really have to credit. He was the only remaining member for OUG, and that Justina ultimate with the legendary spear into the Nezha shutdown was absolutely gorgeous, using that Justina ult as well to be able to dart away from the Temi ult. Like, it goes to show how close Wade got to getting eliminations on the squad of YZG that they had to pop the Temi ultimate on a lone Justina.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's just insane. The Justina played that so well, though, actually, right? Being able to catch out the multiple freezes. Honestly, if I'm the Justina, I think the only mistake they made was after they caught the multiple freezes out, they caught the initial Nezhas, canceled it, catch a second Nezhas. They still have ultimate. They burn that ultimate to try to get away for survivability. But at that point, you have double charges left. They're still grouped up. I think you go for the refreeze and see if you can land the Nezhas again while they're locked down. They might have actually been able to win that 1v3 that late in the game. I go for it, in my opinion. But YZG here with 17 eliminations and a first place finish, going to be walking away our first place MVP here for game number 3 with a 28.8 game score. ASC not far behind though, with 17 eliminations, going out in 4th place with a 21.4 game score. OUG able to rack up 12 eliminations and a 5th place finish, coming out in 17.6 game score. GD, like you said, able to hold on to the very end with that 2nd place finish, making those 7 kills count for as much as possible, walking away with a 12.8 game score. At YZG, your MVPs here. And no real question here. It's got to be QGG who's your MVP here. Look at this, 10 eliminations that Yueshon putting in absolute work for the likes of YZG here, playing very aggressively, jumping in the middle of teams. This is what I love to see from Yueshons. Don't get me wrong, I love to see Yueshons cover for their Monk, but if your Monk's not getting the job done, just jump into the middle of the team and start pumping out damage so that your team can follow up for you and let you create those instances where you're just absolutely pop off. And that's what QGG does here. It's their 4th MVP here in the World Championship, 19,000 damage, 10 eliminations, 6 assists. That's almost a 100% kill participation.
Yeah, absolutely insane as well. Set for Soul Jades too. Dragon's Roar for the nunchucks, which is the reason that he's able to do almost 7k with them. Skyforce, Thunderstorm for the katana, Phantom Step to make it even harder to be able to trace his movement. Like, we've already touched in earlier broadcasts on how good Phantom Step can be for some of these players, because it just makes it so much harder to be able to predict whether they're trying to push forward onto you, whether they're trying to play a little bit more defensively. And that's exactly what these UBs really want to be able to use, right? Not only can you use that line breaker to be able to recover from combo strings, but you can also use Phantom Step to really juke your opponents into thinking, where exactly have they gone? Do I need to go for parry bait? Am I going to get caught in the combo string? Am I about to be upper lock cancelled? And it really is very strong for YZG, because we see them using those Soul Jades to be able to keep the full 3 players alive into that final zone. And it's off of the full 3 players that they are able to methodically and clinically clean up all of those stragglers from every single trio left.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just a great play in general. And like you said, that Soul Jade coming in particularly handy, especially in the final zones where there's so much chaos going on. Yes, into a 3v3 team fight, there's already enough chaos. It's hard to keep track of players, much less players that are turning invisible. But into a final zone that's packed full of players, when one of those players goes invisible, it's hard to track them amongst all of that insanity, and it works out in their favor. Man, just a great played game here from YZG. They hunt out all these stragglers exactly when they need to. We watched them hunt down Max's Coon for a long time, burn his resources. They're able to pick up that elimination. They jump into fights always at the right time too. We saw VNGC trying to pressure in onto Team Wolves there, and it costing them pretty heavily as YZG is waiting in the wings to be able to slide in. Not only do they pick up the elimination from Wolves, they're able to pick up the elimination off of VNGC's Roy Hee because of the missed position, and then off the back of that, VNGC YZGC continuing to try to get those resurrections rather than trying to make the most of the points that they've already put together allows YZG to pick up multiple eliminations off of them time and time again, almost farming VNGC for eliminations, because every time they get a resurrection, YZG just slides in and picks up another easy elimination off of the player that gets resurrected. And it's just huge for them going into the late game. One of the very few teams that still has all of their players left alive. They're able to go in, the last team that has 3 players left alive, they pick one of them off. And because of that, YZG just takes complete control of the game.
Xiao Toto as well, I feel like, is a monk that can be a little bit overlooked in the faces of players like Eagle, Pixel, 330, and obviously Sleepwalker after his performance a couple of days ago for WBG. But he's honestly a really solid monk player who is able to find these openings for his team. Like, he doesn't necessarily always come in with the really showy and flashy double grabs, but what he is able to do is grab players out of things like their ultimates or just positions and keep them in a position so deep away from the rest of their team that no peel is actually able to cover their escape. And I think that's something that we see this team really being able to play off of. Whichever player is able to capitalize off of the space that Xiao Toto is able to create for them, it's always actually finding a lot of value. Every single monk ult that we see from him has a purpose and a reason behind it, and I think that's something that can be said for the entire team. Their control over when they use abilities and ultimates is absolutely pixel perfect sometimes.
Oh, absolutely. You know what else is pixel perfect? Leah's interview, because we got another one for you guys before we come back in and lock in for game number 4.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we invite Chris from the team ESK to our interview. Okay, hello Craig. So first, you can give us a self-introduction, please.
Hi guys, I'm Crex from ESK.
Okay, welcome. And the first question will be, we see this game, your team also play Yudo Viper and Wuchen combinations, but it's such a same story because in the last game, only Yudo left when you got 9 kills, and in this game, only Viper left when you got 8 kills. So nobody will doubt about your ability, but what is the problem, you think?
I think the problem is sometimes we don't have a good comms, but when we do, we try our best to survive and not to die.
Okay, so that means maybe your team is more good at in the board fight or in the earlier stage?
Yes, our team is very good at early fight, at early stage, and especially in sword fight.
Okay, so the next question is, like in the last fight, and when you face the team OUG and they have a Voda in the combo, so how do you think about this hero in this patch?
I think it's a good lineup, and it can kill fast. It can kill and burst one person easily. But it will not be a good fight in a team fight because there's a much AOE in other team.
Okay, so what kind of combinations you think is fit for Voda?
I think combination for Balda is Chanhai or Viper. So Balda can get and Chanhai can follow up and kill all the Balda ult.
So who is the best Voda player in your team?
Apol is the best Balda in our team.
Okay, so is there any possibility maybe we can see Voda in the competitions? Maybe your team will play?
Yes, there's a chance that we might use Balda in our comp.
Wow, we're really looking forward to see that. So, okay, thank you. Come to our interview and good luck to you in the following games. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all for the interview. Let's have a rest and highlights will continue later.
得先把动捕服穿上。
各位大家好，我是永劫无间制作人关磊。对于永劫无间这款产品来说，我们最核心的玩法内容都和武器和英雄相关。因此游戏上线以来，我们推出了大量的近战武器。但是随着新玩家的涌入，我们也要开始考虑如何能够给新玩家快速上手的体验。因此，我们提出了同源武器这个概念。它的招式和魂语在一定的程度上呢，都是继承了原本的武器。这样呢可以使它的上手难度较低，同时带给玩家更新鲜的玩法。我们把目光放到了广受玩家喜爱的枪身上了。人常说，枪乃百兵之王，棍是百兵之祖啊。枪法与棍法多有融会贯通之处。基于长枪的玩法，我们推出了永劫无间的第一件同源武器——棍。我们一提到棍一定会想到的就是少林棍法。为了还原出棍这个武器独特的武学魅力，我们专程邀请了少林武僧来到杭州进行动捕，还原结合扫棍、点棍、上棍等少林棍法的技法。动捕完成以后，我们也结合了游戏性的需求，再次对动作进行了调整，让它与永劫无间的核心玩法来适配。大家之所以会觉得永劫无间体验好当然是因为这些动作流畅性跟游戏性有很大的关系。为了保证连贯性，我们也会手工调整大量的动作细节。此次对于棍，我们同样耗费了很长的时间来进行调优哦。既然棍和枪是同源武器，它自然继承了枪的特殊机制，也就是精准蓄力。棍的精准蓄力能够触发一个撑踏上棍特殊动作。玩家在这个状态下，根据战场环境的灵活多变，可以使用平击或是重击的招式。当对手后退拉开距离的时候，你可以使用快速途径来进行追击。当对手选择进攻你的时候，你也有一个特殊的拦招来进行反击。总而言之，撑踏上棍是一个具有优势的博弈状态。我生无拘，武道无穷。我们相信新武器棍是一次武学与游戏性不错的结合。也希望各位玩家能够享受到新武器棍带来的愉快体验。后续我们还有很多同源武器会陆续的推出，相信不久后就可以跟大家见面了，敬请各位期待啊！
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. We're 3 games deep of today's 6 games of trios, and it is our final day of trios group stages. We do have one more day of group stages left, but it is going to be solos, and that's going to be tomorrow. You're going to be joined by Dobby and Hip Rain for that, and it's been a very, very interesting day here today for trios, and it has shown us one thing, and I mean, we can't stop talking about this. It's obviously Kurumi versus Temi in the Transformers comp, and how that particular matchup is gone. We're going to take a look here. Team Orion still in the very bottom at the moment, but a much, much better day for them. A 21.1 point day thus far, and they're only 3 games deep compared to their 3 points on day 1. Max having a much worse day compared to their day 1 with only 8.1 points under their belt thus far here in their second day of trios. And a couple of these teams in some precarious situations. ESK trying to qualify and on the border here where they could potentially still climb into the top 16 or could find themselves floating here at the bottom. BLD, luckily for ESK, though, already playing both of their days, doesn't have the opportunity to put more points on the board. So all ESK needs to do is secure more than 65 points to find themselves in that top 16. VNGC off the back of a terrible day for themselves, finding themselves now down in 15th place. And on the chopping block for being able to qualify for Worlds, Wolves not having the best of days either, still floating in that bottom range of the top 16 as we turn back the tables here to look at the very top. WBG still sitting up top at 184.3 points. YZG moving into that second place position, quickly chasing down WBG. And Fun Plus Phoenix, who we expected to easily surpass WBG today, only 27.8 points on the board, nowhere near the 80 points total that they needed to surpass WBG for first place. Fun Plus Phoenix, 3 games left to perform and need to find their feet if they want to walk away holding on to that first place and that coveted MVP money walking into our grand finals.
I mean, we said it in season 2 so often for FPX. Like, this is a team that their worst enemy, it always feels like it's themselves, right? They crumble under pressure a little bit. You and I had this discussion a little bit earlier in the week after their first day where they come in with 102 points. We said, okay, it's great. We're seeing them performing at the absolute top, which is what we saw them in their regular seasons for the Pro League. However, when we moved into the sort of more important and impactful plays of things like either the actual bi-weekly finals or even the grand finals themselves, FPX dropped the ball just a little bit and always felt like they were dropping that ball whenever there was really anything that mattered on the table. And I think we'll still get to see them prove that they can consistently back-to-back hit that high.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think at this point, it's pretty clear that they've already secured themselves a place in the top 16 and go to grand finals. Obviously, they would rather be in that first place position heading into the grand finals. It's a big boost for morale for the likes of Fun Plus Phoenix. That said, grand finals is where it's do or die for these guys because, like you said, that is where they crumble. Consistently, we would see them week after week in our regular Pro League series do extremely well, go into grand finals in the first seed with points left over and just crumble and not be able to perform in those grand finals. But can you, ladies and gentlemen in chat, perform as we ask you yet another question here? And which weapon of the MVP caused the most damage in game number 3? Is it A, longsword, B, nunchucks, C, dagger, or D, cannon? This is a little bit of a more tricky question. We didn't actually touch on this when we talked about the MVP. I made a mental note of it though, and I'm gonna give you guys a hint. It was not C, dagger. But get your wait. Make it a little bit easier for these guys, but make sure you guys are paying attention to your whisper box, because if you get this right and you get picked, you are going to get a whisper and get yourself one of those lovely Lotus treasures. And there's quite a few goodies available in those Lotus treasures. We've been talking about it all day today. But before we get ready to lock in for game number 4, we've got another short video for you guys. So hold on, and we'll be right back with game number 4.
像 TM 吧，像上次的那个节杯进步已经挺大的了。然后目前来说的话，还有那个罗伊西那个操作也是比较亮眼的吧。感觉这个跟 火阳镜应该没什么区别嘛，没什么，不是很相关嘛，就是单纯的因为他们自己进步了，然后火阳镜导致这个节奏变快，也并不是说运营弄没了嘛，其实运营显得更重要了，因为你在火阳镜版本，你如果前面运营的不好，你中期进不了火阳镜，后期的话没有装备，就基本上很难打，就更运营了。纯靠一个滚雪球到后期，你只要像我们最后一把连赢了2个火阳镜之后，雪球直接滚起来，到后面其实就是运营了。后面只要站在那里，别人就打不过我们。跟G又交手了，尽量在火阳镜里面多赢他们几次吧。
I love it when you just get a little insight into a player's minds and see how exactly they prioritize pacing in the game. And it's brilliant to see that FPX have exactly what we always have in mind, Rune, and that is development and looking for that snowball momentum from early game into mid game so that you have that loot to be able to contest those gates of Yang. We're yet to see GG face off against FPX in one specific gate of Yang. They've always faced up against other teams. However, we still have a couple of games left in the day, and I'm hoping that we're saving it for last.
Oh, absolutely. You know, funnily enough, Team GG and Team Fun Plus Phoenix are 2 top-seeded teams coming into the World Championship group stage here. Both of them not really performing as well as we're used to them performing here today. Typically, we almost always see them in our top 3, top 5 area, and many of these games, they have struggled to find any sort of footing near the top 5 whatsoever, and many of these other teams outperforming them.
Well, we're heading in now to game number 4. So back towards the Morris Isle, whether or not we're going to see a couple of adaptations come through from some of these comps, we're yet to see, but we'll find out in just a matter of moments. I'm really interested to see if OUG stick with this Boulder composition coming out from them. I think it's really strong in the right style of a fight. However, it does look like, just like a lot of these other teams in this lobby, they're deciding to prize just the reliance of a tried and tested meta comp of the Wu Chen, the Yodo, and the Viper, which has so many options available to you. If you want to go aggressive, if you want to play defensively, if you want to look for the third party, this comp has it all.
Oh, absolutely. As we take a look here, many of our Transformers comps actually opting over to the Kurumi, whereas before they were running the Tumulkir. ESK being the only Transformer comp running Temi into this particular lobby for game number 4. Let's take a look at the map here. This is a very north side map. Almost nobody south of Celestra at all. And then, of course, many of these teams up in Sunwing and Eventide. And I do believe just a single team to the very west of Celestra. It is the top half of the map where things are going to pop off here in our game number 4, Moxie.
Yeah, I believe Wolves might actually be able to push either back towards Secret Tunnel, or they can just forge a path, pick up a little bit of loot, and then try and push onto Eventide itself, as that is going to be where the majority of our teams are going to be dropping. Max Club very close to YZG at the moment. That's why GG just trying to run around as fast as possible and grab some loot. GG's already been able to find a kill and a longsword onto GG's LXM. So you can see that these teams are getting super aggressively looking for that snowball momentum, as YZG now have been able to find Max. They do have a little bit of loot to enable them if they want to take this fight. Have to be careful. Max are coming in with blues as opposed to YZG, as everyone is just trying to race in towards controlling those legendary tropes towards Shipwreck, as it is going to be a spill lockdown coming on for YZG, trying to catch on to these members of Max Club. That Yodo F doing so much work to keep those members in position, as a very early Kurumi ultimate is going to enable YZG to be able to hold aggressively into that entire team. And as a result, even though they're not coming in with the better loot, they just have the sustainability necessary to stay in the front line.
Yeah, YZG off to a good start here. And this is typically what we see coming into games 3 and 4, right? These are the only 2 maps that are the same map played back to back. And typically when we see an MVP coming out from game number 3, they're able to start carrying that momentum over into game 4. Not always able to get the back-to-back MVP, but at least able to get very close to it. And we see YZG off to that same start here, as we see a huge fight break out here in Eventide Temple, as BBE Wolves Wolves and EWG going head-to-head here. We're going to see the likes of Snack using that Yodel ult to start pumping out damage onto Wolves. One Fang going to go down 14 from Wolves coming back in with the Viper ult, though, and Snack going to be caught out into the stun here, put into the blender, but the Wu Chen ult coming in from BBE actually able to save their member before they're able to get eliminated here. And now 14 going to find themselves going down to EWG as they come in for a soft third party back into the fight. BBE, after Wu Chen ulting away, gets the reset and starts to push in onto this fight. Sanzi using that Yodel ult to try to buy them a little bit of pressure, but it's not going to be enough as BBE starts to find momentum here on the top of Eventide. But we have another fourth party coming through in from OUG, who finds the likes of BBE with a Viper, but are not able to connect onto Asbon with it, and they're going to be forced to pop this Yodohime ultimate to try to make something happen. They are able to find Asbon with the Yodel ult, but SS going to be caught out by the remaining members of BBE. BBE trying to go in for the resurrection, but Wolves looking to come back in for a bit of a salty run back here. We are going to see One Fang get a massive parry on to BBE Ivan, and they are going to pick up that elimination. Wolves 14 trying to come in and pick up some of that loot there. Go ahead and get that Soul Bloom Essence, get them back into the fight.
BBE just survived, well, not entirely survived, Snack's about to go down. BBE just weathered 3 entire squads. Went down to the 4th. OUG will be able to find Snack and Wolves with that salty run back, are able to catch out those other members of BBE. However, BBE already going to be coming in with a nice bag of 7 kills. Hopefully we see the development from this team and that they play for survivability, as they've already had to use those rebirth charms. I don't want to see them take fights aggressively, Rune. I don't want to see them challenge for that 7 to expand any further. I just want to see them take that 7 into final zone. As YZG is going to be taking ASC's Alex into his hands and slamming him down. As QGG rather, actually went for a very early Yui ultimate transformation. They're not going to have it to cover Xiao Toto when he drops out from this ultimate. And as a result, they have to win this fight and take members of ASC out before they're able to catch on to this monk, as they're going to go up against a Wu Chen. The counter comes on through. Jin not able to find the follow through damage. However, the grapple cancel to immediately make sure that Xiao Toto is not going to be able to reposition towards QGG is successful to be able to lock the monk down long enough for the kill to come through. As it is just going to be this Yui out on his lonesome, doesn't have the ultimate. Again, it was thrown just a smidgen too early in that ult cycle positioning, Rune, and as a result, it's not a small bit of punishment that falls onto YTG's heads.
Yeah, Ace is playing this very, very smart, able to clean up the eliminations here onto YZG. Wolves 14, once again, finding BBE as they pick up an elimination onto Ivan again. And this is it. This could be the same pattern we see coming out from BBE yet again, where they're able to aggressively put a ton of eliminations on the board early and then find themselves going out in the early to mid game because they continue that level of aggression. They had no business respawning anywhere near Eventide Temples and the member of Wolves, as they have an entire map to go explore. There's zones all the way to the bottom that are gold zones that nobody went to contest. They could have easily spawned on the other side of the map and re-looted before coming back in, and now they find themselves down a member yet again, as we see Wolf Yu going ahead to head here with OUG. A massive parry coming out onto Jinyu here from Shiryun, and Shiryun absolutely putting in the business here with these nunchucks onto Jinyu. The clashes come through. Both of them go very low, but the F available here from Shinyu. Shinyu just going to turn back in with the rest of Wolf Yu to help clean up these members of OUG, but unfortunately it's a little too late, as Wolf Yu now finds themselves in a 1v2 as Shinyu comes in to try to help their teammate, but wastes too much time, and OUG is able to clean up the fight and get their player back into the game.
Speaking of waste, Rune, I do believe BBE lost all 3 of their members. 7 kills. Once again, going to find absolutely nothing in the face of a damage multiplier for a team going out very early on. As FPX now trying to stay alive up against GD. They've lost Leo, they've lost TXJ, VVV's lost his weapon to the counter, and immediately he's going to lose his life as well. GD able to win out the fight, and enough time has passed for them to be able to get that revive online for their teammate as well. As moving over to ASC's Jin, cancelling out of the Yoda ultimate a little bit earlier, not wanting to paint a target on their back, as we actually see Orion coming on through with those repeating crossbows. The second that first slash gets loosed, ESK on the other hand and coming in onto this fight against ASE, have to face this Viper lockdown with that ultimate, but they're just trying to catch on to those members of ASE, making it so much harder if the Viper ultimate actually connects onto the members for ASE to be in position to be able to capitalize. And they're able to pick out Jin. Orion actually come around the back and look for the third party and couch onto Alex as a result. And now it's going to be Orion versus ESK. They know that the Temi ultimate isn't going to be online, and because Orion will literally just coming in picking up those scraps, they still have ultimates of their own, which is why we're seeing ESK just going straight for the kite, as they do not want any part in this. They still have that monk transformation, but they know that they're going up against a monk counter comp. And as a result, when it's only blue armor and a blue weapon for Krex, unless he swaps over towards that purple cannon, he is not going to be padded enough to be able to take this fight.
You know, not whatsoever. Unfortunately for Orion, they're not able to catch on to the rest of the team. They don't want to burn these resources. You can see here, King a little low on those grapples. They're going to opt to go back and loot those bodies as they were able to push these other teams off of them, which is smart. But they need to be careful, because what they don't realize is that Aces has moved in looking to loot those bodies as well. So Orion might find themselves in a fresh fight with one of these teams that's been performing extremely well today. As we are Zone 1 collapsing onto Zone 2, we're going to see now these rifts starting to come through for the Realm of Yang, and many of these players looking to contest them. And it's going to be interesting to see if we're going to see that one Temi comp for the Transformers go in and end up against these Karumi versions of the comp. Once again, YZG here going to find themselves a rift and head on through, and they find themselves head to head with Team GD. GD, of course, running that Viper comp here. And this is where things get very interesting, right? This is one of those comps where you don't actually want to burn your ultimates early, because it's the team that ends up burning them too early who might actually go down. Because see, here we go. We're going to have our comp come in for the monk here. It looks like he's actually able to grab the Viper, though. They risk it all on being able to grab the Viper and make something happen, and it looks like they might come out on top because of it. The Viper not able to get the ultimate up. We're going to see the Yodo actually capitalize on it. Now the ult coming through, though, and Zhao Toto out in the middle, and this is why you don't want to be the team that ults up first. Unfortunately, the Viper gets shoved back behind the pillar, and YZG is going to come out on top of this because of it. If that Viper was able to land the stun and not be shoved behind the pillar, that would have been it for Zhao Toto and the likes of YZG, but their team able to follow it up, shoves them away. YZG is going to come out on top against all odds into the counter comp. They throw the monk up first. They take the risk. They're able to land an immediate grab onto the Viper so that she can't silence the monk. She can't immediately counter it with the ultimate. She finally does get the ult off, but the team able to cover and shove her into the proper positioning in the last second to save them. What a play from YZG.
This is why I was so worried. The synergy from this team is so good. The awareness of the spacing as well. That they hold that monk ult without dropping it, even in the face of a Viper and Yoda ultimate. They have that much trust in their teammates creating that space. As OUG coming in to Anezha's might immediately having to try and back out of that one. As Wolves decide one way to escape is immediately coming in with that Yoda ultimate. One Fang does fall below, half the shield entirely broken. No Yoda ultimate to be able to reposition either. As Wolves 14 is able to cover OUG, Jin Yu goes down. One Fang off of the back of that teammate moving forward aggressively. Going to be able to actually find the space to be able to look for that reset. And GD, fresh off of the Soul Altar, will at least have their ultimates. 3 minutes left for that entire team to find themselves Soul Blooms. As OUG lacking that Yodo, not going to have the burst damage to try and keep themselves in a frontline fight just yet. GD have spotted out the Wu Chen Soulblade block, so they know that there is a team close. They have been able to spot Wolves scurrying around directly in front of them. They're looking to try to isolate out these teammates so that when the Viper ultimate comes on through, not only are they going to be out in the open, they're also going to be able to collapse immediately on and punish. However, Wolves actually opting to open up with a Viper ultimate of their own first, immediately get so much value from it. GD, by trying to trap Wolves, instead walk straight into a bear trap of their own making, and as a result, lose one of their members, or about to lose K as well. Kakaishi falls extremely low. No Wu Chen TP to be able to buy yourself safe passage out of this one, and Wolves are able to finish off the pack.
We talk about how important positioning is all the time, and I want to talk about Wolves' positioning here. They leave one member out in the open that's able to be grappled onto, and it's a clear bait. If you notice, both the other members of Wolves are off to the edge where they're able to very quickly and very easily come in and just support their follow-up member. They grapple into the non-Viper, hoping to lock them down. Viper steps in from the side, immediately pops the ultimate. They find themselves in a trap. One of their members immediately eliminated because you can't pop your team's Viper ult into another Viper ultimate. Once you're not the first team to pop that Viper ult, there's no point in popping it till the other Viper ult has just receded, right? Because you're just going to end up getting stunned and wasting your ultimate there. Off the back of that, Wolves is able to pick up an elimination, turn it into a 3v2, and even though one of their members gets stunned out, they have the numbers with the other two to be able to grapple, lock down the members of OUG and just clean up those eliminations. And it's a great play by Team Wolves. Also, while we were discussing that, Orion going head to head with Max Club, the other NA team, Orion easily able to clean up the fight after picking up a parry onto Kuhn and just coming out on top. Happy to see Orion performing well here in yet another game for themselves. OUG over here looking to make something happen. Wolves waiting in the wings. Moving across the map just a little bit here. We do see that one Vermilion Birds might finally run out for the last team here. And it's Zone 2 collapsing onto Zone 3, which means we're going to see those Realms of Yang start to come through, as well as those Morris Blessings in these teams looking to capitalize onto these Realms of Yang as soon as possible so they can get those buffs. Now EWG finding themselves head to head with VNGC here. And once again, a member of VNGC being caught out by 3 members of another team. It's the positioning that continues to cost VNGC.
Yeah, now not only one member getting caught out, it turns very quickly into 2. Simpson may just have a little bit of safety because of those gates of Yang coming on up, right? For EWG, you want to go into that gate. You want to try to just go for a full team fight. You want the buffs, you want the loot. So you're not going to actively chase after that one player because it's going to draw you further away from that space. And as a result, Simpson has been able to get themselves out safely, hasn't been able to backtrack to get the revive off, which is good. That's an adaptation I'm really happy to see, because in the previous match, decisions were made, and they were the wrong decisions to try to backtrack onto those cairns and get the revives out without having to try and find yourself a rebirth charm, and as a result, the entire squad went down. As Wolves immediately, again, using that Viper ultimate at the very beginning, will be able to draw out that Wuchen TP from the opposers and can now try to chase after Wolf U with a Viper ultimate of their own, however, wanting to get in the middle of this team to be able to hit them with that chain CC stun, but they use the Wuchen TP to break out before the stun can hit. Gloriously played and timed by Wolves. As immediately another great timing is going to be heading over towards this gate of Yang. FPX going toe-to-toe, head-to-head with YZG, a fight that we absolutely do not want to miss. YZG coming in with that transform first up, trying to find this grab once again, looking to finish off and land that stun onto the Viper before the silence can come through and hit this monk. However, FPX using those pillars, not actively challenging, breaking line of sight so that no one gets grabbed, the Wuchen TP so that they don't have to worry when one of their players gets a little bit too close to Zhao Toto, and then when the monk transformation's just about to drop, you use that Viper ultimate to try to stun through, but Zhao Toto able to use that pillar to break line of sight. However, now you're not going to have the room or the health bar to be able to survive FPX's TXJ's Yodel ult, as we see QGG throwing in that Yuation a little bit later, but this is the timing that you need to have on these ults when you're going toe-to-toe with that counter comp, right? You need to wait for the Viper stun, you need to wait for the Yodel ult, you need to wait for the Wuchen TP, and as a result, YZG, again, the Kurumi comp in the Gate of Yang comes through with another retained 100% win rate.
Yeah, here's the thing though, is in VVP, waiting a little too long to pop the Viper ult here, and YZG playing this extremely well. Viper is the counter to their Monk. We see all the other members of YZG dog down Viper, keep VVV as far away from the Monk as humanly possible. They are then forced to burn the Wu Chen ult to keep VVV alive, and VVV is so low that a couple of hits is all it's going to take to lock them down even in their ultimate. They burn the ultimate because they have to, and unfortunately they're not able to land the stun because YZG is just able to pick up the elimination before it happens. As soon as the Monk goes up, your Vipers should go ahead and pop their ult to start looking to lock that Monk down to keep them from getting any grabs, because as soon as that Monk goes into the stun, your Yoda Hime can follow up with their ult and pump out enough damage to guarantee an elimination. So a little bit of a misplay coming through from the likes of Fun Plus Phoenix here, who need to burn their ultimates a little bit sooner. It's kind of what we talk about beforehand. You know, if the Monk is going to go that aggressively early on, look to counteract it, right? Your ult timing is going to be dependent in that particular matchup on when the other team burns their ult, right? If you're the Viper, you have to hold your ultimate until the Monk ults. If the Monk ults immediately and doesn't land the grab on you, it's time to go ahead and burn yours.
Yeah, well, you actually did see the adaptation come through from FPX where they immediately just popped onto Wolf U's members and dropped the Viper ultimate to guarantee at least one of them finds a soul bloom. However, another successful Viper ultimate is going to be ASE's Alex, who's able to find the lockdown onto the members of OUG and Wade very low on that. Wu Chen does not have that ultimate bolt up either to be able to try to buy themselves safety and will be caught out by the Yoda. Tries to tap dodge away and use that stone pillar to make it even harder for Hai to be able to find the hits. However, the ultimate is going to be able to find Wade. OUG will go down. ASC very close to Wolf U as well. Might have heard all of that go down inside that cabin. Decides not to try to push on forward. FPX, still a couple of their members with that Yang depletion, still trying to scout out. You can see how split apart they are, as everyone is just looking for as much information as quickly as possible, because they need to win these fights quickly to be able to get that Yang depletion gone, because we're headed down to the last 20 players left in the lobby, and sooner rather than later, if you have to go to the Soul Altar and you don't have good loot coming off of the back of it, you're going to be found out.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a look at the scoreboard here, I want to talk about Team Wolves, who has been in a very precarious situation all day, where they've been in that 15 to 16 range in terms of the leaderboard, and it very easily could have seen themselves falling into the bottom 16. Off the back of Game 4 here, they've already put together 12 eliminations. It's going to be very hard for them to fall into that bottom 16 now that they're starting to find momentum. Orion here, unfortunately, not finding the momentum they want, as they are getting collapsed onto by Fun Plus Phoenix here. But after a little bit of positioning here, they're actually able to find a little bit more of that momentum they want. Tryhard, though, caught out here by TXJ. The Wu Chen ult coming through. Tryhard needs to go ahead and get this pot off before he gets eliminated. Fun Plus Phoenix's VVV coming in. This is a misplay from Tryhard. VVV's already burnt the ultimate, and Tryhard throws theirs. There's absolutely no reason for this to come through. They needed to find a way to get away from VVV. Unfortunately, in this particular situation, there wasn't really an escape route for the likes of Tryhard. He burns the ultimate, hoping maybe to shove the rest of Fun Plus Phoenix off, but that's not what they find. Orion's King here actually going to get parried out by VVV. VVV going to find a parry yet again onto King. Double parries, and we are going to see the Wu Chen try to throw the Fs out here from Orion. Pubi trying to help the team hold on, but he's not going to be able to find it, and Fun Plus Phoenix are going to be able to find a couple of those Soul Bloom essences they need to keep themselves in the game. But the zone tick here, a little too strong for them. They can't afford to go back and pick Leo up, but they do have enough Darktide coins between the two of them to be able to buy a Resurrection Charm. You're going to see here as VVV drops all of their coins for TXJ. That's exactly what they're thinking, is to buy their teammate back off the back of this. They do survive the depletion from the Realm of Yang, and Fun Plus Phoenix holds on here in game number 4.
It's really unfortunate for Orion, because if they just survived about a minute and a half longer against FPX and lasted that fight out, they would have been fighting 3 versus 1. But no, they go down to just FPX overwhelming them with that Viper ultimate from VVV, as we see YZG taking control of one of those Morris Blessings. Not actually even using an ultimate to be able to secure it either, just that Karumi tether to make sure that Xiao Toto is going to be able to survive that little pepper of repeating crossbow that did actually proc the Venom Splash. However, like, that's not going to kill the monk straight up. As FPX, by trying to resurrect one of their members, VVV actually, I think, had to go under fire. And as a result, they have to double back and get that revive off onto their teammates. They're not in the greatest position. You can actually see ASE a little bit ahead of them, might be able to catch onto their position, as ASE have seen. They just saw FPX scale up that cliff. They have to know that the team is there. Whether or not they want to challenge FPX for this position remains to be seen, as we see FPX not actually noticing that ASE is around. Gonna have the exact same idea, find a purple bush, make sure that you're going to be able to crouch and stay invisible. There's 16 players left alive in this lobby. Still everything to play for some of these teams, especially given the fact that a lot of them are middling around the 10 kill mark. So it really is going to come down to just keeping all three of your members alive so you can just momentum push into that final zone. As FPX, we've seen GG do this. FPX, what are you doing playing outside of the zone again?
Yeah, I'm not sure what FBX is doing here in terms of being outside in the edge of the zone here. Maybe they just didn't want to push forward here. They are going to discover ASE off to the side here, and ASE down to 2 members. Fun plus Phoenix should be looking to push on this. This is a potential 2 kills for them as long as they don't overchase, but they've let ASE move way too far away and haven't shown the aggression that we're used to seeing from Fun plus Phoenix. YZG once again setting themselves up for success here in the back-to-back games on Morris Isle, and that's exactly what I talked about, right? You know, if you find yourself getting some good momentum in game number 3, it's much easier to carry it over into game 4 than it is any other game, because you are on the same map and you can run the same strategy run in the previous game and probably find success with it. And that's exactly what YZG is doing right now, with 9 eliminations under their belt as they head into zone 5 as one of only 16 players left alive. All 3 members here from YZG are sitting pretty well. You know, this is a very high kill lobby, as zone 5 only sees 16 players left alive instead of the usual 24 to 25 players we see. Wolves 14 getting caught out by VNGC's Roy Hee here, and now it's Wolves who's making the mistake on the positionals here, because 14 is so far out of position. He's just completely caught out by the likes of VNGC and ASE. I'm not sure where the rest of Team Wolves is.
I'm not sure if it was just 14, to be honest. It definitely felt like it from that positioning. That's no way. Is that a Blood Ripper? Oh, you know the amount of times I've got to see Blood Rippers getting dropped from Morris Blessing? I can literally count them on my hands. That's how low it comes. And I'm really excited to see how this is going to change FPX's positioning. Because, like, obviously with the Blood Ripper, you want to be close to be able to just push with that momentum charge. Either you ragdoll them into the zone or you ragdoll them into something like that Viper ultimate, especially if you can get the stun to connect. VVV can have some really nice setups for a Blood Ripper off of the back of that Viper stun. As we head over and look at VNGC, again, missing one of their members, Fat Milk, not going to be there on that Karumi is going to make it so hard for Roy Hee, especially because we're so late in this game, and off of that Soul Altar Resurrection, he had to be brought back by a rebuff charm. He's still in the blue armor. So that Karumi really needed to be that to keep that monk up. As YZG actually going to be caught out and challenged by GD. Xiao Toto, off of a little pressure from those nunchucks, actually going to be opting to try and counter monk up, as we see everyone immediately try and distance themselves so that the grabs can't come on through. QGG, by the way, already using that Yui ultimate to push onto members of SD and try and push them low enough that Xiao Toto, if he's able to find a grab, is going to be able to find a kill. But again, that's just going to have a problem when Xiao Toto loses that ultimate. As we see one player from SD get grabbed, the double grab comes through. Xiao Toto is able to find Blue Pepsi and Dumpling. And as a result, YZG, off the back of that Karumi ultimate, allowing Xiao Toto to have the confidence to hold that monk form up for so long and find the double grab, will be able to survive the full duration of the ult. But now FPX comes in for that third party. We actually see TXJ dropping that Yodo ultimate early, as Roy Hee on the other side of the map had looked to try and grab them out of it. And we see him get one player grabbed, QGG falling exceptionally low, but the follow-up is not there. And he's able to get the Yui ultimate off in time to not get grabbed on the reverb. FPX now dueling ASE on the right side as VNGC's Roy He once again looking to claw his team's way into a top position.
Yeah, Roy really trying to make this work here, but unfortunately, because they are down a member, there's no follow through on the slam that comes through, and we see the likes of YZG able to pop that Yueshon ultimate QGG here and keep themselves alive, and then of course the Karumi tether coming through, helping QGG keep themselves in the game. QGG looking for a position to try to get some of these shield pots off as they desperately need a little bit of healing here. VNGC still trying to chase this kill down. Simpson's going to find themselves way out of position as YZG CXE able to pick up the elimination. VVV coming in though with a massive stun on to CXZ as TXJ able to come in and secure that elimination for themselves. We are going to see YZG Zhao Toto go ahead and pop that monk form up, looking to make some grabs here. QGG under the feet of Zhao Toto, trying to get the resurrection here. FPX's TXJ going to throw the F3 down onto the body though and block YZG from being able to get the resurrection here. TXJ now coming in with a Yodo ultimate, looking to do some massive damage to Zhao Toto, and they are going to be able to pick up the second elimination here on to YZG, going to 8 eliminations. Now YZG holding on to that first place position, but with only a single member left remaining, that member being QGG, and that ultimate already being burnt. You can hear the Blood Ripper coming through as Fun Plus Phoenix looking to utilize it and make some noise here for themselves. QGG just wanting to stay alive as long as humanly possible, make those 13 eliminations count for as much as they can. Fun Plus Phoenix coming in with a massive Viper ult, but Ace's Alex going to follow it up with one of their own. They're going to catch out Wolfew's Choice as they come in and pick up the elimination. Unfortunately, they missed the opportunity to pick up the elimination onto TXJ from Fun Plus Phoenix, which would have opened this final lobby up for the rest of these teams. Roy He trying to pick up Leo, but not able to find it as VVV shows up to cover for the likes of Fun Plus Phoenix. Roy He now in this game just trying to make these points count for as much as possible for VNGC as they are close to being able to qualify here. Roy He able to get the grab onto TXJ, is going to slam them out into the zone. QGG still just chilling in the corner over here, trying to keep the game alive for YZG with their 13 eliminations. Ace is down to 2 members. Fun Plus Phoenix still holding on to all 3, even though TXJ and Leo go extremely low multiple times here. Roy He trying to get those grabs off, but unfortunately the high ground not serving him well here, as it's more of a conal shape blocking his hands from players coming up close. Roy He now caught out by the likes of Fun Plus Phoenix, and that's going to be it for VNGC. Leo going to get picked up by HZilly here, as now TXJ trying to lock some members down. Alex trying to get the Viper stun onto TXJ. TXJ going to use the teleport as a way to iframe through the stun here from the Viper, though. QGG just looking to stay alive here, and TXJ able to pick up HZilly, and it's just YZG's QGG now going head to head with a Fun Plus Phoenix. It is a 1v3. The Soul Slash comes through. He is going to be forced to back away here. He's able to pick, no, it's Ace's Alex who shows up and picks up the elimination on to the likes of Fun Plus Phoenix. QGG going to be forced to pop the ultimate here, might actually be able to take the first place finish here. The Poison Splash comes through. He just needs one hit onto VVV. YZG is going to do it. The back-to-back MVPs. QGG holds it together for the likes of YZG.
It's so close, and you have to feel, right, when FPX are able to down that Karumi and just make sure that they're not able to get the resurrection off. Like, we see the Viper ult come through, we see the Yodo F3 come through, YZG trying to throw in that Monk ult as well to cover over that body so that QGG can come in and get that reviver. Isn't able to find it, and as a result, when Zhao Toto actually goes for the Monk ult next, he goes down almost immediately. However, QGG plays for his life. He finds a tree, hides himself up in those branches, makes sure that he's not a target, waits until his rage is going to be regenerated, waits until everyone around him has popped those ultimates and those players start to get real low, and he's able to use the ultimate for the Yui to lengthen his health bar and out-sustain all of the players around him. And it is just a back-to-back absolute wondrous win for YZG. That a team coming in today, like I asked you, do you think YZG are going to be able to find the same value that we expected to see from them in Season 2 MVPL. And you said yes, and I'll give it to you, Ren, you were absolutely right.
Look, YZG is a team that you can never count out, right? These guys come in, they play good, clean Naraka. They're almost always towards the top. They're very similar to the likes of XSG from Season 1 of the Pro League, where they're almost always kind of quietly in that top range, scoring very well. And then all of a sudden, they have one or two big pop-off games, and you're like, oh yeah, YZG exists. And they play this game very, very well. It's one of the reasons why I never count YZG out of the race, and clearly you shouldn't either, because here they are yet again with the back-to-back dubs here today in the World Championship.
Yeah, they're finding that momentum, like they really are, and there is a very high potential that we see the free-peat and that they're able to pick up 3 MVPs in one day, because they're definitely on the path forward. Like, they're looking extremely strong. I have to say, I think they're probably the best team that we've seen in playing the Gate of Yang with this Kurumi comp. Like, they really have it down to an absolute T.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing is, like, you're running the Kurumi into those gate comps. Not only do you have extra confidence because you know that the win rate for this particular comp in the realms of Yang is very high, but you're also just able to do so much more with your team, right? Somebody goes down towards, you know, an edge or something. If your Kurumi's up, she can get that tether off. And in the chaos of these final circles, they're able to bring these players back up. The monks are able to stand up longer. They're able to take those range shots from downrange and just continue to heal through them. With the Kurumi tethering to them, she brings a whole lot to the team, and there's a reason why she was the original support of the Transformer comp. Being able to go into the realm of Yang and not having to worry about the third parties when covering those very, very coveted Morris Blessings that has the gear the Transformer comp need, she just brings so much more to that. As we see here, of course, YZG in that first place position with 14 eliminations and a 24.6 game score. Fun Plus Phoenix look to be taking control of the final zone, but they split their efforts a little too much in the end, and they end up getting eliminated just before the end with 12 eliminations. They're going to go to a 19.8 game score, and ASE once again in the top 3 with 12 eliminations and an 18.6, and Wolves having yet another good game for themselves. 12 eliminations, going out in that 5th, 6th place with a 15.4 game score.
Well, someone else who has a very good game, and I'm sure Chad is going to be very happy about this, is Orion. Like, sure, they don't make it into top 5, but it's just barely, and they do post 9 kills and a game score of 10.9. And remember, this is a team that needed to have good games. They've been having a much better day on day 2 than they had on their first day. However, YZG, we can't take away from how good a performance this team is having today. Sure, it's not the same damage numbers that they had in that first round where they take MVP, where every single one of them posts above 20k. However, once again, I really do feel like it has to be the Yui taking MVP. QGG just does such a good job of creating space and playing off of everything that Xiao Toto was able to put in motion.
Absolutely. And here's the thing is, you can have your not MVP, your star player, play the monk as long as he's facilitating your Yueshan to be able to make these dives happen. And here's the thing, it's very smart coming in with the Kurumi support as well, because it makes it even more viable for your Yueshan to dive into these teams and pump out massive amounts of damage. And that's exactly what we continue to see coming out from YZG's QGG with a 20,000 damage scoreline, 5 eliminations and 8 assists. And look at this, 10,000 of that damage is coming from his Yueshan. We see monks who don't put out this much damage from their ultimate.
I mean, again, he picks up Phantom Step too. And I mean, I know we talked about Phantom Step in the previous game because he's running it, but I think it's even more important in this lobby, because one thing that Phantom Step does, it allows you that little second of invisibility after every single dash, right? What you can actually do, we saw Roy he do this on his second day of solos. You can use that invisibility to iframe through a Viper ultimate. And because, you know, you're playing that monk comp, the Viper ultimate is your absolute worst enemy. So having Phantom Step and knowing you have a little bit of leeway, so that if your monk gets caught by that Viper stun, there is a very slim potential that you are not going to get caught by it, and you can actually use that to be able to cover the monk and guarantee he survives the Viper ultimate is paramount. And I really do feel like this team is sorting through every single soul jade that they can, booking it over to a rift dealer and rolling for jades until they find it for that reason.
You know, this is actually something we talked about after our very first day of Trios, Moxie, was there's been a bit of shift in the meta, whereas a lot of these teams have opted to hold on to their Dark Tide coins for as long as possible before looking to be able to get those potential resurrections onto their team if they needed them. And unfortunately, we've seen time and time again, this has been making some of these teams suffer, as they'll find that the player that usually gets caught out is the one holding on to those Dark Tide coins in a very unlucky turn of events. What we're seeing now is something we didn't see in season 1 and season 2. We're seeing these teams mass roll soul jades, and sometimes these soul jades have been the difference maker, especially something like Skyforce onto your monk, right? Skyforce allowing you to re-get those shields if you get an elimination. So if you monk up when you're low on shields and you're able to get those double grabs and pick at least 1 eliminations, when you demonk, you know you're gonna have those shields to cover for you. So as you go low on monk, you can just go ahead and force the demonk to get into a situation where you're able to hold on for just a little bit longer. But who's not going to hold on a little bit longer is Leah, because they've got another interview for us before we come back and lock in for game number 5.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we invite Poopy from the team Orion to our interview. Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Poopy. Okay, so first, please say hello to our audience and give us a self-introduction.
Hello, everyone. I'm Poopy from Team Orion. I play the Tianhai and Temoch and Wuchen.
Of course, we see. And you know, there is a fight. I remember when you use Wuchen's ult and you transmit your teammate into the Shadow Corruption and then faced FPX DQ at the time. So actually, we really want to know what is the situation at the time.
I didn't have my ult quite yet, so it was like just coming up, and I was really wanting to get my ult earlier, but I didn't. So when it did come up, it was kind of like just chaos. so I was just like, I need to get the ult down just for Tryhard, because he needed some help because he was getting pushed and he's really low. So I just placed it and ported us.
Okay, so in this game we know you play Wuchen, and I remember in the first game you play Tianhai and you have a really great performance, especially in the Born fight. You got double grappling at the time, so you know, it's quite different position in both two combinations. So how do you think about like a different position? One is for attack position and one is for support position. What do you think is different?
Well, one is like more of like an enforcing role, and then the one is more like support. All of us, every single person on my team, we each play every single position in multiple comps. So we've just adapted, and all of us have a good understanding of what each position requires and how to play each position.
Okay, well, so the next question will be like, how do you think your team's rank from now on?
Like how we'll keep moving forward, kind of thing?
I mean the grade, the score from now on.
Well, we need, I think we need a really strong game, and then we need like a okay game for us to qualify. So we're really hoping that we can pull together and get a pop-off game.
Yeah, but there still have 2 games left, so you still have the opportunity. And we all know like Poopy is our rap star in our J-Cup. So do you have anything you want to say to your fans or to your teammate or to yourself in the interview?
I know that we can do it. We definitely can. I don't want to let anyone down. And we're just going to pull our best together and try and go for glory.
Okay, I believe you can do it. So there's still 2 games left. Just good luck to you, okay?
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, that's all for the interview, and thankfully we come to our interview. And let's have a rest, and highlights will continue later.
Well, blink and you'll miss it, of the group stages for trios. And already we're headed over to game number 5.
in Morris Isle, and what a couple games they were indeed, as YZG comes through with the back-to-back MVP. And you know, we love to see it, and this is exactly what I talk about all the time, right? Games 3 is very, very important for all of these teams because it's the easiest game for you to carry that momentum over into game 4 because you're not swapping back and forth between the maps. And sure enough, YZG proves me right, whereas they take the victory in game 3 and are able to find that same momentum into game 4. Now, it's a very close game, but in the end, QGG's positioning and decision making is what allows YZG to take that MVP in the end. He's able to find a little spot behind the tree. He's able to keep things moving. He's able to utilize his soul jades to his advantage and come in the last possible second with the transformation to just be able to out heal the rest of the lobby, pick up a couple more eliminations, get that first place finish, get those multiplier as well as those ranking points so that YZG walks away with the double MVP.
Oh, you spoiled it.
Oh, well, I just give you the answer here. And who was the last player alive in game number 4? If you get this one wrong now, I'm gonna be very sad. I didn't even know that this was the question coming, and I just gave you guys the answer. But go ahead and get those answers into chat. Make sure you keep an eye on your whisper box, because if you're the one who gets it right and gets chosen, you're gonna get yourself a Lotus treasure, and that's where you can find it here on Twitch inside your whisper box. And again, what a performance coming out from all
One
of these
specific
teams.
player.
I'm trying not to re-spoil it, because that was talk about well planned on the time of production. What a time to come in with the question there. But yeah, no, just a great couple of games 3 and 4, and re-emphasizing just how important game 3 is for these teams. Between Holleroth and Morris Isle. You know, Morris Isle really being the map where many of these teams look to have their big pop-off games, because they've had so much more time to grow them to that particular map and figure out strategies for it. And as we saw here, one particular team and one particular player able to take the back-to-back victories here in games 3 and 4. And the question is now, will they be able to carry that momentum over against all odds into Holleroth and make the same thing happen? It's going to be interesting to see. All eyes on a lot of teams, though, because there's only 2 games left here in our trio, and many teams on the cusp of being able to climb into those top 16 positions against all odds, really. Orion is one pop-off game away from qualifying for the grand finals, and I know many of the players in NA hoping that Orion heads there. You know, it could be huge to have an NA team in those grand finals representing the region here, as many players looking to get esports orgs invested in Rocket in the West. And if they see an NA team head to those grand finals, it could be the difference maker. Tryhard, obviously, from Team Orion, already making it happen in solos, but trios is really where orgs look to come in and make those magic happen, because you want to field the teams, you want to be walking away with the biggest prize pool possible. So hopefully something out here in these final 2 games. A couple of other teams as well looking to make it happen for their region. But we've got a short video before we come in and lock in for our 5th game of the night.
Em nghĩ là có người lỗi, có người chết sớm. Tại vì đầu game bị chết thì mất cái hồi sinh đi, thì không có đi kiếm số lượng kill tốt được. Em nghĩ là lúc đó thì em khá là run và cũng cảm thấy rất là tuyệt khi được đánh 1v3. Tại vì team em đang rất là thiếu điểm, nên em cần làm điều đấy để cứu lại những đồng đội của mình.
Yeah, you heard from Roy. He another team actually, the NGC, who are on the cusp of being able to make it into the top 16 and qualifying from group stages into the doing an absolute stellar job. Like, hearing as well that he was super nervous and his hands are actually shaking when he was pulling off fights 1 versus 3 and finding double grabs. Like, oh man, he's such a good player. As we can have a look at the compositions coming on through, and again, I'm happy I get to see another Valda.
Yeah, look what else you get to see in that comp, Moxie.
Do you think they're going for like the half and half cremation comp where you actually use the soak effect from the Valda bubble and then the fire tick from the Taka to make sure that they take the entire fire tick damage?
Can happen, right? Obviously, the two of them together, we're going to see it happen. If they are running the fireball, it's interesting because another team also running Tarka, and this was a comp that was mentioned during the beginning of the first day by some of these teams in some of those videos that they shared, talking about this comp being able to win some of those realms of Yang. It's a very aggressive comp that can very quickly delete one player. And in the realm of Yang, if you're able to take that 3v2 advantage, it's very, very huge for a team, right? So it's going to be interesting to see YZG's able to use it to their advantage there. And if any team can currently, it's going to be YZG. They're on a tear. Here we go. BBE, though, once again, in a very similar situation where they find themselves being turned on. But Roy He gets actually turned on by Iben here. As they come in with a nunchuck uppercut combo here, but Iben now completely separated from his team. He's able to get the parry onto Roy He. Looks like they're going to be able to get the elimination, but not quite, as the rest of VNGC able to clean up Iben before he can get that final hit onto Roy He.
Yeah, a lot of action-packed adventures starting off in Imperial very early on. There's that Taka that we expected to see coming on for running the elbow. So no fireball shenanigans with the Valda, unfortunately. In a Zephyr, and immediately we see the opportunity seized by ESK. Your boy comes in with the Nezha's Might and entirely shuts the Taka down. The elbow having already been invested, there was no way of being able to tank and turn the damage around on that one. And it is going to be YZG sent packing a little bit earlier, I'm sure, than this team were expecting, running that composition. They're looking to go for the Gates of Yang fights. They do not want to be eliminated before they're going to be able to set that particular win condition in motion. There's ESK, CNV in the distance, Wolf U also deciding to cut through the middle at the moment, as everyone wanting to try and find better loot. It is supposed to be in a higher loot tier area, however, because of the amount of players that have dropped here, a lot of them have actually cannibalized a lot of those troves that have been found around. So VNGC, probably the best set team at the moment in terms of just straight loot.
Yeah, VNGC looking to push in here. Roy He a little bit on the back foot here. Simpson needing to swap that armor over for him, and he's going to find himself out of position again from the rest of his team as ESK looks to push in on him, but his team able, while he's out of position, to go ahead and drop a Bane's Breath, and this is a huge advantage for VNGC as the Monk is able to stand in the safety of it and throw these hands out slows from VNGC, looking to come in and capitalize onto ESK. ESK, one of their members separated from the other two here. This is a dream setup for the likes of VNGC, but picks up slows here. Roy He gets the slam onto Joan from ESK, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Your boy shows up here as well from ESK. We're going to see the Yueshon hold come out, but he actually falls off the side of the cliff, and VNGC slows able to pick up a member of ESK. This now turns in to a 3v2, and ESK needs to find a way to capitalize onto this fight or end up going back to the Soul Altar. We're going to see VNGC actually lose slows here as it turns into a 2v2. ESK might have found their way back into this particular engagement here. Roy He looking to go in. Yeah boy, trying to cover for the rest of their team here, but the Takeda coming through and shutting down every single attempt for them to make it happen. Roy He here holding that left click on to the nunchucks there, looking to get the trigger off from it, and they do find it. Now it's just Yeah boy actually catches them both in a charge right click into the parry. Roy He able to use the bell to cover, and thankfully he had the cooldown there, because that could have been disaster for VNGC.
Yeah, once again, Roy able to clutch out that fight with skill and ability, as SD and GD now going toe-to-toe. GD already using that elbow. Taka ultimate coming online too. That Nezha's Might doing so much damage to the face of Kakaishi, and it is going to be the Wuchen ultimate to try and teleport and reposition. The GD have already been able to pick up one member of SD, dumping going extremely low, just having to try to use that nunchucks and the horizontal movement carried through from the grapples to elongate the distance between themselves and GD now that the Wuchen ultimate has been removed. And as a result, GD running this Tarka Spear, which is something we saw in solos 2 days prior, using the jump momentum carried up by that Tarka ultimate, immediately transitioning into the right click from the spear to be able to slam down really unpredictably on your opponents below you, so they're not able to really dodge away if they miss timeout.
Yeah, not only that, immediately being able to follow it up with a crouch cancel into the left click and then immediately into the double tap elbow from the Tarka and just take complete control of the neutral if you're able to land the right click from up above. We're going to see Fun plus Phoenix looking to come in here and take control of this ballista, and they've got plenty of targets to choose from with YZG down below, and this it could be the curse here for YZG, as we are going to see YZG's QGG picked up here by Fun plus Phoenix, and unfortunately YZG, who's been a dominant force in the last, already losing their resurrections and now losing a key member in QGG with no way to get the resurrection just yet. They're going to have to look to prioritize one of those Moira's blessings when they come up and see if they can't get a resurrection charm under their belt. Wolves here who've been doing much better here in their day 2, able to find themselves engaged with Max Club. Yoda Hime putting in absolute work as they're able to pick up a Kun here from Max Club. Wolves 14 actually going to find the space. Actually, sorry, DRCK actually the one able to find the space to go ahead and get the ultimate off here, but they are stuck inside. They are able to get the resurrection back on to Kun though, but the ult only going to serve to scare Wolves off here, not going to be able to use it to turn the fight on to Wolves. They are able to keep Kun alive though, and that is critical here in game number 5 as we see VNGC finding their footing here just a little bit in our game, as ESK looking to try to not die to VNGC a second time. Your boy, once again, the last remaining 5 here for ESK, and Simpson going to clean them up as VNGC goes to 9 eliminations here in game number 5. And this is the game VNGC was looking for, because those 9 eliminations move them up into the top 16 as they surpass the likes of BLD and ESK, holding on to the dreams of competing in the grand finals.
Now it's just going to be about surviving for this team. The same for NV. They're sitting on 7 kills. And we've seen the likes of BBE, when they hit that number, like, they don't toe the line. They don't pull back the aggression at all. They just continue to accelerate all the way off the cliff. So hopefully we see the adaptation coming from those 2 teams, that they understand that, no, we've got enough. We don't want to chase afterwards. And already I can see that maybe NV are going to be finding themselves into a similar situation as Wolves or One Fang push on to Max Club. Will be able to catch out Kun. They don't have that Monk ultimate to be able to cover either for the revive to come on through. As Orion start to push forward, think about maybe pushing on to Wolves, knowing that they just come out of a fight. Ultimates are going to be invested. This is absolutely the moment that Orion can look to take control of in that neutral and the ultimates as well. However, King goes in with the Greatsword and actually lets the blue go without his 2 teammates providing the space and stagger lock to prevent a counter from coming out. And as a result, it's a very early and a little bit scared Wuchen ultimate coming through, to be honest, allowing Orion to be able to survive.
Yeah, Orion looked to push in there and tried to make a little bit of noise there on to Wolves. They found themselves actually not engaging the way that they want to there. They aren't able to pick up either the loot or an elimination as they burn 2 key ultimates and are forced to back out. We're going to see here Fun plus Phoenix and the likes of, I do believe, VNGC trying to compete over this realm here. Neither of them actually going in. They want to keep the other team from being able to go in here. Fun plus Phoenix now going to be committed to not actually taking the Realm of Yang, because they burn an ultimate, and if you go into the Realm of Yang here, sans an ultimate, you're going to be in a bad situation. Team GD here already going head to head with ASE inside their Realm of Yang, and GD on a little bit of a back foot as ASE pressures in, and we are going to see in the kill feed, unfortunately, Wolves eliminating Orion, and this is exactly what Orion doesn't want to see happen here, as they no longer have an opportunity to put points on the board here in game game number 5, and it all comes down to them having a massive game in game number 6. ASE here able to use a little bit of space off the back of this, that Karumi ult serving them well, and this is it again. This is the Monk comp here with Karumi versus the Monk comp with Temi, and right now it looks like ASE is coming out on top of this particular matchup. They get the full healing from the Karumi ult as they're just able to take control of this. GD coming in with a massive scale rush, though, doing a ton of damage to Jin, might have flipped the odds on their head. They're able to pick up Hazily here, and GD might overcome the statistics here as they kick a massive parry up onto Ace's Alex, and for once, the Temi comp comes out on top.
This is actually an adaptation I really like to see from the Temi comp. Like, you don't rely on your ultimate being that cycle lock and crowd control, you rely on the F ability instead. Use the wisps to catch that Karumi out and make it that when she actually uses and expands that Teva and TPs over to her teammate, you can then throw that wisp out knowing that she either has to choose to go into it or she runs into your other two teammates. And that's actually something that not a lot of teams with the Temi had tried to do before. They relied on the ultimate being the one to shut those down, and the monks had just walked straight through it. So really nice adaptation coming in through, and we're going to have to work out, because we can't just have the easy statistic now of 100%. Now we have to try and calculate and tally up all of the times that we've seen a Karumi comp go toe-to-toe with a Temi comp in a Gate of Yang. If you can do that in chat, we would greatly appreciate it. But if not, I know exactly what my weekend's gonna be spent doing.
Look, it's gonna be pretty close to about 87%. Just doing some quick maths in my head, but it's still a massive advantage clearly for the Karumi. Obviously, there's always going to be an outlier in statistics, and it was very nice that we had the 100% there, but they were just able to actually outplay and overcome the massive disadvantage this particular time around, and some of it has to do with how they played. That team, Aces, wanted to sit in the Karumi ultimate on the backside, and instead of having a member go out and try to continue to pressure onto the Temi comp, what they did was they all sat there and let the Temi comp get equally as much healing, right? The reason Karumi wins that comp in the realm of Yang there is that you're able to heal while denying healing to the Tumult comp. If you just sit there and stand in your Karumi ultimate and don't have anybody pressuring the other comp likewise can get healing off just by burning resources, and then you lose the advantage that Karumi brings in. So yes, we had seen a 100% win rate, but we saw a 100% win rate because we didn't see mistakes coming out from the teams. ASE clearly making a mistake there and allowing the Temi comp to basically take a free reset in front of their face.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't just that as well. It was the fact that that skill rush comes through and just barrels through so many of them, denying and depleting all of that Karumi's resources, and pretty much just resetting their health back to before when we saw those Karumi abilities coming on through. As GD gonna be emboldened, trying to take on this team outside Yushan. BBE, another of these teams that do not want to go out of this match early. Normally they can put together and string at least 7 kills by this time. However, at the moment, they've only found 2. So not only do they go out of the lobby extremely early, they don't have the usual massive amount of kills that they've been able to accrue before they're rejected that have allowed them to at least retain a position towards the higher parts of the leaderboard. That's a performance they are not gonna be happy with.
Yeah, luckily for BBE, though, they can actually afford this. Like, it's not great. You don't want to be in 14th place, but it's 14th place in game number 5. Nobody else down below has the ability to close this gap out, right? The only team that's within range of climbing to BBE is going to be ESK, and they have a 59.4. BBE needs 3 teams to climb up ahead of them to force them down into that 17th place position. And there's just not enough teams within range in one more game to make that happen. So even though BBE continues to suffer the same issues that they've suffered, the MVP that they get at the beginning of the day was enough points, it looks, to guarantee that they're going to qualify for the grand finals here in the World Championship. But it's desperately something that they need to address before heading into grand finals, the same mistakes that they continue to make over and over again.
ASA are about to go down to Yang depletion, by the way. And even worse for them, VNGC are about to move in to Yushan Ruins. So even if ASE have been able to pick up one Soul Bloom for one of their players, they are going to be spotted out if they try and move away. And it looks like, yeah. So they prioritize keeping Hazley up. So Jin and Alex are both going to go down. That means it's just the Monk on their own trying to survive. I would honestly have prioritized the Yui to make sure that if you go for that transformation, you can use those leaps to try and jump away, because your prioritization now is getting rebirth charms and getting to a soul ult to get your team back. The Monk, while great for sustainability, is really lumbersome on his own.
Hey, we're going to see OUG here giving chase to the remaining members of GDK, getting caught out here by Wade, and really, it doesn't matter. You know, Wade taking a ton of damage here, but K can't step into the zone because of Wade blocking for him here, and the zone tick alone is going to be enough for OUG to pick up the elimination there, and it is super sad to see them go down. VNGC here, once again, inside the realm of Yang, going head-to-head here with Fun plus Phoenix. VNGC running the Temi comp, and I do believe so is Fun plus Phoenix. Yeah. So it's just raw skill here. No advantage for either side in terms of the comp selection. And Roy Hee just getting focused down. Takes a ton of damage, is able to de-transform in the very end, but the Temi ult comes out from the likes of Fun plus Phoenix, and they're able to catch Roy Hee out into the ult. The grab comes through. Fun plus Phoenix cleans up 2 of the eliminations. Only 1 player left. Simpson just trying to hold on for dear life with the ultimate, but it's not going to be enough as Fun plus Phoenix comes out on top here in the realm of Yang.
FPX having a much better game currently than they've had in some of the previous series of the day. They're going to be feeling very happy with that legendary greatsword to be able to embolden TXJ and make sure that if he gets those grabs, it should be kill confirmations. As VNGC, having lost that, gonna have to try and find themselves a soul to at least silver lining, like you can use this to get information on your surroundings. Like they're gonna see some of these players like ASE, and they're going to have an idea on where they're going to be able to head to get into a fight as quickly as possible.
As we take a look here, we're going to see the likes of YZG moving towards the edge of the map here. They need to be careful, though. Oh, no, they don't. I misspoke there. I thought that was BBE coming up from beside, but BBE actually died there, I do believe, Yang depletion earlier. So it's just YZG chilling out here on the top side of the snows, and it looks like we might see a final circle once again towards the snowy areas of the map here. And this has been a rarity. We haven't seen that this much during our Pro League or during our qualifiers for Worlds. Very typical for us to see the final circles end out in the desert side of the map, not up here in the snow, Moxie.
Yeah, normally Plumed Castle tends to be sort of where they can gravitate towards, right in that center. As it is, as you pointed out, looking like it's going to be another final zone towards the snow caps. As VNGC have to take this fight against Wolves, otherwise they're going to lose members. Early Viper ultimate coming on through from Wolves 14, going to be trapped in position by that Temi wall, not going to be able to chase after those members of VNGC, who immediately turn around on the Yodo. In the meantime, Roy Hee has been able to isolate out Xiao, and it is going to be a Wuchen TP to allow them all to live. However, VNGC know not only is the Wuchen ult gone, so too is the Vipers, so now they can hunt down Wolves. Only the Yodo ultimate is going to be available for one thing. The problem is VNGC, they've spotted out another team. It's not Wolves, however. And they're not going to know this until they actually see what comp that they're running into. This is going to be absolutely awful if they run into another Viper, because they're going to think it's Wolves. But it's not. It's the Valda that they run into. So now they know, okay, ultimates are going to be online potentially for the other side. We have to ult up. We have to monk up. We have to take this seriously.
Yeah, absolutely here. VNGC still trying to have the best game that they've had thus far here in game number 5 as they continue to pressure this fight with YZG. And YZG, you know, after having very good games back to back, seem to be struggling here in game number 5. Not quite able to carry that momentum over like they were hoping for, as they just continue to pressure in here. VNGC is going to be able to lock down most of the members here of YZG, and they are down to a single member. 6Z goes down, and that is going to be it. YZG eliminated here from game number 5.
Yeah, V and GC do, however, lose slows. It is just going to be Roy, Hehe, and Simpson. However, they should have enough coins to be able to buy him back. As we head over and have a look at FPX and ASE going toe-to-toe. Cannon fire coming on top of Ballista, but no Ballista shots at the moment. As LYD, with that legendary greatsword that FPX were able to pick up from the Gate of Yang, challenging at Hazley's heels, making it really hard for that monk to be able to have any sense of safety, and forcing out that Karumi ultimate. All the while, FPX happy that they've been able to burn that resource, disengage, wait for the monk to drop out, and know if they hit Hazley, they're actually going to be able to push him back. If they actually try and push onto Ballista, they're going to run into LYD running Infernal Slash on that legendary greatsword, making it so hard to actively, openly challenge him on the front line.
Yeah, LYD taking that position topside is extremely good here for Fun Plus Phoenix. Just a thing of note in this particular ballista here onto Holoroth is it's very different from the ballistas in Morris Isle that are up top on those sorts of hills. Generally speaking, if you get down below on the bottom of one of those little pillars, it's very hard for the ballista to have any sort of effect on the fight. But here on Holoroth, that very particular ballista has a pretty good downrange in terms of being close to the pillar. You have to be standing almost directly next to that pillar to be out of range of this particular ballista. If you push out even a little bit, you find yourself in range. And many of these teams have been capitalizing on that during these Holoroth games. Fun Plus Phoenix right now giving chase to the members of ASE on the edge of the zone. LYD trying to lock down some of the members from ASE. Jin still stuck in the zone here. TXJ trying to hold them there, but not going to be able to find it, as it looks like they're able to push away. ASE is going to keep their game alive.
ASE going to be able to hold on a little bit longer, as we actually see a snowstorm directly in the middle of that Morris Blessing. So OUG very fortunate that they are entirely uncontested. And so the only team close to them at the moment are VNGC. And as a result, they've been able to not have to worry about expending ultimates, pick up Legendary Flamer and Legendary Armor for Wade on that monk to make him even tankier in that transformation. They've got a bounty on their head as well. So they know that they're probably going to be propositioned for a fight in a matter of moments. However, the main fight has been going on. FPX and ASE are still fighting each other. By the way, we've moved entirely away from the desert and we've headed towards an entirely different terrain. And FPX and ASE are still going head to head with these monks, trying to find those players and land those grabs as VVV from the top of that cliff is just pelting Hazley with that repeating crossbow damage. However, there's the Karumi ultimate to be able to make sure that Hazley is going to be able to survive it, as TXJ trying to climb up that cliff, gets hit by the poison tick, goes extremely low, does go down in the end to ASE's Alex, and from there it's just going to be VVV. LYD trying to create the space with that greatsword, lets the 1-2 go, and as a result gets countered, but he's bought VVV a little bit of time to be able to try to come back in and turn things around. However, he's taking so much corruption tick damage. The stagger lock is absolutely insane coming through from ASE. He's not going to get baited into going to throw out that blue focus, and as a result, ASE not going to be turned upon, will be able to get the resurrection onto Jin and find the entire squad wipe onto FPX, who go down with only below 10 kills.
Yeah, FPX really struggling here in day number 2 in the face of many of these teams. And we theorized that FPX and GG were going to be the ones causing each other to kind of have lower point days than they had in their day ones, because they hadn't come head to head yet. And those were kind of the two front seated teams. But honestly, these two teams haven't had much of an opportunity to come head to head. Both Team GG and Fun Plus Phoenix having much lower point days than their previous days, and they haven't had that opportunity to actually have the fight we were hoping for. I know both you and me were looking forward to seeing them end up in that realm of Yang. Just
I mean, they said it even
Fun Plus Phoenix.
They said it even in like the opening VT, right? FPX members specifically said they wanted to fight GG in a realm of Yang. But have we really actually even seen GG go for the challenge in the Gate of Yang? It always feels like they prioritize the Morris Blessing instead.
Yeah, they really have. GG trying to play safe here today, and honestly, I can't blame GG. Right? They could go in and they could play today risky, but they had put enough points up during day one to almost guarantee that they would qualify for grand finals. Today, they can just afford to play safe, go to grand finals, and at grand finals, it's a reset for everybody. There's no points or anything that carry over for these teams. It is just going head to head, a fresh reset, 16 teams, right? So GG doesn't need to worry about getting a ton of extra points to carry over or anything like that. They just need to qualify. It's about who ends up in that top 16, and GG's already put that work in. If they come in today and they play a more passive day, they're giving these teams less answers in terms of information, right? They're not seeing exactly how they're playing these comps. They're not seeing, you know, how aggressive GG can actually be. And GG stands a chance to be able to come in once they get into grand finals, flip that script, turn that aggression back on, and these teams not have an immediate answer for it.
It definitely feels as well like some teams are just limit testing some comps, right? The Taka and the Valda is definitely an attempt at trying to find a comp that's going to be really strong at Gate of Yang, but it also really plays into the sort of paranoia of how do you counterpick what you don't know is coming on out, right? J-Team blitzed a path to #1 spot in Worlds last year because they came in with a comp that no one was expecting. Everyone was like, oh, Mike's going to be so strong. And then J-Team comes across with this Viper, and everyone's like, oh, wait, what? How do we deal with this? And J-Team is able to win because no one is prepared. No one knows how to really be able to adapt into it. Right, so it definitely feels like a lot of these teams who have, like you pointed out, already been able to put together the points necessary to qualify into the top 16, have that luxury of a couple of days of just experimenting. And even if you're not going to stick with what you experiment with, just the possibility of something like that coming out for some of these teams, it's going to be in the back of their heads, like, are we going to run into a Valda? Are we going to run into a Taka? Do we need to have other countermeasures to something that isn't a Monk comp or isn't really heavily reliant on that Yodo, Viper, and Wuchan? As ASE comes in with that Yui ultimate for that Monk comp with that Karumi, which is another thing that some of these teams are going to have to be second guessing. Is it a Karumi or is it going to be a Temi? Is it going to be Gate of Yang control or is it going to be playing to have all three of your members playing aggressively and looking to win those 1v1s? As ASE have been able to find themselves a really nice positioning at the moment. They've been able to block out any impact from NV's Monk ult on top of the cliff by just using those tents to be able to block the Monk hands from grabbing the knight. As you can actually see, he's looking for players on the top. He's wanting to see if anyone's looking for that ranged poke damage to go in with that Monk snipe. And they are getting challenged by OUG's Wade, who comes in with that bell to be able to buy himself the iframe necessary to hit into that Monk ult. Entirely uncontested, and as a result, OUG get gift-wrapped high ground control.
Yeah, OUG looking to secure a couple of grabs here. They are going to find ASE's Alex, and this is huge for them. Look at this, the range support coming in from way downtown, as Wade is just up top by himself, but Wade also going to be the target of some of those repeating crossbows, and I do believe we see the Venom tip coming in, and you can see those slow ticks slowly working away at Wade's HP. He's just going to go ahead and de-transform here as he looks to find himself back with the rest of his team so that they can position better as the Monk almost running out here. VNGC down to just Simpson here, but a much better game for VNGC. 12 eliminations under their belt, and they're still holding on strong. Team Wolves here also finding themselves in that consistency sort of game with 6 eliminations under their belt as they're heading here into these final zones. As Zone 6 gets ready to collapse onto Zone 7. 14 with a massive Viper ult here is going to allow One Fang to pick up Ace's Jin, but One Fang going to be picked up here as well as GU. Wolves allowing themselves to be double grabbed after the Viper ult comes through, securing them. Alex going to find themselves picked back up into this game by ASE, and 14 just holding on for dear lives now as they have to just find a way to stay alive here. And I do believe 14 was also able to pick up the like of VNGC Simpson on the inside of this tent. 14 actually feeling really good right now. He's got an out through the roof of this tent. He can can just hold on for as long as possible here, let himself potentially get that ult back up and maybe lock down some of these players when the final zone collapses in the next 24 seconds and make something happen. OUGE here looking to come in and make something happen of their own. All these ults coming through, none of these teams holding that ultimate for once the zone actually finally collapses. ASE and OUG trying to end this before the zone does fully collapse. Jin top side here, both him and Jin use ult actually going to run out. Nobody going in this 10th, so 14 is still happy to just hold on to their position here. They know the zone's coming, so look at them. They're just relaxing, chilling, waiting for the opportune moment. They're trying to use that cannon to get some damage through the wall here onto Ace's Isley, and they're not quite able to find it. He's going to go outside, actually. Had the opportunity to pick up H-Zilly here, and actually H-Zilly going to die to the zone. Wolves 14 trying to get the ult out, but Zinyu dies to the zone as well. Wade up top looking to get a reset. Wolves might be able to come in and make something happen here after missing the opportunity to pick up double eliminations. The parry comes through. That's going to be it here as Wolves 14 able to lock Wade completely down. They're going to pick up a 10 elimination game, a first place finish. They're going to get 5 ranking points as well as that 1.4 times multiplier, but I think it's going to be OUG who comes out on top as our overall MVP for game number 5.
I mean, Wolves taking a page from YZG's book. It's been like, okay, if we've only got one player left, we're just gonna make sure that we get the ultimate off last. And that's exactly what 14 is able to do. However, OUG are the second last team standing. They also have the majority of the kills in the lobby, as BNGC unfortunately did go down. And so they are able to take that MVP. However, Wolves with a performance like that are going to be very happy. That is a team that have been in a particularly dicey spot when it comes to these standings run, and they want to go into this top 16 with the confidence knowing that they didn't just slip by with a sliver.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is yet another good game for Wolves Esports here, as they're able to put together quite a few points. They take the first place finish. They get a big multiplier. No worries whatsoever for them not qualifying after this game and the last game that they had in game number 4. Team Wolves feeling much more comfortable than they were at the start of the day. I said they had a lot of work to put in, and they clearly came in today ready to make that work happen, Moxie.
Wolves, it always feels like they're a team that take a little bit of time to be able to warm up, right? We saw it in Pro League Season 2. Their best games would hit around about Game 3 and Game 4, and they would just get better in Game 5 and Game 6. And that Holoroth gameplay, that macro Holoroth gameplay has always been nothing but impeccable. Whenever we've seen them have that standout games, it always feels like it's been on Holoroth. And you can see that they really understand the map. They understand the win condition. That 14 literally just has to hide in that tent. He has the escape. He can either go through that flap at the top, or he can tap dodge his way outside of it, take a little tick of corruption tick to make sure if someone's rocking something like a flamer, you're not going to be able to get the fire tick to eat away at your health bar either, to be able to set up that Viper stun to be able to hit onto any player on the low ground. Doesn't actually connect onto anyone because everyone on the low ground is already dead, but as a result, he has enough spacing to be able to push his way up onto the high ground, and then to finish things off, he gets the counter, the parry onto Wade, which just seals the deal because it's a little bit dicey for him, right? He gets punted outside of the zone, takes a lot of corruption tick damage, has to tap dodge his way back into the middle of safety, and the only way that he's going to be able to turn that around is if he hits that counter, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, I mean, Wade kind of in a sticky situation there, right? Wade starts charging the blue, seeing that 14 is heading back into the zone. Wade doesn't have too much of an option there. He feels like he's forced to let that blue go because he's trying to deny 14 access to the safe center of the zone there. Wolves 14 knows that that's the case and immediately lets the parry go on prediction and is able to go ahead and pick up the parry onto Wade. Wade there needing to just go ahead and tap dodge forward, hoping that Wolves was going to go for the parry. Unfortunately, when you're in that situation, sometimes you feel like you're forced to do certain things, and Wade felt forced to go ahead and throw that out. And it's a very, very close game here as OUG picks up 12 eliminations, goes out in second place, gets a 19.8 game score, but Wolves, with a first place finish and 10 eliminations, is able to take a flat 19, a very good game for Wolves Esports. VNGC with their best game to date, 12 eliminations and a third place finish with a 17.6 game score.
I love as well, VNGC, I think they've clocked on to the fact that at his heart, Roy is a very good solo player. So what they can basically do is assign Roy to play perimeter check on whoever tries to interrupt. As long as he's able to isolate out one of those members from the triggers, the other two can try to stagger lock and just frame the fight so it's a 2 versus 1 on whoever else they're able to pin down. We saw it when they were going up against, I believe it was ASE, where Roy is able to isolate out one member on the outskirts of Imperial Village and just keep him occupied so that his other two teammates can absolutely take apart the other two left.
Yeah, absolutely. And we take a look here at our MVPs here for game number 5. We're going to take a look, and it's probably going to be Zinyu coming up here, our MVP. A little shift from our last day of trios where it kept coming up the Monk, but today it's been Yueshan for these teams. And, you know, it kind of shows, right? We talk about our top Monks in the league and how well that they do when you typically look at the likes of GG, J Team, and of course WBG. It's always the Monk coming through as the MVP. But when you look at these other teams where the Monk isn't typically the carry for these teams, it's almost always the Yueshan who's coming through, and the Monk just facilitating Yueshan to be able to jump into the middle of these teams and pump out massive damage. And sure enough, Zinyu with 27,000 damage, 6 eliminations and 3 assists, does a massive amount of damage and is going to come up the MVP here for their team. But I want you to look at this, 14,000 damage coming from the bow for Zinyu.
14.7k, and again, that sort of goes back to what we were talking about, right? For the Monk, it isn't always about the damage that the ground slam does. If you can't find those double slams, it is far better to deprive a team of one of their players, of one of those teammates chipping away at that Monk's health, and hold them up in the air so that your other teammates can immediately hot swap over to those ranged weapons and just take apart their health bar. And that's what we've seen. A lot of these Monks towards the tail end of Season 2 from the Pro League would just look for the scoop ups and hold them in position either for a flamer or a cannon or a bow shot to just rip through the health.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, it comes down to realizing, okay, hey, we don't have a Monk player on our team who's just going to absolutely dominate the league. We need to readjust our play style here, and we're going to use the Monk as a tool to facilitate the rest of the team pumping out big damage and picking up these eliminations, even if it's one at a time. You have to utilize everything you can, and if you can't get the double grabs, you make the most of the grabs that you are able to get. And unfortunately for us, that's what we see happening for these teams. And I say unfortunate because we love a good double flashy grab. But what else is fortunate for us, though, is Leah is getting ready to come in with another interview before we come back for our 6th and final game of the day.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we invite Royce from the team VNGC to our interview. Hi Royce, please say hello to us first.
Xin chào Roy Hy, bạn có thể giới thiệu bản thân và chào viewer được không? Xin chào mọi người, tôi là Roy Hy, tôi đang đánh cho VMGC và đến từ Việt Nam.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Roy He. I'm from Vietnam. I'm playing for VNGC.
Okay, welcome. So the first question will be, I remember in the first Ring of Young, and your Tamuch is without ultimate, but you know, actually there is, if you want to win in the Ring of Young, the ultimate is really important. So why is that?
Tại sao khi mà mình vào cổng đầu tiên thì lúc đấy là ulti của Cat chưa có sẵn sàng, thì tại sao lúc đấy mình lại vào cổng?
Tại vì em biết địch đã mất của con Yuson rồi thì bọn em vào.
Yeah, so I think the enemy Yuson is don't have the ulti, so we just go in.
Okay, so after you get out from the Rim of Young and your team get the Vermilion Burst Might, But you didn't fight with others, just die under the thorny roller. And I really want to know the reason why about that.
Can you repeat the question?
Okay, so after you get out from the Rim of Young, and your team got the Vermilion Burst Might at the time, but your team didn't choose to fight with others, and then choose to die under the thorny roller. I want to know the reason why about that.
Sau khi team mình ra khỏi cổng thì lúc đấy mình có bùa đỏ, thì tại sao lúc đấy mình không tìm các team để đánh nhau mà
Không phải bọn em không tìm người, nhưng mà là bọn em không tìm thấy.
Yeah, so we want to fight, but we don't see any team to fight with, so we cannot fight.
Okay, so is that choice is meant to maybe collect information in the game?
Lúc đấy là team mình chỉ muốn tìm hiểu thêm thông tin về các team, kiểu mình muốn quét map hay là như thế nào.
Thì lúc mình có bù hồi sinh thì mình sẽ đi tìm để giết, để kiếm điểm thôi.
Yeah, so we just looking to for the information of the team, but we cannot find any team in the map, so we cannot fighting at that time.
Okay, I see. So today is the second time that Roy made a wonderful success in 1 against 3. So I see a lot of these kind of situations when you have a fight with your opponent is more than you. So actually, how did you deal with this kind of situation?
Trong ngày hôm nay thì mình cũng đã có một pha 1v3 với một team khác, và rất nhiều lần mình đã làm được như vậy, thì mình có bí quyết nào để làm được việc đó không ạ?
Thì đối với Việt Nam em mà nói là phải giữ đầu lạnh.
Yeah, so for myself, I just keep my head cool so I can fight in that fight.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you for Roy come to our interview, and that's all for the interview. Bye bye.
Cảm ơn Roy đã đến buổi phỏng vấn ngày hôm nay và chào tạm biệt.
像一道桥，山河烧啊烧，留下诗人我来熬。而你断断续续唱着歌，假装没爱了。同时也逆下青春我来啊！
我进来，我躲了，我进来逼了，可以开腰刀，我看着红叶，现在发给我东西，你吃，保我，上篮，好踢了，在打，发给我，你吃，上面两个人在打架，两个人，我来，就这两个了，OK，他被踢了，另外一个躲一下，另外一个往毒里飞了，我进毒躲了，他死了，他被毒死了，别被毒死。A 他一下，我不进去了，没事，我被毒死的，头是我们的就 OK。哎呀，总算吃了一把呀，没什么头，吃烂了。可以，吃了一把就下，吃了一把就笑嘻了。
可以不用买票了。
等我推一下就不行了。
哎，
等我推一下呀。
我说可以，你不用提前买票。
好像退一退啊，反正我说什么呢？我都买好了。我都买好了，等我推一下。
退一下，得退，真的
按摩钱给我退回来。
真的退呀，票钱呀。
Well, Rune, it's a bittersweet end to the day. We're headed off to our last and final game in the group stages of the Naraka Bladepoint World Championship Trios. And we have to send a couple of teams home because only 16 teams, the 16 top teams in the leaderboard, are going to make it through to qualify into those finals. And some of these teams today are unfortunately not going to be able to make the cut.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you know, all the fans at home have their teams that they want to make it, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. The 16 teams have to move on and 8 teams have to go home. And you have your 6 games to make the most of it. And some of these teams just haven't been able to make the most of those games. I have to give a shout out to Team Orion, though, today. You know, more than 10 times the amount of points. Actually, almost exactly 10 times the amount of points that they put up in day 1. This is a team that came back. They made the adjustments they needed to make. It was just a little too late. They could come in and potentially maybe climb into this top 16, but they need to have a 30-point plus game to be able to overtake BLD. It's not undoable. We've seen it before, but Orion just has to pull it out of somewhere to make it happen for them, as they are sitting at 37 points. If they're able to put a 30 or 29-point game up, I think 28-point game up, they will be able to take over BLD, but it's going to be a tight performance for them to make it happen. Team GG here, by the way, supposedly one of our front-running teams, has just continued to drop lower and lower in the standings today, and off the back of what we think is a team playing smart, trying not to reveal too much about their plans going into the grand finals, knowing that they've already qualified. Team Wolves, on the other hand, having a lot of work to do coming into today, have put in the work to lock down and guarantee themselves a place moving forward. YZG able to overtake WBG finally by 0.7 points here off the back of a double MVP day, and just a very consistent day for themselves with 95.2 points. They might be the second team here during the group stages to be able to put up a 100-point day. YZG and WBG, 2 teams to be reckoned with heading into the grand finals. But before we get anywhere near the grand finals, we have game 6 to go through here today, and still lots of teams in that potential range to be able to climb up and grasp one of those 16 spots going into grand finals. So a lot of action still to come, a lot of pressure for these teams, and a lot on the line for many of these teams, because it's not over till the final game of Naraka is played.
I mean, I think one point I want to raise looking at the leaderboard, just going to show how good a team FPX is, by the way, like, they haven't been able to find an MVP win today, right? But they're in 3rd position. Third position, because even on a meh day for FPX at the moment, sometimes their meh days are still better than some of these teams' great days. Like, off of that 102 points on day 1 and a consistently decent day today, they've been able to just hopscotch their way all the way past some of these teams right up into that 3rd spot.
Oh, absolutely. The thing is that day 1 is just so huge for them. It's a 100-point day. It's a triple-digit day. Fun plus Phoenix, though, if I know Fun plus Phoenix, they're hungry for that 1st place position, and they're kicking themselves right now because they had set themselves up in at least 2 of these games to be able to walk away with the MVP, and just either between some breakdown in comms or some poor positioning in the final circles, they weren't able to fully take control of those final circles. There was actually a game at number 4 should not have gone to YZG. Fun plus Phoenix was the last team alive with all 3 members still kicking, and they had taken control of the final circle, but they actually either have a breakdown in comms or they just mispositioned because of some panic, and they let themselves get split up, and these solos and duo squads start to pick them off one by one. And because of that, QGG from YZG was able to capitalize and make some noise happen, and an MVP that should have otherwise gone to Fun plus Phoenix just is stolen away from them off the back of some bad communication.
I think for them, like, they wanted to track down QGG. They knew that the Yui was up, unalive because they are purposely stacking abilities to make sure that he doesn't get the result from the Karumi. But what actually allows QGG to be able to survive unnoticed by FPX is the intrusion of ASE. ASE push in super aggressively onto FPX because FPX had dropped down to try and chase after that kill, and as a result they do get split off. They try and turn on to the team that's turning against them because you want to turn on the team rather than that solo player. So QGG gets lost in communication on where his position is from members of FPX, and by the time they're actually able to figure out where he's gone to, he's ulting in their face.
Oh, yeah. Well, the thing is QGG was behind that tree for a hot minute, right? It's both the combination of ASE and the other team, I can't remember which other team it was, pushing on to Fun Plus Phoenix, and they knew they needed to, right? Fun Plus Phoenix is the only team left that has 3 members each. They were able to come in and start dominating that space. The thing is that Fun Plus Phoenix split up to kind of try to not deal with one member of these teams at a time, because they were like, okay, hey, we're final zone, we have control of it. And as they split up, 2 of their members continue to find themselves extremely low time and time again. And those 2 members are the ones who eventually end up getting picked off by ASE. And then they're down to a single member left alive, as well as a single member of ASE. And that's when QGG finally pounces with that ultimate and is able to clean it up. It's a tough circumstance to be in for Fun Plus Phoenix, but it definitely was their MVP to lose, and lose it they did in game number 4, unfortunately, but very fortunate for YZG, who currently find themselves the first seed, getting ready to head into grand finals. Of course, they still have one more game here today. They struggled a little bit into game 5, but YZG, typically not a team that pops off in Hollow Roth anyway, and playing a very interesting comp. Again, potentially going, okay, hey, we're in first place. We can afford to just kind of tease out and try some of these comps, maybe be able to find our footing in a comp similar to the way J-Team did last year and overtake the World Championship because of it.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this like a little bit in between one of the times they tried to run that Valda, and we were sort of spitballing why we thought they would. And you raised a really interesting point on the fact that, yeah, Valda can get grabbed out of her ultimate, but if she's able to land the spears, she can stagger the monk, or at least she used to be able to. So it sort of feels like they are trying to run with that J-Team-esque mentality of, we need to find a monk strat that we're going to be able to use to counter this composition that's coming on through, because again, all of these trios, all of these compositions, a lot of the time very heavily reliant on that monk. However, I am not counting FPX out from being able to climb their way up from third spot into either second or first, because typically when FPX pop off, it is the last game of the day, and the last game of the day on day number 1 saw them drop 22 kills. If they can have a repeat performance of that, they immediately book that position past YZG if this team have a bad time.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get ready to lock in for a 6th and final game of the day. Just a reminder for everybody watching, because I know some people tend to leave as the results come in from the final game, but don't forget, the last day of solos has been pushed to tomorrow. That's going to be December 8th, same time, same place, right here on Twitch. So while this is the last day of Trios group stages, don't miss the last day of solos group stages tomorrow with Dobby and Hiprain as we take a look at our final team compositions coming through. We're going to see a lot of Takeda happening here on to our final match with BDE, VNGC, ESK, and Orion all running the Takeda comp as well. Actually, we're going to jump back to us here. I'm guessing a potential false start here as we wait for them to get things back up and kicking here. Moxie, give me a little bit of insight why you think we're going to see so much Takeda here in our 6th and final game.
So Takeda is really good for burst damage, right? Oh, that's the reason why we're going back to us. It's question time. Which team is currently leading the scoreboard till game number 5? This is an easy one. We literally just showed you. Is it WBG? Is it 17JL? Is it YZG? Or maybe you think it's FPX? This is a pretty easy one. You literally just have to rewind about 10 seconds. But no, Takeda is really strong, and I think like for a lot of teams who've already burned through the monk picks, he is one of those really good picks to just have that burst damage and also controlling the spacing in the gates of Yang. What I really want to talk about though is the Mataris. Because we're seeing a lot of these teams pairing up that Takeda, or even not Justina, with that Mitari, and especially if they're not running the Viper, like this is very much counter Vipe strategy. If you can just use that Mitari ultimate to be able to break the chain CC of that Viper stun, not only do you not have to isolate out your players to make sure that only one of them goes down by being caught up in that Viper ultimate, you can then group on the Viper and punish the ultimate from being used as a way for that team to be able to aggress forward, all the while staying in that stealth position and all the while keeping up pressure of your own.
Oh, absolutely. Not to mention the backstab coming through Matari as well. Just being a really strong tool for locking down a single member of a team. And Matari has started to find her way back into this trios meta specifically because many of these teams are looking to isolate players from the enemy team so that they can eliminate them and gain the numbers advantage and turn fights into a 3v2. If Matari is able to aggressively teleport onto a player and backstab, lock them down in that backstab animation so that they can come in with a set of dual blades, maybe land a Dragon's Rush with the spear into a Neja's Might, that player can't go anywhere. They're just, it's CC after CC locked down onto them. Matari facilitates that. And then once that player is locked down, they are able to turn the fight into a 3v2 and it very quickly change the pace of any engagement that they take, as well as the added benefit, like you said, from being able to just instantaneously shut down a Viper ultimate and to stay in the fight is something that's very, very important, right? Whereas you can run the Wu Chen and shut down the Viper ultimate, but it's off the back of having to pull your team out of that engagement. And yes, we've seen teams very successfully, I'm looking at you, Team TM, be able to back away from engagements and very quickly turn back into engagements after picking up an elimination and picking off kills and doing very well with that. Some of these teams, though, after they burn those Wu Chen ults, aren't able to jump back into the engagements as fast as they want, and they find themselves sans an entire ultimate while they're trying to fight a team. The Matari, on the other hand, just completely canceling out those Viper ultimates and letting you play the aggression, letting you turn and lock down other members of the team, as well as while Viper is committed to running that ultimate, once she pops it, as soon as you pop the Matari ult, you have 3 members that are able to move and interact, continue to fight and lock down other members. That Viper, for the duration of the animation, is stuck channeling her ultimate, right? She doesn't have a way to interact and block things for her teammates past this. And if the Matari is able to lock down one of the other teammates, it very quickly turns into what feels like a 3v1, where 3 members are just dogpiling on one member. The Viper finishes up the ultimate to find out that her team is now down 2 ultimates, both her ultimate and the ultimate of a player who was able to be locked down by Matari, and they are stuck in a 2v3 situation with only one possible ultimate to pull them out of it. It is a huge advantage for these teams into the Viper comp.
Yeah, not only that, it also means that you don't have to loot funnel everything to a Viper, right? We've all been in those comps, either you're running the Monk or you're running something like a Viper. All of the armor that you pick up, whether it's like your first lot of purple or it always goes onto that Viper, right? Every single time, because you know that when she goes for that ult form, she's going to be vulnerable.
Yeah, absolutely. But it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump into a quick break while they try to figure out what went wrong with the start of game number 6. Hopefully, we'll be back very soon and lock in for that 6th and final game. And I know some of you are going to be happy about this because you're looking to get those last couple of minutes on your drops. So make sure you stick around so you can get your drops and you don't miss out on the 6th and final game of today's Trios.
等，您得先把动捕服穿上。各位大家好，我是永劫无间制作人关磊。对于永劫无间这款产品来说，我们最核心的玩法内容都和武器和英雄相关。因此游戏上线以来，我们推出了大量的近战武器。但是随着新玩家的涌入，我们也要开始考虑如何能够给新玩家快速上手的体验。因此，我们提出了同源武器这个概念。它的招式和魂语在一定的程度上都是继承了原本的武器。这样可以使它的上手难度较低，同时带给玩家更新鲜的玩法。我们把目光放到了广受玩家喜爱的枪身上了。人常说，枪乃百兵之王，棍是百兵之祖啊。枪法与棍法多有融会贯通之处。基于长枪的玩法，我们推出了永劫无间的第一件同源武器——棍。我们一提到棍一定会想到的就是少林棍法。为了还原出棍这个武器独特的武学魅力，我们专程邀请了少林武僧来到杭州进行动捕，还原记录了扫棍、点棍、上棍等少林棍法的技法。动捕完成以后，我们也结合了游戏性的需求，再次对动作进行了调整，让它与永劫无间的核心玩法来适配。大家之所以会觉得永劫无间体验好当然是因为这些动作流畅性跟游戏性有很大的关系。为了保证连贯性，我们也会手工调整大量的动作细节。此次对于棍，我们同样耗费了很长的时间来进行调优哦。既然棍和枪是同源武器，它自然继承了枪的特殊机制，也就是精准蓄力。棍的精准蓄力能够触发一个撑踏上棍特殊动作。玩家在这个状态下，根据战场环境的灵活多变，可以使用平击或是重击的招式。当对手后退拉开距离的时候，你可以使用快速突进来进行追击。当对手选择进攻你的时候，你也有一个特殊的拦招来进行反击。总而言之，撑踏上棍是一个具有优势的博弈状态。我生无拘，武道无穷。我们相信新武器棍是一次武学与游戏性不错的结合，也希望各位玩家能够享受到新武器棍带来的愉快体验。后续我们还有很多同源武器会陆续的推出，相信不久后就可以跟大家见面了，敬请各位期待啊！
have the luxury of getting a reshield is surely about to go down as Spider has been able to find himself a flamer. He's in the middle of the safety. Everyone else around him is about to go down to Zotic. Quanfly able to find one kill before he goes through, but Spider might just be MVP 4 times in a row. He's gonna be there to finally give his championship title as Spider has been able to take the win.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen from across the world, to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. We're back from a very short break, and we're getting ready to immediately start up game number 6 here. It's a pleasure to have you all back here. I hope those of you who need your drops, this bought you enough time to go ahead and get your lovely drops in chat. We got to have a lovely little analysis while we waited to go on break here, and actually get to break down why Matari has seen so much play here into trios on the world stage, and of course in the Pro League in Season 2, and great to be able to do so. I don't think Matari really has gotten the spotlight she's deserved here in terms of the Pro League. We're typically talking about all the other heroes and how they facilitate the teams to do things, but Matari clearly finding her way back into favor here in these final games, as well as during Season 2 and here in the World Championship. But very interesting to see Takeda also has worked his way into the meta. A hero that many people thought was not going to do well in trios.
Yeah,
somebody,
I mean,
you know, go ahead.
He was like really strong. Like a lot of people thought we would see in Holorf, especially like the first week that pros in Season 2 for the Pro League got to go to Holorf. I remember the entire lobby was filled with Takeda because that's what every single pro thought it would fall into because of how strong he is in terms of like the burst damage and all of those really tight-knit spaces in Holorf, and make it really hard for you to be able to top touch out of the ultimate. The stagger that you get as well on the ultimate activation allows you to buy back that neutral fight and can sometimes turn a fight absolutely on its head, right? If you get caught out by a really bad stagger lock, by either just going into a combo string or someone hits you with a blue focus, you could immediately hit the ultimate and be able to push them back and buy yourself a little bit of recovery time, or look to turn that aggression on your opponent. And in trios, we were like, oh, we're probably maybe not going to see it because everyone sort of used Yui that version of style of gameplay, right? Everyone's like, oh, you need someone for zoning, you need to cover a monk dropping out of ultimate. Yui is the one to go for, but a lot of the times teams are actually starting to gravitate towards the Takeda with the burst damage that he brings.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. And the thing is we thought Takeda was going to be an absolute solos monster going into the beginning of Season 2, and many of the pro players thinking the same thing. We, like you said, we saw a lobby basically of full Takedas towards the beginning of Season 2 there, and many teams not really wanting to bring Takeda into the trios meta till much later. And it's J Team, the defending world champions, who actually pioneer the strategy that helps Takeda find his footing into trios, which was bringing him into Morris Isle rather than Holoroth during those dusk and nighttime maps, because of the addition of the Fireflies almost always guaranteeing that Takeda is going to be able to have the maximum version of his ultimate to bring to bear in these fights. And it helped serve J-Team very well during Season 2, actually. It was almost a little bit of a return to form, of course, J-Team being a team that very often pioneers comps. And then we saw many of the teams here in the Pro League League follow that up, and many of the teams here in the World Championship, even from other regions, also bringing Takeda into the trios meta to bear. And he serves a lot of different purposes. He can be played either very aggressively or as a support type. We've even seen himself work his way into the Transformer comp with the Monk, because he can buy the Monk space to do what the Monk needs to do best. And in that fashion, Takeda's played as a support for some of these teams. It's been very interesting to see the meta shift the way that they have. And, you know, all the different buffs, debuffs that we've seen coming through as well for many of the heroes, including the Realm of Yang, has opened up a much more fast-paced Naraka. A Naraka that I know us and the fans are appreciating much more than the slower pace that we saw during Season 2 of the Pro League. This is the Naraka that we love. I've said it before, Naraka has and will always be a spectator sport. You can come in never having played the game and watch these tournaments and always find some level of entertainment, because there's very few lulls. A lot of action goes down, and it is just a visual pleasure to behold when these pro players put in work during these Naraka tournaments.
You know, another reason that we haven't really touched on for the Takeda rising up into trios as well is that Yodo has had her fair share of tweaks in the past, right? She's been hit by a particularly significant nerf in that it takes longer for her to build ultimate up. However, we also have in play in trios the 15 hero point rule, which means that these trios can't just lock the same comp back to back to back. So for a lot of teams, I've already used up the Wu-Chan, the Viper, and the Yoda composition, and are looking for someone who brings burst damage and that ultimate to the table. He's probably the second best option next to that Yodo, right? Because his ultimate acts like the Yodo.
Absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, just before we lock in for this 6th game, we've got one more short video for you guys. So we're going to send it over to that, and then we'll be back for game number 6.
如果在火阳镜里面的话，就是最简单的，就是选那个和尚月山加那个奶妈，这是比较简单的，和尚上去直接开大就可以了。因为我们刚打完联赛嘛，版本变动的比较快，我们选择用一种更稳妥的方法，不需要去学习新的东西，我们只需要在我们旧的东西上面进行改进就可以了。新的东西的话，需要花费大量的时间。我们最后一把也被一个海外战队给击败了，但是我更希望看到方 Plus 朱雀与他们交手的话，会比较精彩一点吧。好，这个 OK 的 ，OK 的。
Team GG's LXM here talking about how they wanted to be able to play against Fun Plus Phoenix. Very similar to how Fun Plus Phoenix was talking about they wanted to face off against GG in one of the realms of Yang. We haven't seen it yet, but that doesn't mean we won't, because we are locking in for game number 6 here. And I do believe all the hero picks are going to have to remain the same. Because we did have a bit of a false start there with some internet issues on one of the PCs. But we might see a couple of changes. I think we had 45 seconds left remaining, right, Moxie? When we went into the start here. So the teams actually had not yet committed to some of these picks we're going to see coming through. And it looks like it is going to go back to the exact same picks here. We're going to see many of these Takedas coming through. GG, I really like this particular comp from GG here with Takeda, Matari, Justina, them being able to just, there's so much movement in this particular comp. They're able to circle around, get in and out of situations very quickly. And if GG plays this similar to the way TM has played some things in the past, this could be a very interesting comp coming out of them. SD also running the same comp. Orion running a similar comp, but opting instead of Justina to bring in the Tumult for this comp. This is the particular comp we've seen the most in terms of Takeda. And I want to talk about VNGC here. Instead of running Yodohime into their Viper comp, running Takeda exactly like you were talking about, able to bring to bear some of those same skills that Yodo does for these comps. VNGC might be able to do the same here. And look at how tight some of these hero points are for these teams. We've got YZG with a single hero point left remaining, meaning they have to basically play all heroes that they haven't played to not overturn that hero point rule here. GG in a very similar situation. Max with 2 hero points available, many teams with only 3 available. As we get ready to look here for game number 6, it's all been thrown into the wind. We haven't seen these big early game mashups where it's basically every team in the lobby coming together at all here today. And now these teams have decided, just go ahead, let's go down. We're going to do the classic NA thing, and all of us are going to meet up here in Celestra for a massive brawl at the start of the game.
I mean, is there any way that you want to finish off the day? No. Celestra fights are just at the start of the game as well. They're so chaotic because everyone is just scrabbling for loot. Right, Celestra is so good for these close fights, so things like the Yodo, for your F ability, whichever you run, F1, F2, F3, it's all going to find value because they're going to be pincered in to taking the hits or giving up that space and backing it, which means you get the loot. That's what we're not headed over towards Celestra at all. It's going to be OUG versus NV at the moment. The Greatsword's coming up and making so much space for OUG to be able to work with. However, it's a little bit slower as NV is going to actually lose 2 of their members very quickly, surely the third as well. SS not getting a parry off onto the right charged up click coming through from Hong as they swap over to those dual blades and actually let loose the full 1-2-3. However, OUG still able to turn the fight around, will be able to pick up their fallen teammate and get the resurrection. Here's the fight we wanted to see. Here's Celestra, and already a lot has occurred, as it is going to be BBE. They lose Snack, and V and GC actually going to be bodyguarding that body to make sure that no one is able to find the revive. Orion have lost Pooby as well. Max Club able to dish that one out off the top of their hat. Wolf U coming in, trying to get this third party onto Max's. ESK also coming in to try to catch this team. Great shot on that Mataru from Krex. Purple, but unfortunately not the space created by your 2 teammates, having to use that F ability to just break out of the fight and look for that reset as Max Club come in with that Viper lockdown, trying to get this spit off the vertical to get you the stagger rate to be able to just push onto members of Wolf U. So it's going to be a Viper ultimate coming on through from Max Club. DC PKK chasing them all into the hut to get the connection and make sure that no one's going to be able to escape. Doesn't find the stun lock that they're looking for, but the counter is good. Immediately transitioning into the follow-up, and ESK should be going down.
Yeah, the material coming in here for ESK to save them there from the massive Viper ult that pushes onto them, but the huge parry coming out from DCRK, allowing them to pump massive damage onto both members of ESK that were locked down in that corner there. We're going to see OUG pressuring in here, looking to pick up some eliminations here on Max Club. The instantaneous Viper ult, and this is exactly what they need to do to make this happen. Max tries to follow it up with a Viper ult of their own, but they're too slow on the draw, right? SS pulls the trigger first, is able to get the stun out, stuns the other Viper out of their own ult. OUG fully commits, knowing that SS draws the trigger first, and they're able to pick up the elimination. We're going to see V and GC coming in, pick up the stragglers here from ESK, but Fun Plus Phoenix waiting in the wings to come in and pick up V and GC, and this is exactly what we wanted to see, just absolute heat here in Celestra. Back-to-back fights, third parties, fourth parties, fifth parties coming through from all of these teams, not allowing anybody to make anything happen. And the question is, are we going to see some of these salty runbacks? VNGC coming in with a massive Viper roll onto Fun Plus Phoenix's Leo. They're able to lock Leo down and eliminate him from the fight here. But the rest of Fun Plus Phoenix waiting in the wings, trying to come in here onto Roy Hee with a Viper ult of their own. Roy in a bit of a pickle, trying to get away from the Viper ult, not going to be able to. VVV going to instantaneously prioritize Roy Hee as they turn it on to VNGC with a 2v1 onto slows. They're going to be able to pick up the elimination here, and Fun Plus Phoenix is going to be able to find Leo back into the game.
Like I said, VVV is honestly just one of the best Vipers in the world. I know there's so much competition between some of like who's the best at these heroes, but for me, VVV, the closest is probably SS. SS has also had some really good Viper games back in the days of Pro League Season 2. As GG were able to isolate out Orion's Pooby. This is not the start that Orion's team wanted. Remember, they needed a pop-off. They needed over 20 points to be able to put themselves into a top 16 finish and qualify from group stages into finals. And now they're going to have to do it lacking some of those rebuff charms as OUG are hunting down the forces of FPX. VVV still pretty low. OUG going to be trying to now immediately run away, but FPX with that space created by VVV, the Viper ultimate doesn't necessarily need to connect. All you need to do is set TXJ up to have that space to be able to hit that Yoda ultimate. We'll be able to take down OUG's SS, and as a result, we actually see OUG throwing in that Wuchen TP all the way back. They don't go ahead of FPX, they go behind them. As now Jinyu comes in with the grapple cancel to lock Leo into position, they're still holding on to their Yoda ultimate, which is why they're aggressing forward. They know that the Viper ultimate isn't there to shut down Jinyu's ultimate early. All they have to do is bait this Witch and TP out from FPX first.
Yeah, unfortunately, what Zenyu is able to be hit with is the Viper F2 here, which is going to keep them from being able to use any of their abilities. They almost lock out Zenyu and shut them down, but they aren't quite able to find it. But it's EWG who shows up with a Viper ult to shut down the likes of OUG's Yodohime, stopping that ult in its tracks. Fundless Phoenix's VVV also going down. OUG's SS being eliminated. OUG's Wade being eliminated. And EWG finding a very, very good third party, picking up multiple eliminations from this fight. EWG able to also come in on to Jinyu. Jinyu, though, after the stun, holding on to some of that ultimate charge, able to find a Viper ultimate, but not too much of one as they try to chase down the likes of Zhao Liu. They are going to be chased onto here by all three members of EWG, and it's going to be hard for OUG to keep this game alive. Jinyu, luckily, still has a resurrection available to them, but it's the only member of OUG with a resurrection. So now OUG gonna have to find a way back into the game off the back of just Jinyu. YZG finding themselves engaged with BBE after an engagement with the likes of Team GG, and down a member. YZG gonna use the Wu Chen ult to go ahead and get out of dodge so they can get QGG back into this game.
YZG, the space that they create for their teammate is absolutely insane. The Dragon Slayer is attempted from the Viper, and it doesn't even need to connect. It just needs to buy your Witch and the time to set the ultimate up to be able to cut out your third member and get the revive up. That's all they needed to do. Not the Dragon Slayer's hit, not the Nessas, just create the breathing space for your Wuchen, and that's exactly what they're able to. As we head over and have a look at NV going toe-to-toe with one of those Takedas. This AK trying to create that space, Hong actually using that Terracotta Warrior from the UE very early on to catch on to these members of ESK, knowing that you're not really going to get staggered, and you're creating so much room for that Justina to be able to work as well, as they're able to catch ESK immediately in that grapple, not allowing him any freedom of disengagement, and they will be able to pick up two members of ESK. YZG, in the meantime, have picked up another. They are looking extremely emboldened by their performances in Games 3 and Games 4, but also emboldened by the sheer aggression that we've seen coming through so early on in this match. EWG and VNGC, both teams that are already posting 7 and 6 kill scores.
Yeah, this is super unfortunate for ESK to be caught out by NV here, as ESK literally only needs 4.5 points to be able to overtake BLD and to take that qualification spot, that 16th place here. And unfortunately, they are going to find themselves here with a single member left alive and no real way for them to buy back the rest of their teammates here as a solo player. They might get lucky if they can try to contest one of the Morris Blessings, get in there because everybody's going to be looking for these Realms of Yang and just be uncontested, buy back at least one of their members. But right now they are short money, they are short resources, and they are short players. Team Wolves here catching on to Team SD. SD needing a massive game here. They need over 25 points to find themselves back into this game where they're going to be able to overtake the likes of BLD. But unfortunately, they are currently on the receiving end of Team Wolves. Wolves 14, though, going to get put in the corner by Way Forever. Way Forever, absolutely putting in work here for Team SD onto the likes of Wolves. We're going to see yet another ultimate come out, and this time it's Wolves One Fang doing huge damage and picking up Dumpling. And now the two remaining members of Team Wolves looking to pick up Blue Pepsi here. Blue Pepsi going to pop the ult. One Fang getting frozen out here. SD doesn't want to see their game end here. And ESK on the kill feed goes down to OUG, and that's going to be it. Unfortunately, turning our attention to the fight between VNGC and EWG inside the Realm of Yang, we're going to see the Viper ult connect, and it turns into a 3v2, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's a 2v2. EWG versus VNGC. The Yoda ult from Sanzi coming out, trying to put in work. We're going to see the grapple come out, and the lockdown secures Roy Hee. Now it's just Simpson versus the two remaining members of EWG. Sanzi puts him into the blender with the charged left click there from the dual blades, and EWG is going to come out on top.
Oh, VWG, spicy fight coming through from them against VNGC. VNGC now have 4 minutes to be able to secure themselves Soul Bloom Essences. However, we can see EWG, FPX, and ASE all winning their fights, all going to be accessing those Vermilion Bird's Might. As it is now going to be FPX with those abilities, wanting to try and take a fight as fast as possible. Legendary Katana as well for VVV is absolutely terrifying prospect, because if you get caught out by a Viper Stun, like, you really do have to hope they just don't have the damage tier to be able to use that stun to put you into the grave. Legendary Katana isn't going to give you much room to be able to outplay, as it is going to be OUG and NV going toe-to-toe in Shadow Jade Mines. OUG trying to isolate out one of these members of NV and jump onto that Justina. The second the free shell drops, Jinyu comes in with that Yodo ultimate. The Takeda trying to use their own ultimate to have the burst damage to keep OUG at arm's length long enough for that Justina to come back on through with the ultimate and catch the freezes. OUG see the Justina ultimate and will be able to use the Witch and TP to entirely break away from any ramifications of it being dropped. However, NV not willing to let them go so easily. Think about maybe getting a little bit of information on where they've headed off into. Mr. BK has actually used that Takeda ultimate, so he is now going to have to wait. As it is going to be, oh, Orion caught out. King goes down. Are any members of Orion still surviving in this lobby? Because they need to have an absolute stunner of a turnaround. There's Pooby. We can see them. There's FPX trying to hit up against EWG at the moment. Both teams running with those those Vermilion Bird's Might, so they absolutely can overcommit into this fight. As we see a Viper ultimate coming on through for EWG. TXJ able to break behind the hay bales to be able to break line of sight so it doesn't hit him. However, he gets put in the blender once again by those dual blades coming on through from Sanzi. We saw it in the Gate of Yang. We see it now. Those dual blades, when you get caught up in that left click, just do so much damage and stagger.
Yeah, very unfortunate that those dual blades come in and do so much work here for EWG, because it is at the cost of Orion being eliminated here from Game 6, and any hope of Orion heading to the grand finals eliminated, as they are eliminated from game number 6. It is a somber moment in Naraka Blade Point history here, as VNGC looks to engage on to the likes of ASE, and this is a terrible engagement for VNGC, and they don't even know it, because even if they win this fight, the Vermilion Bird's Might means that VNGC doesn't find the Soul Bloom Essences that they're looking for, and all they get is a couple extra points, and that's not going to be what they're looking for. They want to stay alive and show that the last game that keeps them alive here isn't just a fluke. OUG able to clean up a couple of eliminations here, and we're going to see that Wolves able to find that rebirth charm and get their third member back into game number 6 here. VNGC still giving chase to ASE, but ASE holding on strong. Max Club looking to come in for a third party here, actually buys VNGC the opportunity to pick up some eliminations that could get them those coveted Soul Bloom Essences to keep them alive in the game here, but they don't realize that ASE have... Oh, no, the Vermilion Bird is gone. You are correct. ASE actually a valid target for them now, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter, because Hazley transforming into the Monk here are going to take control of the situation. VNGC going to be locked down by Max Club as well as ASE with the Monk here. And very soon, oh, no, VNGC might just go down to ASE even before the depletion ends their life here in game number 6.
We counted 2, so one of their members still going to be alive. There he is, Simpson. He has 9 seconds, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye, Takeda. Unfortunate. It's really unlucky that them pushing onto Ace, like at the exact moment Vermilion Bird's Might ran out, which would have been perfect timing, by the way, is interrupted by Max Club showing up and coming in for the third party. And as a result, VNGC just don't get the positioning to be able to isolate out members of Ace and make sure that at least one of their teammates is able to pick up a Soul Bloom and just keep their hopes alive in this game. However, Max turning on to Ace will be able to find the elimination onto Jin as well through that Tammy ultimate. As Max immediately going to be coming in with 9 kills, definitely having a very much better performance today than we've seen them on that first day. At the moment, looking to try and secure that position. EWG, however, currently sitting on 13 as OUG head into a gate of Yang. Will be contested by FPX. They show up a little bit late to the party, but are in time. It's not quite the juggernaut GG versus FPX we were looking for. However, we'll take it. As FPX look for that grapple, TXJ wanting to be as airborne as possible. Very early Viper ultimate gonna be coming on out for OUG's SS as FPX use the pillars to be able to break away from it. And now TXJ knows the curtain has been lifted. The safety is there. No Viper ultimate to cancel out your Yodo ultimate early. And TXJ is landing the hits onto OUG.
It doesn't matter, unfortunately, as FunPlus Phoenix here fumbles the ball a little bit. We talked about this earlier into this particular matchup. It's the Viper who ults last who typically loses these encounters, and I have to give it to OUG's SS coming in and having the balls to actually pop the Viper ult before the wall goes down, knowing that you're potentially giving the enemy team the potential to maneuver behind the pillars, having the wherewithal to quickly push forward. The other Viper coming in and panic ulting, but not realizing, oh no, I should not have popped this ultimate here. I'm already too late to the gun, and it costs them 2 members instantaneously as OUG's SS lands the stun, and TXJ is now in a 1v3 situation. Yes, they have the clear to burn the Viper ultimate, but odds are that they don't win the 1v3, and they clearly don't. As we turn our attention here to Team Wolves, landing a massive parry here onto GG's LXM. Wolves cleaning themselves up quite a significant number of kills, 8 eliminations under their belt here, picking up that purple armor here for 14 as well, is going to secure them some decent loot to head into these final zones. Moxie.
OUG with Mystic Might going to be making an absolute joke of the line of sight breakage potential in Stalestra as well. Going to be trying to hunt down some of these players. Sees the Viper ultimate coming through from FPX's VVV. This is what FPX have actually done when they've lost fights in the Realm of Yang before. Like, they will immediately use that Viper ultimate to lock down a kill so that they can get a soul bloom. Even if they lose players because of how aggressive they play forward, one of their members gets on top of that body, picks up the soul bloom, takes away the debuff, and then runs to be able to survive for the rest of the match.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate, though, as it is VVV who was the one able to pick up the Soul Bloom Essence, and then almost immediately is eliminated by Wolves. So that Soul Bloom Essence not going to serve FunPlus Phoenix very well whatsoever. And Wolves, against all odds here, into the buff of Mystic Might with that 25% damage reduction, just going to blitz through the likes of OUG as they continue to pick up steam, pick up eliminations, and prove that they deserve to be going to the grand finals here in the World Championship. Max trying to fight for their life. This is the last potential team to be able to climb out of the bottom 8 here, as they are the only team even left alive in bottom 8 that is competing here today, and they are at 51.2 points. They need 14 more points on the board to be able to qualify for grand finals. Wolves still finding themselves in yet another fight. VVV picked back up here by FunPlus Phoenix, trying to come in with yet another ultimate. At least one player here from FunPlus Phoenix without the depletion, but Max Club coming in for the third party yet again. Looking to pick up some eliminations here onto FunPlus Phoenix. We're going to see the Viper ult coming out from DRCK here, and he looks like he's able. No, he doesn't find the lockup. No, he does find the lockup onto FunPlus Phoenix's VVV, and once again, a very unfortunate turn of events for FunPlus Phoenix is that was the only member of the team that did not have depletion. Leo gonna find themselves running into Team Wolves. Wolves finding themselves face to face with EWG. The ult comes out from 14, and we are going to see EWG use the Wu Chen ult to try to escape here. Now Wolves in a very precarious situation as Max Club here trying to play gatekeepers on to the rest of Wolves here. They do lose a member. They try to get the resurrection onto One Fang, and they are not going to find it because Max Club isn't going to allow it to happen. And this is the exact momentum that Max Club needs if they want to qualify for the grand finals.
Yeah, smart decision making, being able to use that sort of body to bait 14 into looking for that revive, and then just immediately turning it into the zone. It doesn't matter if you take a little bit of corruption tick damage, it's still very early zone tick. So they are going to be able to survive. The problem for them now is getting outside and getting past EWG. This is a team that were looking to push onto those members. Silence onto Xiaolu means that they're not able to hit that Viper ultimate. And as a result, Max Club are going to be able to try to push on with their ult first. However, they go down. They're extremely low when they panic pop it. And as a result, EWG are able to gang up on the Viper, mint through the health bar before the stun can hit. And as a result, EWG live and Match Club go down.
That is going to be it, unfortunately. That means your top 16 teams who are going to qualify for the grand finals have been decided as we continue into Zone 4 here in our sixth and final game of the day. And if I'm Team BLD and I'm watching this right now unfold, they had no opportunity to put points up on the board today. They are in 16th place. Multiple teams scrabbling, trying to hit that 65.1 points to be able to overtake them. And they can breathe a sigh of relief as all the teams able to possibly make that happen are eliminated. And now BLD does secure themselves a place into the grand finals.
Ooh, Wolves in a little bit of a dicey situation, as it is just one of their players left. YZG in the same position at the moment. Bounty as well on QGG's head. Like, at least he has the Yoda ultimate. So if he gets aggressed upon, he will be able to use that to try to reposition away. As EWG's Yuran cheekily booking it over towards Amora's Blessing to try to open it up. Xiaolu just keeping an eye on perimeter, wanting to see whether or not they're going to be pushed upon. There's the legendary armor, and once again, this is what we were talking about, right? Funneling it over to the Viper, so that when you hit the ultimate, you're going to be able to survive the duration of it.
Yeah, absolutely. What a sixth game this has been thus far, Moxie. I don't think anybody can take away the first place finish here from YZG, the only team to break 200 points. Wolves holding on to that 8th place position right now, but could easily be overtaken here by EWG, as EWG has been having an absolutely insane game here with 17 eliminations under their belt. That said, it's literally just a couple of stragglers here in Zone 4. Wolves with a single player left alive, and YZG with a single player left alive, and EWG quite literally on the hunt. These guys have split up. They have no fear whatsoever, right? The worst they can possibly walk into is a 1v2, and I don't think they're even worried about that, because usually when you're in the final two of these games, a notification pops up and says, hey, the last two teams are left alive, and they know if there's only 5 players left and that notification hasn't popped up, it's only solos. So all of EWG, in a very rare sight here in the Pro League, has split apart from all of their team, and they are individually hunting down the final players left alive here in game number 6. And wait, does Jiu get their hand on a rebirth charm and a buyback One Fang deep into the zone? ZU goes hoping to stay alive, so close to the edge of the ever-moving zone, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to make it, and it's going to be One Fang who has to come in and pick them up. One Fang, we could see the chain resurrection that we've seen time and time before fall victim here. Wolves might be in. One Fang makes it in, but we are going to see ZU go down, and that zone is continuing to close in. One Fang doesn't have the heals to be able to get back to ZU and keep them alive. He's gonna go for it. No, he gets caught on the edge as Zhao Liu comes through. Wolves tries to buy their way back into this game, but unfortunately, the zone turns out to be their worst enemy as EWG picks up the final elimination onto One Fang.
Oh, it's so unfortunate. Either the Witch and TP wasn't available, or like you just didn't have the time to try to set it up. As it is now going to be Xiao Liu using that Viper ult, just trying to see if they can pin down QGG, the only other member of anyone other than EWG in this lobby. They're just turning it into a 1 versus 1. Sanzi going toe-to-toe with QGG. Dual Blades versus Nunchuck. QGG trying to bait out that parry. Wants to get the full charge up onto that Golden Focus, but doesn't want to play around with the fact that they can get counted out of it as Sanzi is looking for it. QGG's been able to see Sanzi down. Now he just has to play against the other two members, and he gets parried at the very beginning of his fight against Yiran. Immediately into the Dual Blade right click. And it is gonna be QGG going second, but YZG once again picking up an MVP. But no, EWG, with the amount of kills that they're able to find, come out on top.
Yeah, no, I mean, EWG is the last remaining team here. They take first place with like 18, 19 eliminations. Of course they come out on top, Moxie. Massive game for EWG here. And you know what? I gotta give a little round of applause to the members of EWG here. It's the last game of the entire, qualifiers for grand finals here. They see that it's just a 1v1 there with Sanzi in the end, that it's just one player left alive, and they respect the 1v1. Any other situation, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see the 1v1s come out. I don't want to see the respect. You know, even in game 5, everything's still on the line. But you're in the final game. You have 3 players. There's 1 player left alive. You've already had a massive banger game. You know you're qualified to go to the grand finals. Absolutely. I love to see the 1v1 come out. The sportsmanship that EWG shows, huge on their part. Congratulations to them for picking up the final MVP here of the group stages of trios. And you know what? We're taking a look at all the teams here in Singapore. Many of these teams were just a few points away from scraping their way into that 16th place position to qualify for the grand finals. And we've got to give a round of applause to all of the teams that didn't make it. They absolutely gave it their all. And there will be teams from other regions who do qualify to get to go into these grand finals, and they absolutely earn it. Teams like Team TM showed that it does not matter what region you're from. You can come in and you can compete on the big stage with the Chinese pros here in Naraka Blade Point. It's a game for absolutely everyone. And man, what a day it has been here. A lot of disappointment for some of these teams, a lot of relief for some of these teams as well. You know, we were looking at Team Wolves. Wolves came in today in a very precarious situation. They were in the top 16, but they were fairly low in that top 16. I do believe they were in 15th or 14th place coming into the day, and a lot of teams with the potential to be able to overtake them. Wolves puts in the work, and they do qualify for the grand finals. And of course, you know, that makes me very happy because I am a Wolves fanboy through and through. We love our EU team here for Team Wolves. And you know what? Congratulations to everybody. Just being able to qualify and come here and compete in the group stage is a massive achievement. And every single team that was here, it's not like it was an absolute stomp. I think every single team had their moment to shine on the stage where they were able to pop off. They were able to have some big fights, maybe not get the MVPs they were hoping for, but at least prove that they deserve to be here and deserve to be competing. And we love to see it coming out from the other regions. And hopefully the regions that did qualify will continue to show exactly that. I think a lot of people who are cheering for some of the non-CN teams now looking and turning their hopes on to Team TM. TM, a team that's come in with a vastly different play style and been able to prove that they can hang with the big dogs. And I mean, it's a very interesting play style. It's something I've wanted to see in Naraka for a while. They're very methodical. They know when to engage. They immediately punish mistakes when other teams step out of position for even a moment. And then they very quickly disengage, reassess the boundaries, and push back in to start picking up eliminations. As we take a look at the final score lines here for the last game of the day, EWG with 19 eliminations and a first place finish walks away with 31.6 points. YZG with 14 eliminations, a 22.6 point game, and Wolves once again with 12 eliminations finds themselves in third place with an 18.6 point game. This absolutely great game to end the day on. And I got to give it to EWG. You know, EWG was a team that we didn't talk about a lot during these group stages for the World Championship. They were just kind of hanging out in the wings, doing what EWG does best, but able to come alive here in game number 6 and it put up a massive scoreline for themselves. So EWG's got to be very proud of the accomplishment here in game number 6. And of course, they'll be moving on to the grand finals here for the World Championship.
And I believe off of the back of a 22.6 game score as well, YZG should retain that position as top of the leaderboard in those 16 teams that are going to be able to qualify from the group stages into the finals. As we have a look at EWG, Jiran, Sanzi, and Xiaoliu, very competent in terms of running this Yodo. Wuchen and Viper composition. We've seen a lot from them in the Pro League. Sanzi especially, by the way, seems to just keep hitting these Yodo blades and doing so much damage with it.
Absolutely. Sanzi really coming out the MVP here for EWG in this particular game. It seems like every time we turned in on EWG, Sanzi being able to lock down somebody and pick up an elimination with their Yodohime ultimate, almost always being able to find those Soul Bloom essences to continue to maintain that ultimate. And we're going to see here 21,000 damage and 9 eliminations and 8 assists coming in from Sanzi. Almost a 100% kill participation and coming from Sanzi, 17 of their team's 19 kills. And I want to talk about this, 11,000 of that damage alone coming from the dual blades. He's got Assault, Meteor, Dual Blade Sap, Cavalry Bloom, Bounce Shell, and Starfall. An absolute stacked setup here for EWG Sanzi and their second MVP. Here in the group stages for the World Championship. Congratulations to EWG and, of course, Sanzi for picking up that MVP. They're also going to be picking up some extra cheddar as well, because every MVP secures these teams $2,400 in prize money. So, you know, if you're already qualified, you might as well pick up the extra MVP here in the 6th and final game. Get yourself a little bit of spending money. Go out, have a steak dinner, and enjoy yourselves before we come back for the grand finals for trios. Something I want to mention one more time, because I know a couple of people like to leave just before we get to the end and go through the interviews. Do not forget that yesterday's solos were moved to tomorrow. So if you want to see the final group stage for solos, tune in tomorrow, December 8th at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, so you don't miss out on the action. Our co-casters, Hip Rain and the official Damier, are going to be here to walk you through those solos. And solos has been a very, very interesting set of games. You guys are not going to want to miss. Many players kind of flipping the script from what we were expecting. I mean, you know, we had a very similar situation here in trios as well. WBG coming in and racking in massive MVPs, able to absolutely make our fellow co-caster Jake stick his foot in his mouth. But you know who's not going to stick their foot in their mouth? And that's going to be Leah, who's going to take it away for our final interview of the day.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we invite Kun from the Team Max to our interview. Hi Kun, so please first give our audience a self-introduction.
Yeah, I'm Kun from Team Max.
Wow, I like your voice, it's really sexy. And so first, I have to say, so this game is really a wonderful game. I know it's maybe a little bit pity, and we can all see the determination that your guys want to get into the grand final. So do you have anything you want to say to everybody?
Yeah, so this is our last game. So we know this is our last chance. We want to capture this chance. So we choose the layout that we never choose before, and all we want is kill them all. But in the last final circle, we get stopped by the team EWG. We don't have ults. So it's very pity for us. If we have ults, we will kill them all.
Yeah, of course. And actually, before the fight with EWG, and you made a your team made a determination that just to get into the shuttle corruption and to get the kills from the team Wolves. So who did this decision at the time?
Because I have a very good soldier for my bow, so I kill one from the range shot. So we decide to kill them all. So what we need is the kill points, because this is our last chance, you know.
Okay,
we
so
have no choice.
Okay, so I know this is the last interview for your team, so maybe you can like say something to your teammate, or maybe like introduce your teammate to our audience.
Yeah, my teammate is the solo champion from NA region, Lulu, and the former PUBG professional player, DCRKK. We did a very good job this time. What we lack is the experience, because they have NBPL, we got nothing but the weekly scrim. So we will be better next year. We will fight back.
Okay, so we are really looking forward that maybe we can see you in the next J Cup. So a few days will be the grand final. Is there any like team you want to cheer for in the grand final?
Yes, Team OUG.
So do you have maybe a fight with OUG in the before games?
Yes, we fight them a lot in the practice grand matches, and we learn a lot from them, from their video and from their recap. So the OUG is our go-to beat, but we cannot make it to the final. We hope them can win the final champion.
Okay, maybe if OUG got a champion, and I will let them say something to your team in the interview. And so, like, which player you like the best in OUG?
Wait.
Oh, why is that?
Wade.
Yeah, I want to know the reason.
Wade is the player I like the best, because he's a very good and talented monk player, and he is also very good at Wuchen. So it's really hard to play good at those two heroes. There are different positions. One is position 3, one is position 1. So, which means he needs to be skillful, and he needs to be talent. So that's why I like Wade.
Okay, so thank Kun come to our interview. Well, if we can see you in the next J Cup, I hope you that we can see you maybe meet OUG again in the same stage. So good luck to you. Okay.
Thank you.
Leah, thank you for yet another wonderful interview there with Kuhn from Max Club. And you know what a way to round the day out, Moxie. It has been absolutely insane here in the World Championship. And this is a little sad. Many of these teams were within inches of being able to grab those qualifications, but we're going to take a look at the teams who did qualify. BLD, by the skin of their teeth, managed to make it in. BBE, even though they struggle with the same issues, the MVP that they bought in game 1, buying them that position into 15th place and qualifying. VNGC also qualifying by the skin of their teeth. XCG, J-Team, GG, and EWG also qualifying, and Team TM holding on to that 9th place position. One of those teams that is very, very methodical and played very well during day 1, and they were able to find their feet in game 6 of their day number 2. Very interesting to see Team GG only with a 30-point day, considering they are the front runners coming into the World Championship here. And it's, I think there's two schools of thoughts, right? Either GG just has a bad day, or GG knew they were qualified already and did not want to give away too much of their strategy for the grand finals here. So they came in and they kind of just played safe Naraka without giving too much away. Time will tell though, because when we come back for the grand finals for trios, GG is going to have to leave everything on the table. As we take a look here, YZG going to round out our first place with the only team to break 200 points off of a massive 117.8 point day. And you know what? We talk about it all the time, but YZG, the only team here with a horse for the logo, and of course, the Dark Horse coming in and playing absolutely massive today. WBG retaining that second place with a 184-point day, and Fun Plus Phoenix unable to find their feet that they did in day one with 168.5 total points. These are your 16 qualified teams for trios.
I mean, you touched upon GG potentially just playing their cards a little bit closer to the chest. I think it's that one. We heard in the interview that they wanted to go into Gates of Yang and they wanted to fight FPX. We didn't see them today go into Gates of Yang to challenge. I think they're holding on to their strategy in Gate of Yang and they don't want to give it away, because in the Gate of Yang, like, it really does come down to micro play, right? And if you're expecting how a team is going to act, especially in terms of when they use their ultimates, you're going to very quickly be able to feel out who you're fighting.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that may be what it is. That said, GG isn't a stranger in going to a grand finals and absolutely choking. So it could also potentially be that we are seeing GG starting to fall apart as these other teams start to adjust to this more intense meta. But like I said, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to tune in tomorrow as the last day of solos has been moved to December 8th. And you're going to be able to see groups B and C go head to head. And I promise these are going to be two very interesting groups for solos. You're not going to want to miss these 6 games. So you can join, of course, our co-casters Dobby and Hip Rain as they bring you all of that solos action tomorrow. You know, me and Moxie are going to be in chat checking out those games because we can't miss a single moment of Naraka. We got to get our itch. We got to scratch it. And those solo games are absolutely huge. And I mean, I know I want to tune in specifically to see, it's day 2 for WBG Spider. And we're talking about somebody who dominantly destroyed the season 2 meta of Naraka. And, you know, we talked about it before broadcast today. The big reason being that the season 2 meta was a much slower meta. Many of these teams unable to adjust or find their footing in it. It's just not comfortable Naraka, right? People are used to playing a more aggressive Naraka, a much faster paced game, even while playing safe during the CN meta. And then of course, WBG Spider is able to come in, and even though it's a slower meta, he's able to force other players to play at a much unsafer pace at his pace, and that's why he's able to dominate. But clearly coming into this more fast-paced meta where everybody is running at the speed that WBG Spider usually runs at, he has struggled to find his footing during day 1. He was able to walk away with a single MVP, but every other game WBG Spider went out towards the bottom. So it's going to be interesting to see if he was able to find what the difference maker was and if he can come out back on top of the solos. But ladies and gentlemen, that speculation will be answered tomorrow. As for today, that's going to be it from me and Moxie. Thanks again for coming out to the World Championship of Naraka Blade Point, and we look forward to seeing you guys here tomorrow.